Age of Elves opening Paluchia Chapter 201-250. Chapter 201 _ Dividing the Stolen Pokemon, The Lizard After the Flames 5th. Scene, only Lin Cheng stood straight like a green pines. Ling Wei and his party were killed in an instant, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, whether it was Su Lan, Zhang Ko, Li Lang, or Song Qingqing, all of them were shocked. Who said that this young man is only bragging? Who said that this young man is a slacker? Who said that this young man has no experience in the world? With his own strength, he was able to easily kill everyone in the opponent's advanced team, including the 5-star trainer Ling Wei, in a short period of time. What kind of monster is this? Thinking that these days, in their eyes, Li Lang, Su Lan and the others, who exist like a joke in their eyes, feel very embarrassed and ashamed. But who is the joke? Now this scene may have been explained very clearly. In the wasteland of the wasteland, only the whistling wind and dust blew past, and there was the sound of people rolling their necks and gulping their saliva. Su Lan and the others' eyes were sluggish for a long time, before they came to their senses. It was Wu who couldn't speak because he was shocked for a long time. The end, it was Lin Cheng who reminded, "Hey, you guys, if nothing happens, try to tame their Pokemon." Although Lin Cheng killed all the trainers this time, all the Pokemon except the flaming roaring tiger were kept. At this time, in front of everyone, there are several Pokemon without owners. The giant stinger, the spoon snake, the night thief salamander, and even the blue emperor, are all here. Among them, Huang Huang is a 5-star Pokemon. If it can really make him return to his heart, it can be said to be a step to the sky. The hearts of everyone beat twice in disappointment. "Don't you try that Captain Lin Cheng first," Song Qingqing said respectfully. Lin Cheng shook his head. These Pokemon were the only ones he admired. However, because he had solved its master by himself, it was deeply rooted in Lin's heart, and it was almost impossible to recover it. "This machine. We'll give them to Su Lan." "Don't mother-in-law, hurry up," Lin Cheng urged, and Su Lan and the others started. To make Pokemon take the initiative to return are cranberry fruit and banana fruit. Of tree fruits are among all the tree fruits, and they are also the more special 2 kinds. According to the quality, there are 3 grades: ordinary dust, silver, and gold. Among them, the golden level is extremely scarce, and the concept is equivalent to the Master Ball in the Pokemon world. Usually, powerful people can use the 2 trees of the silver level. Among the 4, only Su Lan has silver banana fragrant fruit. Noodles silver cranberry fruit is not available to anyone. The Pokemon that Su Lan tried first was naturally the strongest Cloth Emperor, but the canine Pokemon was really loyal. Even if it was abandoned by its owner, in a short period of time, it was still impossible to accept other people as its owner. Su Lan failed to capture it. Zhang Ko found the big needle bee, but unfortunately, it also failed. 126. Next, Li Lang found the rice spoon snake. Both of the first 2 failed. To be honest, Li Lang was just trying to give it a try. But this time, he found that the rice spoon snake had an unexpected affinity with him. Yes, maybe. It was because the original owner was not very good to the rice spoon snake, and the rice spoon snake was easily subdued by Li Lang. This broke Li Lang's and succeeded in subduing it. Immediately, he went to Lin Cheng to express his gratitude to Dade. Is the most aware of his own achievements. The NATO magic shell, the wolf dog, has finally been promoted to a 4-star intermediate level strength. If there is no chance for Lin Cheng this time, let him conquer the rice spoon snake and then want to be stronger. Steps are more difficult. Captain Lin, thinking of how Li Lang slandered Lin Cheng so much before, let alone how tangled it was. Lin Cheng waved his hands indifferently. Consolidate the relationship between the rice spoon snakes. Although the elves of blood snakes are easy to tame because of their position, if you want to deepen the relationship in the future, you need your own efforts. Yes, Li Lang replied forcefully. To put it bluntly, Li Lang was an upright young man. When he thought that Lin Cheng's strength and ability were completely superior to him, he would naturally respect him well. And as Li Lang succeeded in subduing the rice spoon snake, Song Qingqing also had news that the little girl chose the night thief salamander. Of the night thief salamander is notoriously high. Song Qingqing wanted to recover it, but even Lin Cheng was not optimistic, but it happened. In this case, Song Qingqing succeeded in recovering it. Not only that, after the night thief salamander returned to its heart, it also evolved and became the Flame Queen. Flame Queen Lizard. Level 33, 4-star primary Pokemon. Qualification: Elite. Poison, Fire. Feature: Sluggish. Flame Queen Lizard is a monster lizard. Its iconic poisonous gas has become more powerful after evolution and can easily control the male night thief salamander. Every one of them will be the queen of the night thief salamander. I didn't expect such a coincidence to happen. I have to say that Song Qingqing's luck is very good. The elves that could be subdued, Lin Cheng, who was subdued but could not be subdued, was finally released directly. Before leaving, Huang glanced at Lin Cheng with a complicated look in his eyes. Finally, he and the needle bee slowly left. The breeding of Pokemon in the wild is also beneficial to human beings, because Pokemon and beasts are also natural enemies, so it is not a special case that few people will kill Pokemon. Lin Cheng is also the same. Because of Ling Wei's remarks before his death, after finishing a series of matters, everyone decided to leave this place fluently as soon as possible. Lin Cheng: Captain, this time because of us, you took such a big risk, Su Lan said with remorse. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 202 Gray Open black lens bracket First update Close black lens bracket. Everyone agreed that if this incident hadn't dragged down Lin Cheng, Ruo Lin Cheng would not have been targeted by such a big family as the Schilling family. Unexpectedly, Lin Cheng had a face like waking up from a dream when he heard the words. What risk? People. Captain, aren't you afraid that Hu Schilling's family will come to you for revenge? Su Lan said anxiously. Only then did Lin Cheng react and smiled. It turned out to be for this. Don't worry, they couldn't find it. Ling Zuowei had strange fluctuations in his body. Paluchia knew it from the first contact. Bai Yi power of waveguide was not learned by Bai Shui, and in the next shot, Paluchia directly identified Ling Zuo as completely 310. Destroyed in the warp dimensional layer. Under this killing method, Ling Zuowei's lighting lamp effect was too late to activate. Therefore, the Ling family may be able to perceive that Ling Zuo is dead, and they can also know the location of the incident based on the coordinates disclosed by Ling Wei, but it is even more difficult to find out who did it. Lin Cheng didn't explain too much, just simply told everyone that there was no need to worry. While everyone was puzzled, they were also more curious about Lin Cheng's mystery. Speaking of which, Captain Lin Cheng. After what happened just now, Zhang Ko was equally respectful to Lin Cheng, and at the same time, he explained the questions he had doubted before. See, every time I fell into danger in the confrontation with the beasts, can. But every misfortune turns auspicious. It's the captain, you. Are you helping me? Hearing Zhang Ko talking about this topic, Song Qingqing also pricked up her ears. Like Zhang Ko, she even encountered danger more times than Zhang Ko. Lin Cheng said without turning his head, when you are not absolutely sure, don't hold on, you only have one life. But this was enough for Zhang Kuo and the others, and he instantly understood that the one who saved them must be Captain Lin Cheng. Su Lan also asked, Captain, you said before. What's the matter with sensing the 5-star beast? Lin Cheng talked about this topic. He also sighed. At the last moment, it blew up the crystal nucleus in his body, and only collected some materials, which is a pity. So, that explosion was also. Yes, it's caused by the 5-star beast. After speaking, Lin Cheng took out a Hannibal's reverse scale and looked at it. Previously, I only cared about the journey, but now that I am safe, I can carefully look at Hannibal's materials. Hannibal's inverse scale. The original Hannibal has the DNA of a dragon-type beast, and the inverse scale is the piece that contains the most energy on the whole body. It has a flame nuclear energy reaction in it, and it is very likely to explode after stimulation. Frying can be used as a material to strengthen equipment. Lin Cheng raised his eyebrows. This Hannibal's reverse scale, currently in his hands, has two functions. One is to integrate the dry sky and cut it, and the other is to use it to evolve the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus rex. The evolution of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus requires Fangxian and Fang. There is no ready-made in this world. You need to make it yourself. The better the materials used, the stronger the evolved super iron Tyrannosaurus will naturally be. Hannibal's scale shield. This thing can also be directly equipped on the human body, but because of the DNA and flesh and blood left by Hannibal, it needs to be processed, otherwise it is easy to be eaten by the will of the beast. Of course, this thing can also be used directly for the second armored Tyrannosaurus defense material. This, Hannibal's ghost face, is one of the more special items. It can also be worn directly, with the effects of purifying miasma, poisonous smoke, etc. The defense power is the same as the original intention. However, after carrying it, there is a certain probability that the user's mind will be contaminated with Hannibal's violent and ruthless character. Lin Cheng is very interested in this ghost face, but because of its negative effects, he doesn't dare to touch it now. When he has time, it should be a good piece of armor to deal with. Su Lan and the others watched Lin Cheng play with these materials, and their hearts trembled. Even if they were far away, they could feel a violent energy from these materials, which was still left after the owner of the materials died. The prestige. Press. If it's still alive, I don't know what kind of monster it is. And such a fierce beast was really cut down by Lin Cheng alone. This kind of astonishment was not at all akin to Agan's previous defeat of the Hushi advance team by Lin Cheng. My own captain is a monster. At night, everyone found a fairly clean place to spend the night. Although Lin Cheng had handy props such as a house hat, he did not use them. Because of the night, Lin Cheng always felt that the weather was not right. During the night watch, Li Lang, Zhangko and others wanted to change shifts with Lin Cheng, but Lin Cheng refused. At first, everyone thought that Lin Cheng was naturally cautious, and because of the things he encountered during the day, he would be so nervous. In addition to his emotions, he couldn't help but admire him. What a leader who was ahead of the pack and had a strong sense of crisis. With Lin Cheng taking the lead as his subordinates, it is naturally not easy to take care of himself. Therefore, in the first half of the night, everyone accompanied Lin Cheng in a state of vigilance. It is for this reason that when the next disaster breaks out, everyone O3 can escape for the first time. On the endless plain, I saw a gray storm that was overwhelming like waves. This is what? Song Qingqing, the youngest in the group, muttered to himself. A gray wave. This is a gray wave. Su Lan was startled at first, and then a look of incomparable horror appeared on her face. Gray tide. Damn it. We came out this time to meet the gray tide. Could it be that we should hit the nail on the head? When Li Lang fought against Ling Wei and the others before, he didn't show any signs of decadence, but he immediately heard the gray tide. But weeping. The so-called gray tide. Anyone who wants to play Doomsday will know a thing or two. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 203_Escape. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. This world, in addition to facing different types of beasts, what people need to contend against is all kinds of disasters. This great tide is one of the most harmful natural phenomena. The ferocious beast miasma that pervades the world is also mixed with high temperature and heat waves. The height of the great tide formed is 200 meters. And it can quickly spread to the surrounding from the starting point, sweeping the continent that is tens of millions of kilometers in a straight line. The overwhelming dust and high heat can wipe out everything on the earth in an instant. If it weren't for the vegetation creatures in this world, they were all used to such disasters. It is estimated that this time, the world would have to reshuffle this card again. But even so, this kind of disaster is still fatal to humans who go out. Why are you standing still? Why didn't you run? Lin Cheng's speech skills immediately summoned the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex first and then the burning insect, letting the latter add a layer of electromagnetic float to the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus and everyone else. Then, with a loud shout, 26 ran wild. A few people only felt that their bodies suddenly lightened, and they reacted immediately and summoned the elves. Su Lan used a small fire horse. Li Lang used his elf great wolf dog. Zhang Ko's flowers and birds were strong enough to carry people, only Song Qingqing, she did not ride a elf. However, the little girl did not give up hope at this time, gritted her silver teeth, and quickly followed behind everyone. But not much, just pulled a little distance from everyone. Seeing this, Lin Cheng immediately pulled her onto the back of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus without saying a word. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex has a broad back. In order to make Lin Cheng ride comfortably, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus usually uses its limbs when running. This will not slow down the speed, but will make it a little faster. Feeling the warmth behind Lin Cheng, Song Qingqing's pretty face immediately turned red, and Apple Xiaoyuan's face was both grateful and uneasy. Team, the captain has carried me, the speed of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus will slow down. You still put me down. Bar me _ I'll try my best to keep up with everyone. Lin Cheng gave her a roll of eyes and said, don't yell, will my tiny Tyrannosaurus sitting at ease still care about your weight? After speaking, he communicated with the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, accelerate. Roar. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus suddenly rushed to the front of the group. Captain, what should we do now? Seeing that the forest just behind them was engulfed by the gray tide, everyone was afraid, but they couldn't help but wonder, can they really escape this disaster? Lin Cheng pointed to a high snow-capped mountain with an altitude of at least 1,000 meters in front of him, and said, run up there. But people like this snowy mountain avoid it because some scholars have reported that some forests, mountains, and even lakes and oceans on the planet they are currently in actually have lords. Moreover, the more unique the place, the more powerful the lord exists. If they climb the snowy mountain in front of them now, they might be able to avoid the current great tide erosion, but soon, they may have to face each other. Yes. 5-star, or even more than 5-star beasts attacked. Don't talk nonsense and follow me. Opposite beasts and Lin Cheng are not afraid, but if faced with this kind of natural disaster, the damage to the human body will be fatal. Once the gray tide is inhaled into the body, it will instantly cause cancer in the lungs and bronchial tubes, and the heat wave in it will directly cause the body cells to burn quickly. If you are lucky, you may not die immediately, but it will be disqualified and abnormal. Become an existence similar to the living dead, that is, beasts. Yes. Based on their trust in Lin Cheng, everyone in the end quickly followed Lin Cheng's pace. The gray tide in the back and Lin Cheng and others are getting closer and closer. Zhang Ko and others need Lin Cheng to pull a hand from time to time. They soon realize that they are a burden to Lin Cheng, and they only look at the distance behind them. Raging Gray. Chow, with a pale face and a trembling voice, said, Captain, what should we do now? After holding on for a while, the gray tide will soon be out of our reach. Lin Cheng glanced back at the crowd and replied. Lin Cheng has already let Paluchia set off the power of space to stop the invasion of the gray tide. However, the most terrifying force is none other than working with nature. Even if Paluchia makes a move, it is very difficult to completely resist the erosion of the gray tide. At present, it has been done with all his strength to slow the erosion of the gray tide. Come on. After that, Lin Cheng once again let the burning insects attach electromagnetic float to everyone, and they rushed towards the mountain crazily as if they were flying bolides. It seems that they knew that Lin Cheng and others were about to escape the scope of the disaster, and the gray tide finally came with a huge wave. Boom! The road ahead suddenly felt dark. Lin Cheng's eyes widened, and he found that the terrifying gray tide was already hanging over the heads of his group. Seeing that everyone was about to be covered by this gray tide, Lin Cheng suddenly rushed Song Qingqing to Su Lan Xiaohuo horse, and then let the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus use a wave of arm hammer. Ground stirred, and everyone was instantly sent a-sinking by the air wave of the arm hammer, just falling to the height of 313 that the gray tide could not reach. Captain! Several members of the advance team exclaimed sharply. Boom! A loud noise and gray tide covered the area they were just in, instantly engulfing Lin Cheng and the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. No one thought that Lin Cheng would help them escape this catastrophe. However, the price was too great for those who were engulfed by the gray tide, who had never heard of it before and could come out alive. Boom! Song Qingqing put his knees heavily on his knees, donating blood overflowing from his knees. Without knowing it, his pretty face was full of tears of remorse. It's all my fault. If the captain hadn't tried to save me, he could have easily escaped. Others stepped forward to comfort them. At the same time, they felt very uncomfortable. In the last scene, Lin Cheng was like giving them the chance to survive. His future is obviously brighter than everyone here, but in order to save them. Even Li Lang had tears in his eyes at this time, and Su Lan and the others even covered their faces and wept. Cough cough. Why are you in a daze? Why don't you go upstairs? Just when everyone was sad, they found that Lin Cheng was already standing beside them, looking at them with strange eyes. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 204-Snow Mountain Murder, 3rd update. Captain Lin Cheng and everyone's mood at this time is both surprise and joy. Unexpectedly, Lin Cheng could still escape under such circumstances. I knew, Captain, you have great powers, and you won't die so easily. Li Lang wailed while blowing at Lin Cheng. Captain, fortunately you're all right. Song Qingqing was excited and fell directly on Lin Cheng's chest. Lin Cheng patted Song Qingqing on the back, and after a while, silently pushed the latter away. Then he said, let's take a look at the front while you can. Yes, Li Lang seemed to want to perform well in front of Lin Cheng, and he was the first to explore the road ahead. Zhang Ko, Su Lan, Song Qingqing and others also followed closely. At this moment, Lin Cheng walked last. Lin Cheng looked at the gray tide that was still beating under the mountain behind him. His left hand tightened his right arm. Under his sleeve, Lin Cheng's right arm was already scorched black. Just now, after sending Su Lan and the others away, Lin Cheng quickly took back the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus back to the elf bag. The elf bag was made of a special material, which could isolate the outside air. This county can resist its own internal organs to a certain extent and not be eroded by the gray tide. Just when he was about to endure the gray tide, Paluchia also pulled out at the critical moment and pulled Lin Cheng into the subspace. However, it was still a beat slower in the middle. Lin Cheng's right arm was stained by the gray tide. At this time, Lin Cheng's wrist was restrained by a circle made of ancient vine shields, preventing the gray tide infection from getting worse. However, obviously, this can only relieve the temporary crisis. In this wilderness, there is no effective first aid method at all. If Ji Yutang's shield can't hold on, Lin Cheng may have to consider breaking the strong soil. Slowly following behind the crowd, Lin Cheng still maintained a calm image on the surface. The crowd continued to crawl on the snow-capped mountain. The scale of this snow-capped mountain should not be small. The higher the climb, the wider the horizon. On the mountain is not something that ordinary people can bear. Whoa whoa. The snowflakes on this mountain were like being cut by a knife. It didn't matter much, but Li Lang, who was walking at the front, was a little bit overwhelmed. "Captain, can we, first, find a place to rest?" he said word by word, teeth chattering. The environment in this place is really bad, and since it was already late at night, except for Li Lang, Su Lan, Zhang Ko and others, their mental states also began to gradually decline. Hearing this, Lin Cheng also began to think about finding a place to rest for a night, but on this snowy mountain, the environment was worse than he imagined. Apart from the ice and snow, there were only a few unknown trees with trunks. There was no place to hide from the snow at all. Lin Cheng touched his chin with his left hand and looked around, and finally he could only breathe. "Originally, I really didn't plan to use this thing, but this time it's a special situation, so let's just take the luxury of it." Hearing Lin Cheng say this, everyone was a little confused. What is extravagant? I saw Lin Cheng slowly taking off his hat, then found a place with a solid foundation to put it down and fiddled with the top of the hat. Suddenly, in the eyes of everyone, this seemingly ordinary hat instantly became the size of a life-saving capsule. This. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, Lin Cheng climbed on his hat and said, "Don't be in a daze, come in quickly." However, this room the size of the life-saving capsule feels like only 1 or 2 people can enter it. It will still be very crowded. Can all 5 people here really fit in? Seemingly guessing what everyone was thinking, Lin Cheng smiled, and without saying a word, dragged Li Lang into the house cap. Not long after, there was an exclamation from inside. "Wow! Su Lan, Song Qingqing, Zhang Ko." Next, every time someone enters, there will be an exclamation of the same paragraph. "Captain, you have such a good prop, why didn't you take it out earlier?" Li Lang looked at the surrounding facilities with excitement. The hall was spacious and bright, and it also had its own kitchen. Each room was equipped with a separate toilet and bathroom. Being able to enjoy this kind of treatment in the wild is like a dream. Under special circumstances, you can only enjoy it once. Under normal circumstances, going out to experience and living in such a place will only make you slack. Although Lin Cheng explained in a serious manner, he could act, but he was unconvincing. Che Shulu walked to the kitchen counter and took out a bottle of red wine, shook it skillfully, took off the stopper and poured himself a glass. Is placed casually, it is actually a rare fine wine. It is said that it has been deposited for more than 10 years. Seeing Lin Cheng's drinking attitude, the 4 team members all focused on Li Lang and Zhang Ko, who were rolling their throats, a little drunk, while Su Lan and the 2 women were thinking about their captain. Are they grown up? In short, because of the house hat, even on this snowy night, everyone slept beautifully. However, on Lin Cheng's side, he couldn't sleep. That was eroded by the gray tide came with bursts of severe pain, which made him unable to calm down. In the end, driven by severe pain, Lin Cheng slowly walked out of the room and out of the house again. He took his Pokemon alone and walked deeper into the snowy mountain. As if he knew that in the depths of this snowy mountain, what? Something that can ease the pain. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 205 _ Mountain Killing, 4th more. There was clearly a snow scene in front of him, but in Yinglincheng's eyes, there was blood. Forest Farm clutched his right arm, gasping for breath. The erosion of the gray tide is getting more and more serious. At this time, Lin Cheng's right arm has completely turned into a blue and purple state. This is Ghost Sword 10. Or God Eater. Lin Cheng's cheeks were covered in cold sweat, and he laughed at himself. But just after I finished speaking, there was a stinging pain in my arm. Can't hold back. When he was alone in the room before, Lin Cheng used the eye of information to observe his arm eroded by the gray tide. The conclusion is that if you want to control the erosion of the ash tide, you must soak it with the blood of the beast. The higher the star level of the beast blood, the better the control effect. On top of this towering snow-capped mountain, there must be a high star beast in Lin Cheng's top priority to find and kill it as soon as possible. The cold freezing air seemed to freeze the air flowing between the heavens and the earth, and the towering snow-capped mountains could not be seen at a glance. Weather outside was so bad, but Lin Cheng didn't realize it. At this time, in order to prevent the cold air, he froze the 313 trachea of his breathing. He was wearing the cannibal ghost face on his face, and his body was also because his arms invaded. The relationship of eclipse, a scalding hot, fiery forest city is not afraid, he has primary flame resistance. However, as the erosion of the gray tide became more and more serious, at this time, the primary fire resistance began to be somewhat useless. Because of the primary fire resistance effect, it can only resist damage below 3 stars. Fortunately, in another village, Lin Chungan finally saw the shadow of the beast. In the ice and snow, behind the bulging of a snow rock, there are streaks of icy blue light, which merge with the color of the snow. To be honest, few people can find them in this situation. However, Lin Cheng is an exception. Even if he didn't use the eye of information at this time, his pupils were like infrared rays under the background of the cannibal ghost face, and he could easily perceive the life behind the snow rock. Opposite. Found. The corner of the mouth grinned in a strange arc. Open black lens bracket ice hairy wolf. Level, 7 to 16, 1 star high level 1 2 star intermediate level, CGAD. The few ice-haired demon wolves were unaware of it, and they were regarded as prey by themselves, but at this time they had already regarded them as prey. Finding the opportunity to grind his teeth, he was about to catch the prey in front of him by surprise. But in a blink of an eye, I suddenly discovered that the prey in front of me had disappeared out of thin air. Yes, it's just like disappearing. It's like the world has evaporated, and it has changed into a living person. Ow! A few ice-haired demon wolves turned their heads and looked around stupidly. Suddenly, a monster was heard, and a strange voice came from above their heads. Are you looking for me again? The bodies of the demon wolves were stunned for a while, then slowly raised their heads. They saw a man with a savage face, his pupils lured red light to look at them. PFF'd. His blood splash. The few demon wolves fell into a pool of blood after a few breaths. Lin Cheng didn't even rely on his own Pokemon. He simply used his boiling right hand to pierce through it instantly, tearing apart a few demon wolves. If someone is present at this moment, it must be unbelievable and unbelievable. Because since ancient times, even the weakest one-star beast cannot be defeated by human power. Its ferocious fangs, gourds, special body structure, and iron-like skin and hair are simply not something that can be shaken by human beings. Even if firearms are used, these beasts will quickly develop resistance. The first time they are killed directly, but if they are killed the second time, they will be able to ignore the firearms directly. In this case, human beings will develop to Pokemon. However, what happened in front of me? Humans actually killed several beasts with their bare hands. With the sound of tearing flesh and blood, Lin Cheng directly pierced the heart of the ice wolf with his right hand, and immersed his palm in it. Immediately, a sense of relief spread from the arm to the heart. Just like soaking in hot springs in the middle of winter, it is inexplicably sour. Goo, gumbling. The blood of the few demon wolves was quickly sucked up, and Lin Cheng pulled out his palm before he could. At this time, the black and purple aura on his palm subsided a little, and just as Lin Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, the painful feeling came again. Damn! Lin Cheng reacted immediately, and only these few low-star beasts were unable to restrain his injuries. You must hunt higher star beasts. After absorbing the blood of these low-star beasts, Lin Cheng could vaguely feel that there was an inexplicable power awakening in his body, thinking that as long as he continued to search for the blood of beasts, this power would awaken. Ellipsis. Chi. Somewhere in the snow and ice, a figure of Shan Pu was panting heavily, accompanied by several elves, and these elves more or less carried a dead beast on their bodies. Silently handing these beasts to Lin Cheng's side, Lin Cheng forced a smile, don't worry emoji. Then, he plunged his palm into the body of the beast. Win and lose here. After absorbing the blood of several 3-star beasts, Lin Cheng noticed the change in his body. At this time, he was only one step away from mastering the new ability. Next, as long as you absorb the blood of this 4-star beast, you should be able to restrain it. Front of Lin Cheng is a huge frost monitor lizard. It looks like a minivan. It lives in the world of ice and snow all year round. It is said that if you are lucky, you can even advance to the 5-star beast and turn into an ice dragon. Lin Cheng took out the Tianqun scissors and made a cut on the skin of the frost monitor lizard. The defense of the 4-star beast was terrifying. Standing there without tools, Lin Cheng couldn't cut it open. The blood of the frost monitor lizard is blue. If ordinary people touch it, the skin may freeze in an instant, but for Lin Cheng, it is like a hot spring for relief. Puffs of white smoke came from the arm. Gradually, Lin Cheng's entire arm began to return to its normal color, but on his forehead, there was still cold sweat dripping down this final transformation. Speaking of which, it was still a bit painful, but soon, Lin Cheng was rewarded. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 206_Awaken, The Power of Erosion. Open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. In the eye of message, Lin Cheng saw his newly awakened special ability. Erosion. Effect 1. It has the effect of instantly eroding defenses below 3 stars. Effect 2. To a certain extent, it is immune to the damage of gray tide, acid rain, and miasma. Effect 3. The erosion effect can be attached to other objects. Effect 4. Evolution. The fire resistance ability is improved to the intermediate level. It can resist the fire type attack below 6 stars. Close black lens bracket. Lin Cheng looked at his palm, gasping for breath. Just now, Lin Cheng almost lost his mind in the pain, and because of the blood of the beast, if he lost himself in the situation just now, his spirit would definitely be hit hard. It may even be unclear because of this. However, all of this was worth Lin Cheng's right hand clenched tightly and felt that the gray tide energy in his body had been completely controlled, and he was really relieved. I feel a little strange about my own special physique. Erosion defense is still relatively easy to understand. Before he awakened this ability, Lin Cheng was dealing with beasts below 3 stars, and he faintly noticed that their defenses were like paper paste, and he could easily penetrate. And this second effect is not difficult to understand. It is estimated that it is a blessing in disguise, after he, to a certain extent, can be immune to natural disasters such as gray tide. Then there is the addition of the erosion effect. This can be practiced in 9 Forest City. He first took out the bone spur he had used a long time ago, and attached the power of erosion to the bone spur. Following the changes in his right arm, Lin Cheng found that the bone spurs in his hand also changed. It's like a head dipped in venom, with drops of purple-black, liquid-like things flowing over the bone spurs, but the bone spurs are in the... After adding the power of erosion, there was a harsh babbling sound. Then, the 2 bone spurs the size of the first one above were directly eroded and formed out of shape. Lin Cheng, uptack. The material level of this bone spur is very low. Speaking of which, it does not even reach 3 stars, Lin Cheng pondered. This erosive ability should only be attached to weapons with 3 or more stars. Destroy first. After thinking for a while, Lin Cheng picked up the Tiankin scissors and it was very solid. After adding the power of erosion, the Tiankin scissors were even brighter than before. Lin Cheng waved the Heaven's Remnant scissors towards the Frost Monitor lizard, and the part touched by the Heaven's Remnant scissors instantly turned purple, then weathered and disappeared. Violent poison. It is several times more powerful than the poison of modern technology and even beasts and Pokemon skills. And this last evolution effect, Lin Cheng doesn't know what it is, and there is no way to try it at present, but based on experience, it should mean that this ability has room for further improvement. In addition, the initial flame resistance has also been upgraded from the primary level to the intermediate level, 6 stars. This level of intensity is considered a field that can only be reached by the strongest human beings at present, which means that the attack of fire without accident is basically ineffective for Lin Cheng. Call. Lin Cheng sighed, his expression was already bright. It's time to go back. However, here, before I could go back, I heard a burst of screams coming from not far away. Captain. Where are you, Captain? It's you. Lin Cheng quickly saw that it was Song Qingqing and Li Lang. When the two saw Lin Cheng, they also showed very happy expressions. It's great, Captain, I finally found you. As soon as I woke up in the morning and found out that you were gone, Captain, it really scared us into a cold sweat. For the kindness of the two, Lin Cheng also said with a light smile, I am sorry, I made you worry. What about Su Lan and Zhang Ko? Are they in the hat room? They also went to find you, Captain, but not with us. Song Qingqing said in a clear voice. Lin Cheng frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Song Qingqing and Li Lang, perhaps because they were walking the road they had traveled, there was no risk, because along the way, Lin Cheng had cleaned up all the beasts. But if you go other way, the ferocious beasts on the snowy mountain are not joking, even though Lin Cheng easily swept a large area, but at that time because he had the ancient vine shield and the power of erosion, plus the powerful strength of his own Pokemon. Su Lan and the others were different. After the last confrontation with Ling Wei and the others, although the elves were out of the dangerous period, their strength was still not fully recovered, and their combat power was only a few sub-favorites. And the beasts on this snowy mountain are very good at concealment, and their attacks are unexpected. If Su Lan and the others meet one or two, it will be fine for more than a day. Can you contact them? Thinking of this, Lin Cheng immediately asked Song Qingqing to contact Su Lan and the others. Okay. Song Qingqing obediently dialed Su Lan's contact number. After a wave of confusion, the phone finally got in touch. Song Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the call connected. Listen. Hey, Qingqing, emergency, here we encounter an incredible monster now. We are leading it away, you go back first. Words were finished, a strong explosion was heard over there. Then, there was a disturbing sound of radio waves. The other end of the phone disconnected. Sister Lanlin. Song Qingqing reacted immediately. Su Lan and the others should have encountered a terrible monster. Captain, what should we do now? Song Qingqing said helplessly. Don't worry, we will find out their whereabouts soon. Lin Cheng's expression was serious, and he gave Paluchia an instruction in his mind to quickly check the surrounding energy fluctuations. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 207 _ Spider, Second More. Su Lan and Zhang Ko were running wildly in the snow at this time, chasing a group of little spiders with snow-colored velvet masters behind them. These spiders were running very fast on the snow, and no matter how fast Zhang Ko and the others ran, they couldn't get rid of these ghosts. Flowers and birds, the dance of awakening. Bella. of electric sparks suddenly poured out from Huawabird. Dance of Awakening is the exclusive skill of Huawunyao, which is extremely powerful and has the power of high-level skills. The flower dance bird will evolve into 4 different attributes. They are the fire attribute of Vermilion Nectar, hot and hot style, flower and dance bird, golden nectar, the electrical attribute of Paz-Paisy style, flower and dance bird, and the superpower of peach pink nectar, hula, hula wind, 3. 1 or 3, grid, flower and dance bird, and finally blue purple nectar, ghost attribute, light and light style, flower and dance bird. And Zhongko's flower and dance bird is a flower and dance bird of Paisy, electricity plus flying. After using Dance of Awakening, the skill attribute can be turned into an electrical attribute, and the power is not inferior to that of 100,000 special. Skill went down, a large number of those little spiders were instantly scorched black, but soon, another batch of new little spiders came one after another. Damn it, it's endless. Zhongko roared as he ran. Su Lan sighed. Rainwing Moth was too seriously injured in the previous battle, and now she can't fight at all. She can only rely on her side pet, the little fire horse, to support her. Zhongko, run first, find Captain Lin Cheng and the others, and then save me. Su Lan knew that in this case, Zhongko had to protect herself and take into account that she couldn't last long. Instead of 2 people dying together, it is better to protect one first. In this way, there is no hope of surviving. Sister Lan, what nonsense are you talking about? Not to mention that Captain Lin Cheng's whereabouts are still unknown. Even if the captain is here, he won't be able to come for a while, and even if he does come to face that kind of monster, the captain will probably be troublesome. Talking Gong only heard a huge roar like a landslide from behind him. Then, a gigantic, short-haired spider foot fell. Just one spider leg alone is as thick as 2 adult men hugging each other, and the size of the entire body can be seen. Su Lan and Zhongko were in a cold sweat and ran as fast as they could, and they didn't even have the courage to look back. How can there be such a big beast on this snowy mountain? It looks like it should be at least a 5-star beast. Su Lan and Zhongko guessed right. It is the overlord of this snowy mountain. However, it is not a 5-star beast, but a 6-star beast, Titan Mother. Open black lens bracket Titan Spider. Level 50 quasi 6-star beast. Charge of its appearance, it looks like a snow spider that has been magnified countless times. It has 8 eyes. Each of its eyes and each eye will focus on observing a certain area. When one eye is gathered, it can observe 360 without blind spots. According to said that in its huge body, there is a hint of legend that the fine body of the Titan giant will continue to grow larger as it sheds its skin, and the snow-colored hairs around it can withstand the wind and snow and most of the attacks below 6 stars. The Titan mother spider can reproduce asexually, and produces a large number of cub spiders every year. These spiders are its most loyal hunting tools, and its most powerful cub spiders can grow into 5-star beginners. Usually, a beast of this size, the Titan spider, will enter a long-term sleep state in order to save energy. The awakening this time is entirely because the outbreak of the Grey Tide woke it up, and once the awakened Titan spider, it will can. Falling into a frenzied eating state will devour all the organic life in sight, and when no food is found, the Titan mother spider will directly devour the offspring. The Titan mother spider discovered that human beings, which were never seen at all, had a devouring emotion engraved into their genetic instincts among the beasts. No. Of the Titan spider, it is not difficult to kill Zhongko and Su Lan in an instant. I fought with you. Zhongko is fed up with this feeling of being at the mercy of others. Flowers and birds use the power of awakening. Can also use the effects of different attributes according to the different attributes of the flower dance bird. That time, countless electric balls smashed into the body of the Titan spider. Boom boom. The bursts of explosions set off bursts of thick. Zhongko was quite confident in his desperate blow of this move, but the next scene made his eyes crack. The smoke dissipated, the Titan spider was unscathed, and mockingly seemed to raise another giant toe, scratching the place where he was attacked like a human tickling. Strange monster. Zhang Ko looked gloomy and continued to run without looking back. But this time Zhang Ko's actions seemed to have aroused a trace of anger from the Titan mother spider. The Titan mother spider opened her mouth. She spit out a large amount of snow silk from her mouth. To it may be a small one, but to human beings, it is like an overwhelming net. An instant, both Zhang Ko and Su Lan were caught. At first, they could struggle twice, but as they struggled, the spider silk entangled them more tightly. As thin as hair. Scratches appear. Little fire horse, use sparks. 04 Su Lan asked Xiao Huomao to use the flame skills to burn the snow silk, and the result was gratifying. Maybe the Titan spider was born afraid of fire, or maybe it was because the Titan spider didn't kill her because of this trick. The little fire horse boiled the piece of spider silk. Before Zhang Ko and the two were happy, they discovered that they had just been entangled in Gongo, and a circle of small spiders had already surrounded them. At this time, these small spiders rushed towards the two of them. Zhang Ko, Su Lan immediately wanted to let her Pokemon attack, but found that Huawunyao and Xiaohuoma were both entangled by several huge snow spiders. The mother spider is naturally a witch. See Xiaowu, but compared to those ordinary snow spiders, it is also a giant, and its strength is 4-star intermediate. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 208_save 3rd. Huawunyao was barely able to handle it, and even if Huoma had an advantage in attributes, it was on the verge of defeat because of the gap in level. Those little spiders approached Zhang Ko and the two of them, and they were not in a hurry to bite. They spit out a lot of silk threads together, tying the two into a pupa shape, making them unable to move. Bar in front of the mother spider. Flower dance bird. Little fire horse was very anxious, but there was nothing to do. The Titan spider protruded from her fangs with two pointed mouthparts like a mosquito's mouth, which was extremely foul-smelling, and slowly approached Su Lan and the two. The two closed their eyes in despair. After waiting for a while, I didn't realize that it should be painful. Like this spider's way of eating, doesn't it pierce its mouthparts into the body of the prey, and then suck up all the protein nutrients in the prey, leaving only a layer of useless skin, and then stop. But what now? With an uneasy mood, the two slowly opened their eyes. In front of me, I saw a 26 invisible space turbulence. In this scene, the two seemed to know each other. Da, da, da. Not far away came a figure walking slowly on the snow. Captain. The two suddenly cried out in excitement. Lin Cheng took his head and said helplessly, "You guys are really going to make fun of me." The two of them were a little embarrassed when they heard the words. They originally wanted to find Lin Cheng, but instead they caused trouble for Lin Cheng. However, Captain, how did you find us? They were really curious, how quickly and effectively Lin Cheng found them in the snow-capped mountains of Nuoda. Lin Cheng was naturally not obliged to answer them, but untied the spider silk on the two of them while Paluchia opened the space barrier. These spider snow silks are made of a special material. If you want to tear them apart, you have to spend some effort. Even if you use Tiankang shears, you will need to toss for a long time because of the special stickiness. But now that Lin Cheng now has the 9 of erosion, it's simple. Fingers slid gently. This spider snow silk is like the sun meets snow, and it melts easily. However, during the melting period, some things that should not be melted will be melted because the strength has not been fully controlled. Like clothes or something. A Zhang button man, so naturally he doesn't need to care, but Su Lan is a girl, although after finding out this situation, Lin Cheng quickly took out a coat from the empty stone ring and put it on her. But during this period, Lin Cheng's first perspective will inevitably see something he shouldn't see. Su Lan blushed. It was rare to lose her sister's demeanor, and her voice carried a faint aura, which made Lin Cheng feel a little unexpectedly throbbing, which was a cute contrast. But soon, and the light turned to business. Ow! Because of his eating, he was interrupted. At this moment, the Titan spider was very angry. The roar was deafening, and it instantly caused a small avalanche. 8 eyes stared at one place in the void, reaching the level of the Titan spider. You can still see the clues. In this void, the Titan mother spider faintly feels the existence of a life body that is not inferior to it. This is the root cause of his anger. Ferocious beasts above 5 stars are already kings of the mountain, not to mention the disaster-level beasts like the Titan mother spider, which are 1 step away from 6 stars. Yes, disaster-level beasts that are close to 6 stars are all defined by humans as disaster level because the existence of such beasts is equated with natural disasters. Every time the 6-star beast appears, it will cause an international uproar. Since its founding, the federal state has experienced the gift of 3 or 6-star beasts. Among them, 2 of them can only be expelled. After consideration. After the 6-star beast was satisfied with the destruction, he took the initiative to leave. In the history of mankind, this matter was suppressed by the Federal Bureau in the later stage, because almost all the people who have experienced that incident have died. It is not difficult for the Federation to deliberately suppress it. Fortunately, that 6-star beast has never appeared on human territory since that time, which is also a fortune among misfortunes. But now, the beast that can be called a quasi-disaster level has been provoked by people seriously. It is unscientific to say that the Titan mother spider is not angry. Zhangya and Dancing used its huge body to crush the space defense wall. Feeling the aura that was 1 point stronger than Hannibal, Paluchia's blood was also burning. Roar! With a roar in the sky, the true body emerged from the void. Hands clasped together, 1 azure energy bullet is condensed in the double melon. Open black lens bracket wave missile close black lens bracket. Swoosh! The wave missile seemed to be extremely small, but when it came into contact with the Titan spider, it immediately swelled several times. A considerable amount of energy was formed, and then 477 was a violent explosion. Roar! After stopping the moment of Gongo, Lin Cheng had already taken Zhang Ko and Su Lan along, and ran desperately. Humans involved in this level of combat is no different from seeking death. While Lin Cheng escaped, he did not forget to summon other Pokemon to save his life. Although there was no Titan spider here, there were other offspring of the Titan spider. Among them, there are also some snow mountain spiders with high star power. When Lin Cheng saw the strongest one, he even had the strength of a 5-star beginner. In order to solve it quickly, Lin Cheng directly dispatched the 3 major forces of Ghost Stone Electric Shock Beast and Iron Armored Tyrannosaurus. In the battles, Ghost Stone's level is the highest among all Pokemon at this time, and it has officially reached the 5-star level at level 41. And as early as Paluchia realized that the power of the waveguide buried the evolutionary pen in Ghost Stone. Ghost Stone wants to evolve into Gengar. In the original world game setting, computer transmission is required, and it is said that he needs to bathe in a special magnetic field. And this world, the practice is similar, the evolution of Ghost Stone also needs to go through a special magnetic field. And the power of this waveguide is also the evolutionary method that Lin Cheng tried. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 209_Evolution. Gengar. Open black lens bracket fourth more close black lens bracket. At first, Lin Cheng was just in the mindset of trying. After that, the waveguide was poured into Ghost Stone, which did not cause any direct changes in Ghost Stone's appearance. For a time, Lin Cheng failed. But now, when Ghost Stone was upgraded to 5 stars, the power of the waveguide he buried finally came into play. Ghost Stone seemed to be in a bit of pain, and his whole body turned into a pool of purple poisonous water, and on the snow, he made a squeak sound. However, this purple poisonous water does not mean to dissipate. Instead, it becomes thicker and thicker, and the range of the poison gradually expands. In the end, when it reached a certain level, the purple poisonous water showed the appearance of facial features, which was very similar to Ghost Stone's cynical appearance. The only difference was that there was a pair of white teeth that were always open. Gia 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 hee hee. The group of purple liquid quickly gathered, and then it turned into a mixed purple sphere. The purple sphere, under Lin Cheng's bet, soon grew a pair of hands, and then a pair of feet. At the end, there was a short pointed tail, scarlet pupils, and a strange and sinister smile, making Zheng Ghost really have a pair of belong to Li. Ghostly oppression. Ghost Stone has evolved. What kind of elf is this? Zhang Ko and the two watched Ghost Stone change in front of them, but for a while, they didn't recognize the Pokemon after Ghost Stone's evolution. Yes. What variety! It's no wonder that there are not many trainers who summon and raise ghost-type Pokemon such as Ghost Stone. After all, in the eyes of everyone, such ghost-type Pokemon are actually linked to ghosts. It is very rare to be able to cultivate from ghosts to ghosts, and Gengars. Or really rarely seen. Open black lens bracket Gengar. Level 41, 5-star Pokemon. Qualification. Rare. Attributes. Ghost, Poison. Trait Cursed Body. Skills. Hypnotism, Tongue Licking, Resentment, Black and Light, Night Shadow, Curse, Strange Light, Shadow Fist, Turbidity, Poison, Dream Eating, Freezing Fist, Flame Fist, Lightning Fist, Immobilization, Fright, Ghost Fire, Raid. Ghost Stone evolves Gengar, comprehends skills. Shadow Ball, Wave of Evil. Ghost Attribute, which is convenient to use. Its appearance and shape are similar to that of wave missiles. And the Wave of Evil is one of the evil attribute moves derived from the power of the waveguide, which can unleash a terrifying wave of evil spirits, which is likely to cause fear. Although Ghost Stone has many skills and attributes, he has a fatal weakness, that is, his attack power is generally not strong. Whether it is Ghost Stone or Gengar, both of them are not physical attackers in essence, but special attackers. Only by learning the special attack skills, can Gengar's combat power be tapped to the extreme. When the Ghost evolution was completed, the surrounding Snow Ridge spiders also seemed to have a sense of crisis. After hesitating for a moment, it seemed that Ping was considering whether to continue attacking Lin Cheng and his party, but soon, a decision was made. Life. Order is heaven. After reorganizing their aura, they were about to surround and kill the three of Lin Cheng again, but they all discovered that a layer of muddy purple air was covered under their feet. Gigi. The offspring spiders who lack IQ are still wondering. Zhang Gui, but he has already started. Misty Mist. Hiss. A piercing sound of corrosion, those offspring spiders turned into nothingness in an instant. Zhang Ko and Su Lan rubbed their eyes in the whole process of the moon attack. What happened? Gengar is not common, but open black lens bracket mist close black lens bracket, they are not unfamiliar with this skill. They have never seen open black lens bracket turd close black lens bracket that can instantly dissolve the 3-star beast. It is true that if it is just pure turbid fog, it will naturally not have such lethality, but with Lin Cheng's erosion. After Lin Cheng mastered the power of erosion, he went through several tests in a short period of time, whether it was props, weapons, or Pokemon. In the end, he came to the conclusion that although other Pokemon could also accept erosion in a short period of time. The addition of the power of one, but the time cannot be too long, otherwise, even for Paluchia, there will be a certain degree of damage and can perfectly accept the power of erosion, only the Ghost Stone at that time. The reason should be the same poison attribute. With the addition of the power of erosion, in other words, Gengar and all the previous poison attribute skills have more than doubled the power. As far as the single light is a cloudy fog skill, If the skill power was defined as 30 before, now it is estimated to be 60. A piece of oil mist went down, and a large number of offspring spiders disappeared, leaving only Schweling spiders with 4 stars or more. And the remaining Snow Ridge spiders were more or less affected. Electric Beast, Flame Fist. Tyrannosaurus, Flaming Fang. Gengar, Shadow Bullets. Deal with the weakened Snow Ridge spider. The 3 elves could easily defeat them. Soon, the 3 of Lin Cheng fled to a safe area, watching the battle of the century between Paluchia and the Titan spider from the other side. Perhaps it was because he noticed that his offspring had been slaughtered by Nuo Qian Zhao. The Titan mother spider's mood became more and more impatient, and her attack methods became fiercer. Boom! A spider leg stabbed out and slammed into the space wall created by Paluchia. Paluchia easily avoided the attack with the help of the rebound force. Another wave of water waves blasted out. The splash of water turned into countless thorns, pouring down the wine. A humanized sneer appeared on the face of the Titan mother spider, and the spider feet covered with snow-colored fluff instantly fluffed, extending a snow-colored velvet defense circle. The attack of the wave of water hit the snow-colored fluff, and it instantly turned into ice particles, and then the particles fell off. It really deserves to be a quasi-6-star beast. Seeing this scene in Lin Cheng in the distance, he couldn't help showing a bit of dignified decoration. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 210 _ The Titan Arachnoid. Open black lens bracket. First update. Close black lens bracket. The true strength of the Titan spider is naturally more than that. The snow-white cold air permeates the entire snowy mountain for a moment, as if the Titan spider itself is the incarnation of this snowy mountain. If it were an ordinary dragon-type Pokemon, it would definitely be fatal to encounter a Titan spider, but fortunately it was Paluchia, which had both a dragon and a water element, which neutralized the attack of the Titan spider. Only reduced. Slow down. Perhaps seeing that the ice attribute attack did not have much effect on Paluchia, the Titan spider began to change its strategy. Boom! The tide-like turbid air burst out from the gap between its bones. This power seems to contain some kind of hallucinogenic ability. Paluchia sensed it for the first time, but this ability seems to be still working for it. Nothing. What is the effect? But it has a strange effect on the dead offspring spider of the Titan mother spider. I saw that after coming into contact with the strange turbid air, the originally fragmented offspring spiders turned out to be weird and wriggled again, and the organs of some offspring spiders returned to their bodies like clay. And some of the offspring spiders with mutilated limbs, after bathing in the turbid air, are directly pieced together with some other offspring spiders with mutilated organs, resulting in those offspring spiders with dozens of legs. Monster with several heads. The offspring spiders after these combinations are generally at the high-level 4-star level. Under the control of the Titan mother spider, their combat power is not much more than 5-star, so that they are drowned out by Paluchia one after another. Captain, your Pokemon is in danger. Su Lan said anxiously. Relax your heart, my Paluchia is not something that can be crushed by the number of soldiers, Lin Cheng said with a slight squinting. His expression at the moment is extraordinarily serious, not looking at the offspring spider, nor looking at the Titan mother spider, but looking at the same interesting things in the Titan mother spider. I didn't expect that this Titan mother spider would swallow such things. I don't know if it's because of strength or intention. Lin Cheng muttered to himself. To be said that the Eye of Information is a very buggy ability. As long as it is valuable, under its glance, nothing will be missed. Speaking of which, Captain, we are out of trouble now, why don't we just run? Zhang Ko said with a bitter face. Lin Cheng said with a face that should be taken for granted, naturally, it is for the material of the 6-star beast. Quite 6-star beasts. Su Lan and Zhang Ko's voices were dull and horrified. Although they vaguely sensed that this big spider, don't know the name of the Titan mother spider at all, must have an extraordinary origin, but in their opinion, the 5 stars they provoked turned out to be a spider. The existence of quasi-6 stars. This feels like skipping classes at school and being caught by a middle-aged person. I thought that this middle-aged person should be a dean of education or something, but I didn't expect it to be a principal. Gumbling. This was the sound of 2 people swallowing, and then, there was a moment of involuntary trembling of their legs for the rest of their lives. Wait, what did they suddenly think of, after knowing that the other party was the existence of a quasi-6-star beast, the Lin Cheng captain who dared to call the formation, who is he wholly? Team, Captain, are you kidding me? You really want to kill this beast? Lin Cheng smiled and nodded lightly. Don't worry, don't worry. Afterwards, Qiguang turned to the battlefield again, and spoke with Paluchia with his heart. Paluchia, let go of the battle completely and start the war. Paluchia heard Lin Cheng at the corners of his mouth, and moved up slightly. An updraft suddenly appeared all over his body, pushing it into the air, and then, like a wave of water, the air around him began to rapidly of ripples. Roar. The head dragon-shaped phantom, condensed and entwined around Paluchia, accompanied by a vast force. The offspring spiders that were surrounded by Paluchia were all scattered on the ground before they approached the former. Although they were still struggling and squirming, they could not return to their shape. The Titan spider seemed to see that Paluchia was starting to be serious and was not testing, and her whole body began to change drastically. Click. Bang. There was a sound of twisting of the bones and limbs of the body. The body of the Titan mother spider has undergone drastic changes, and its body stands up with the 2 most distal legs. Afterwards, the front 3-legged limbs were like human arms, and the tips exhibited rootless, slender, finger-like joints, and the upper body, which originally had the appearance of a spider, also began to crack at the mouth. Spreading to the stomach, the juice splashed and an expressionless woman wrapped her body, which became the upper body of the Titan mother spider in front of everyone. Gah! A sharp and harsh sound resounded from the mouth of the female form of the Titan mother spider who had just appeared. Immediately, a drum of white cold air burst out from all over his body. Countless strange white cold air rose up and gathered around the Titan mother spider. At this moment, the eyes of the Titan mother spider that had been closed all the time were also opened angrily. Their eyes were inhumane, and some were just tyranny and murder. Those white cold air squirmed rapidly when the Titan spider opened her eyes, and finally, turned into huge ice dragons of hundreds of feet. The size of this icy dragon is just wrapped around the Titan spider, and on the surface of its body, there are still spider silks and huge longan. Like the Titan spider, it shimmers with icy cold light and looks at Paluchia, as if looking at Paluchia. Food. It opened its mouth and took a breath, and the offspring spiders that had just been scattered by Paluchia all fell into its mouth, and then in its original white and cold body, in addition to the spider silk, there was a trace of blood. The Titan mother spider was ready, not holding her hand, she opened her mouth fiercely, and together with the ice giant dragon, spit out a terrifyingly powerful icy leaf breath. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 211_Deoxys Crystal Nucleus, second update. Where the cold ice leaves breathed past, together with the void, white shards appeared together. Looking at the double icy leaf breath that came from the blast, Paluchia's dragon soul turned in a void. Then condensed dry Paluchia's arms. Crack! Paluchia's arms slid gently, and the space that had just frozen was torn open like thin paper. A pitch-black crack in the subspace like a black cavity appeared out of thin air, and the ferocious double freezing breath was completely destroyed. Poured into it. All the leaves were exhausted, Paluchia's melon seeds swiped into the void, the black cavity cracked, but disappeared strangely, and in a flash, Paluchia's eyes pointed a finger at the Titan mother spider with a playful melon tip. The Titan mother spider was still stunned. Her own profound meaning almost shook the sky and the earth, and the blow of changing the terrain was resolved in such an understatement. Just thinking about this, I found that the surprise was not over yet. Above the head of the Titan spider, with Paluchia's shout, it suddenly set off violent fluctuations. The space reappeared this week. Woohoo! Just now, the leaves of the ice dragon and the Titan mother spider were not at all like a waterfall pouring down from the top of the Titan mother spider's head. The Titan spider and the frost dragon widened their eyes in astonishment. Then, there was a burst of misery. Taking advantage of the weakness of the two, Paluchia seized the opportunity, turned her palm into a blade, and slashed towards the two with the momentum of opening the sky and the earth. Space distorted sharply, and there were countless sounds of glass shattering. The ice giant dragon was the first to surround the Titan spider. Its huge body, in response, was broken into 4 or 5 sections, and then engulfed like a void. Only one dragon head is left to play in Paluchia's hands. Didn't matter much, as if he was tired of playing, he crushed the faucet and turned it into a crystal. The Titan mother spider's blood vessels expanded on the spot, and blood spurted out. This ice giant dragon is something summoned by its natal energy, and its concept is similar to that of a human being summoned a Pokemon. Ferocious beasts that come into contact with the 6-star barrier will undergo huge changes in nature. One of the most obvious points is that a part of the body will be transformed into a very similar appearance to humans. Then, it will be able to grasp a profound meaning of life, and call out the beasts associated with life. Although this Titan spider touched the 6-star barrier, it was worthy of summoning the beasts associated with its life. Of course, this kind of strength is not worth mentioning in front of Paluchia. Chi. With the blood gushing out of her mouth, the aura of the Titan mother spider is also tyrannical. Bang bang. The soles of the spider legs turned back several steps on the ground before gradually stabilizing, and the body of the upper body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The people present, Sulan Zonko looked horrified, and the 6-star beast was a quasi-6-star beast. When I saw the aura, I knew that it existed in seconds. I didn't expect it to be so unbearable under Captain Lin Cheng's Pokemon. This kind of strength, even the governor of Shangguan, may not have. Captain Lin Cheng, this Pokemon is definitely more than 5 stars. Sulan's eyes flickered, and his mind was full of thoughts. Some words came to his mouth, but it was couldn't even say a word, and when he looked at the situation next to Zonko, he also opened his mouth wide, thinking about it, it was almost the same situation. Don't let him escape. The Titan mother spider, whose momentum has been greatly reduced, has already escaped from Lin Cheng's mind and reminded Paluchia. Paluchia also responded quickly. Slap the earth with your hand, the power of the dragon soul, together with the earth power skill effect. Boom. Where the 9 dragons converged, surrounding the Titan mother spider. Seeing that the escape route was blocked, the Titan mother spider's face also slammed to the side. Her fierce color was undoubtedly full, and several spider legs were stabbed frantically, and each strike was powerful enough to shatter the mountains and the ground. The Titan spider has Titan genes in its blood, and its physical attack ability is more powerful than special attacks. But this rock pillar was mixed with the power of the dragon soul, as if it had been given life, flexibly avoiding the attack of the Titan mother spider, and then, each rock dragon was wrapped around a spider leg of the Titan mother spider, make it immobile. Paluchia finally gave a heavy blow. One move arch and slashed on the giant belly of the Titan spider. Suddenly a shrill roar resounded through the snow-capped mountains. Alas, in the end, I was still run away. Lin Cheng sighed lightly. After the Titan mother spider's belly was blasted, it was a splatter of internal organs. Lin Cheng and Paluchia thought that this ghost was dead. But who knows, after the belly was burst, a group of small The offspring spiders. These offspring spiders devoured the remaining remains of the Titan mother spider with lightning speed, and then quickly separated and fled. Using the Eye of Information, Lin Cheng discovered that each of these offspring spiders, after devouring the flesh and blood of the Titan spider, brought a trace of the Titan spider's natal energy response. Lin Cheng instantly understood that this should be an escape method, rather than cannibalism. Even if Paluchia blocks the space, it is impossible to keep all the offspring spiders for a while. Some important materials, as well as the things that Lin Cheng discovered in the belly of the Titan mother spider before, were all captured. He stopped. Lin Cheng was playing with a piece of dark green, like a gem. I still remember that when Paluchia intercepted this thing just now, all the air spiders were stunned and then looked back at Lin Cheng. Although he had a spider face, Lin Cheng was still at that time. I really felt that those spider faces seemed to have expressions with resentment, and Sensen looked at Lin Cheng. However, he soon learned that this thing could not be taken back, so he could only grit his teeth and continue to flee. Lin Cheng's mouth rose, and he just got this piece of stuff, and this time he was already making a lot of money. The name of this thing is called Deoxys Energy Crystal Core. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 212_5-star Paluchia. Open black lens bracket. Third update. Close black lens bracket. Paluchia smashes the 6-star beast and the Titan spider, gaining experience points of 999,999. Paluchia has been upgraded to level 41. Paluchia masters the power of evolution. The host's comprehensive physique has risen. Lin Cheng's physique, 44. Lifespan, 325. Exclusive skills: Eye of Information, Intermediate Flame Pull, Erosion. The Natal Spirit Paluchia. Gengar, Iron Armored Tyrannosaurus, Electric Beast, Burning Insect, Flying Mantis. Paluchia was bathed in a halo at this time, and Lin Cheng also felt his body float. Both physique and life expectancy have greatly improved. 44 physique is more than 4 times that of ordinary people. This is not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 + 1. Every 10 points of physique is a qualitative leap. 483 inches 20 physique, in the eyes of ordinary people, is the elite of 100 and 100, and the 2 special forces are comparable to a brigade. Such people are released to the 3 kingdoms, such as Lu Biyu, Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, etc. Exist. People with a physique of the 30th of may not be able to fly over the eaves and walk the walls. With a physique of 40, judging from the current overall situation of human beings, only those star-level powerhouses, _ceiling bosses, can reach the level. Although that kind of people can't do things like cultivating immortals in fantasy novels, but exist. In the eyes of ordinary people, she is definitely a land fairy. The body point, just like Lin Cheng before, can directly face the beast. Under the estimation, Lin Cheng feels that even without the power of erosion, he can easily kill the 2-star beast with his bare hands. About 100 per second, about half the speed of sound. Of course, these are not the key. Even if Lin Cheng's physical fitness is against the sky, his main fighting power still depends on Pokemon, and now Paluchia. Quote ? The power of evolution. Lin Cheng was ignorant of a piece of news that the Eye of Information had observed. Paluchia is not mature yet. This Lin Cheng knows. Bai Yi, the mature Paluchia, in terms of volume, will definitely not be as petite as it is now. But, power of evolution, what's going on? Lin Cheng has always believed that Paluchia should evolve by herself when she reaches a certain level. Bai Yi, the last time he evolved from a juvenile form to a growth form, that is, his current appearance, also changed when he was at Samsung. Moonlight focal length dry Paluchia's newly acquired skills above. The power of evolution, the power of space has no boundaries. White jade orb current integrity, 34. Evolution time every 24 hours, 34 minutes. Sheng. That is to say Paluchia can be evolved now. Or in manual form. Although I don't know if Paluchia's next evolutionary form will be familiar to me, but at least in front of Su Lan and others, it is impossible to test. After getting rid of the Titan spider, the three of Lin Cheng soon joined the other two members in the hat house. At the same time, it was a blessing in disguise. After driving away the Titan snow spider, Lin Cheng and the others discovered that on this unknown snow mountain, there are many mineral elements that are currently scarce for human beings, as well as some rare medicinal materials. Don't worry about the follow-up work, how to collect the base, how to allocate resources, etc. Lin Cheng and others, just reporting the route alone is a great achievement. Everyone is a little selfish. After meeting the requirements enough to report the above, everyone, under the leadership of Lin Cheng, first stuffed their pockets into their hearts. The great tide lasted for 2 full days. Lin Cheng and others also stayed on the mountain for 2 days, until they found out that the great tide had faded at the foot of the mountain, and they were thinking about how to go back. After the great tide, the beasts were not common. After Lin Cheng and others went down the mountain, they went back to the Jinling base, but there were no major accidents. Occasionally, 1 or 2 low-star beasts that killed were harassed by Su Lan and others. People are shot to death instantly. There is no need for Lin Cheng to take action. During this time, with Lin Cheng as the backing, a few people completely let go. Even if they encountered a 5-star beast, they dared to step forward. The solution is to eat beast meat. 5-star fierce beast meat. This level of fierce beast meat, let alone the 4-star advanced team, even if the city-level base city owner, cannot eat it every day. During this period of time, Li Lang and the others were really struggling. Not only them, but their elves had also gained a lot of weight. The injuries they had suffered in the previous battle with Ling Wei and the others were much better. Bright. They found out that going out with Lin Cheng, this is a kind of advance exploration to go out for a trip. In the laughter, everyone soon returned to Jinling City. Eye-catching, but bleak. Natural disasters such as the Great Tide are sometimes more difficult to prepare for than the Beast Tide. Even the defense system of Jinling Base had not been completely defended. In the outermost residential area of Jinling City, a large number of displaced ordinary people gathered at this time. Exhausted and anxious appearance of the victims who went to their residence overnight, Xiaoli also felt a little uncomfortable when compared to Su Lan and the others who had returned from a feast of beast meat for several days in a row. What is there to be ashamed of? I'm waiting to go out this time, isn't it, to make people's lives better? And, we have also harvested the most important land resources at present, right? At the critical moment, Lin Cheng smiled and pointed out the crowd. One sentence, the light bulb on the head also instantly lit up when several people got out of their hearts. Yes, haven't they found a good place to live this time? Nameless Snow Mountain, there are no quasi-6-star beasts now, and it has become a land without owners. There are snow and springs on the mountains, and there is no shortage of living materials. 5-star beasts, and then control some low-star beasts. Then, it is a natural base that can resist both natural disasters and beasts. Okay, how do I report to the above? I think you should be clear. On my side, I will go back first. After Lin Cheng said, he walked straight to his home. If Lin Cheng was so unorganized and undisciplined before departure, Su Lan and the others would have to report Lin Cheng's misdeeds before leaving without reporting the results of the mission. But now, when they learned about Lin Cheng's strength, they felt that the team. What Chong does is right. What's wrong with not reporting the task? The strong should have the temper of the strong. Isn't it still them who do miscellaneous things? The captain has finished, so how can they still have a chance to perform? Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh. Find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click Exit Free Reading Mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 213_Deoxys Crystal Nucleus Mutation. Open black lens bracket fourth more close black lens bracket. Lin Cheng was in a hurry to go home. When he came, he was naturally worried about his parents. In this world, except that the world was different, his mother's appearance, as well as his caring and worrying character, were exactly the same as in his previous life. Lin Cheng brought it in without the slightest disobedience. It can even be said that the group of people he cares about most in this world are his parents. Fortunately, back home, the two old men are all well. Rotom was at home, and the moment he noticed the gray tide invaded the base, he immediately opened the protective net. And other Pokemon only unfolded their own means. For example, the Key Ring will use the Guard skill and the Bronze Mirror Monster will use the Iron Wall skill. Glow and act as a lampstand when the city is invaded by the gray tide. Meng Yuan is even more able to insert the nervous nerves of the second old man. And Rotom is a qualified butler. Not only did he protect the second old man from any harm, but even the flowers and plants in the villa were not damaged at all. The entire area of the 26 villas was like an invincible fortress. Rotom can transform into various defensive forms with just one thought. Lin Cheng returned home. Rotom said immediately, "You, welcome, young master." "I'm back in Rotom." Lin Cheng smiled and gave the affirmative person to Rotom's work. With this case, I believe that he will be a lot more relieved when he goes out in the future. When Lin's father and Lin's mother saw that Lin Cheng had returned safely, he was naturally very happy. After that, Lin Cheng returned to the room alone. When there was finally no one around, the corner of Lin Cheng's mouth slowly rose. It's finally time to check on his most anticipated loot this time. Open black lens bracket Deoxys Energy Crystal Core. Close black lens bracket. This thing, according to Lin Cheng's observation, is simply the chest of DN Pokemon Deoxys, the source of the most energy center. Deoxys is a kind of Pokemon that looks very much like an alien, and its whole body has three colors, blue, green and red. Under normal circumstances, both the body and the arms feel very slender, as if they are composed of lines. At the same time, the center of its appearance is very similar to the well-known 78 light giants. It acts as the center of energy, no matter how the body is destroyed. As long as there is an energy gem in the center, Ochisis can recover to the original look. And now Lin Cheng has obtained one of his central gems, the meaning of which, in simple terms, is to obtain a push beast. Moreover, as long as this quasi-divine beast is used properly, it will not be much less fanciful than Paluchia. The reason is because of the nature of the characteristics of Deoxys, which is a mutation of the cosmic virus DNA. Using the incredible energy of the main universe, Deoxys can easily change his form. According to what Lin Cheng knew, Deoxys had 4 forms. They are normal, attack, defense and speed. Every time it changes into a form, it can exert the power of that form to the extreme. Example, in the attack form, its double attack will instantly explode and strengthen to a level that is stronger than the mature form of Paluchia. In the anime, after the attack form of Vouchsis, its instant explosive power is stronger than that of the Sky King. The seat is strong and its defensive type is even more resistant to cracking and emptying. Several lines of destruction and death light have a wide range, and it can cover the entire city. At the same time, there is also the ability to separate phantom clones and so on. The battle in the theatrical version was the ancient overlord of the cracking space, and the Pokemon with one of the strongest racial values today can be called a battle of black history. The overlord of the sky was crushed by the whole process, if not the final plot needs to make the too heavy. A good job. What would it be like to lose face if you don't know what to do with the empty seat? Having said so much, I only want to express one thing, that is, Deoxys is an absolutely awesome Pokemon. Lin Cheng suddenly got it. How could he not be overjoyed? However, this joy quickly turned into a dilemma. Who was originally transformed into a gem, was restored to its peak because of the long-term charging of electromagnetic waves in the technological city. And Lin Cheng is obviously unable to meet this requirement. He doesn't even know what the composition of the energy is. If a 100,000 volts is randomly fired, it is very likely that this hard-to-obtain Deoxys crystal nucleus will be directly shattered. Don't doubt that although Deoxys is very strong, it's turned into a stone state, it is as brittle as it is really brittle. Therefore, he had to put 193 hopes on his all-powerful Eye of Information. However, the Eye of Information, which has always been unfavorable, this time, it is UG. According to the above tips, it actually said, as long as you find the corresponding energy source. The gods correspond to the energy source. Does that mean, can't Lin Cheng find another core? Lin Cheng's head hurt suddenly, but at this moment, an accident happened. His right arm, which possesses the power of erosion, suddenly unleashed the erosion skill of his own accord. Lin Cheng was taken aback. At this time, when the power of erosion touches the core of Deoxys, there may be some uncontrollable events. He immediately wanted to control it, but he soon discovered that the initiative to use the erosion skill was not himself, but Deoxys. It is it that actively guides the erosive power of Lin Cheng and pours the energy in its core. When Lin Cheng found out about this situation, he was shocked at first, and then, another even more unexpected thing happened. That piece of Deoxys crystal core, which was originally an independent individual, turned out to be faint, as if drowning in water, immersed in Lin Cheng's body. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 214 I became Deoxys. Open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. Don't be surprised, it's a lie. Lin Cheng suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Whether it's in the anime or various Pokemon comics, extras, and games, there's nothing to say. The crystals of this generation of Deoxys will also drill into the human body. Therefore, Lin Cheng's wealth of knowledge also couldn't help him in any way. He stayed in place for a moment, and suddenly a consciousness came to his mind. The way this consciousness transmits information is not communication in any language, not even some brain-wave superpower. Enthroned Buddha is the meaning of this message, and it just popped out of nowhere. Probably express. Is it hungry? Wants something to eat? Then, Lin Cheng felt a sense of powerlessness in his right arm, the eroding energy of his right arm. Shu was absorbed most of the time. Lin Cheng frowned, and sent a message to the consciousness in his mind, "Are you Deoxys?" The vague consciousness readily admitted it. Lin Cheng then asked the purpose of it entering his body. Another cloud of vague consciousness came, just 2 words, Chaffin. Lin Cheng. It's very good to dare to be a canteen. Then, according to the speculation just now, the power of erosion is the energy source of Deoxys. This can hardly be explained. According to Lin Cheng's memory, Deoxys itself is something similar to a cosmic virus. Using erosion as a nutrient, also said in the past. Just when Lin Cheng had some ideas for himself to become a free canteen, another message came from his consciousness. As compensation, I let you use my power. Lin Cheng didn't understand what this meant. He felt a burst of heat in his chest. He hurriedly opened his clothes, and the crystal nucleus of Deoxys appeared on his chest. This is. Lin Cheng's brows trembled, his palm lightly touched the glowing spot on his chest, and then the glow suddenly increased. Lin Cheng was in a trance for a while, and then he felt that he was surrounded by light. Eyes, my vision suddenly opened a lot. You feel taller. Your body is lighter. Lin Cheng found that the ghost who had been following in his shadow was looking at him with stunned moonlight. At the same time, Paluchia also stuck out his head from the void, with the expression on his face that he knew Lin Cheng for the first time. "What's wrong with you guys?" Lin Cheng wanted to talk like this, but he found that when he opened his mouth, all the sounds were buzzing. Perhaps because of the connection with her own life, Paluchia understood what Lin Cheng meant, and pointed at Lin Cheng with an inexplicable expression. "Mean, let him see himself." Lin Cheng subconsciously also found something wrong. As he slowly raised his arm, he was suddenly stunned. "My own arm. It turned into a tentacle. God, tentacle monsters or something, don't they only exist in small books? What about myself today? Wait, these tentacles are somewhat familiar, right?" Lin Cheng was thoughtful, curious about his current appearance. Seemed like a subconscious move, and the middle of Lin Cheng's face reflected a magical light, and the emitted light formed a mirror-like effect in an instant. Lin Cheng can see what he looks like now. With a helpless smile, Lin Cheng didn't know whether to be happy or distressed. Himself, turned into Deoxys. In the shooting mirror, Lin Cheng found that no matter what action he made, Deoxys' body would also react the same way. After several attempts, Lin Cheng finally accepted his fate. "How? This is my gift in return." Just as Lin Cheng smiled bitterly, Deoxys' consciousness reverberated in his mind. Lin Cheng rolled his eyes and said weakly, "Thank you so much." "No, thanks." It was really rude. As a traveler, Lin Cheng's ability to accept is still very strong, and he quickly accepted the fact that he could become Deoxys. Although people become Pokemon, it's still a bit awkward, but it's not necessarily a killer. At the same time, Lin Cheng also discovered that even if he became Deoxys, all the special abilities he had when he was a human could still be used. In other words, becoming Deoxys was an ability in itself. Forest City, exclusive skill. Deoxykization. Deoxys transforms into Deoxys according to the eroded energy in the body, and can temporarily use all the abilities of Deoxys in the state of Deoxys. Open black lens bracket Deoxys Lin Cheng. Level 21, 3 stars. Qualification: Divine Beast. Attribute: Superpower. Characteristic: Oppression. Ability: Morphological change. Duration of Deoxys incarnation. According to the erosive energy in the host, there are currently 9 minutes and 16 seconds remaining. Skills: Staring, Tightening, Shadow of the Night, Teleportation, Clap Carry, Clap Down, Spiritual Strong Mind. Lin Cheng soon discovered that the state of Deoxys that he incarnated into was actually one that could be easily switched, that is to say, he could transform freely according to his own will. The strength of Deoxys is also very gratifying. After Paluchia, Lin Cheng finally has the second trump card of Divine Beast qualifications. After switching several transformation attempts in a row, Lin Cheng is satisfied, is it okay, and he can only say that this wave is not a loss. By the way, Deoxys, why did you appear in the body of the Titan Mother Spider? When he had nothing to do, he chatted with Deoxys in his body. I don't know. At the beginning of consciousness, I was in meteorite and then came to Earth. To sum up, Deoxys' memory is very messy. It just came to the Earth unconsciously. In this world, the oxygen layer does not have such natural enemies as the rift, so it was easy to fall into the Earth, but it was unfortunate. Before its body was formed, it was swallowed up by the Titan Spider and its meteorite. The Titan Mother Spider tried to digest Deoxys in a long-term sleep, but after all, divine beasts are divine beasts and their vitality is very tenacious. Amplitude cut. Weak but still stubborn, and then met Lin Cheng. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 215 _ What are they afraid of? Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Beep beep. Emergency announcement. Emergency announcement. The reason for the attack of the fierce beast tide in the north is suspected to be that the gray tide has just passed and food is scarce. Assessing the level of the beast tide, 4th and above. A burst of warning notices suddenly came to mind over the Jinling base. All the residents in Jinling City, after hearing the news, all looked a little uneasy and panicked. In normal times, the Jinling base would be able to easily deal with the tide of 4-star beasts. After all, it is a large provincial base. However, just after the gray tide, most of the bases in Jiping are being reorganized. Many residential areas outside the base have not been rebuilt, and the protective cover of the base has consumed serious energy. Some powerful trainers have also were sent out to look for resources. Even the governor, Shengguan Luan, received special information a while ago, saying that they had discovered a resource-heavy place, the snow mountain they discovered in Lincheng, and hurriedly went out with a few members of the advance team. Currently guarding the base, there is only an elderly 5-star trainer. Dong is Mr. Li. Fortunately, there are still quite a lot of 4-star trainers. Under such circumstances, the foundation of the Jinling base is naturally fine, but in the periphery, the ordinary residents of Jinling who do not have housing at present may not be able to this. So optimistic. Death is absolutely impossible, but it is unavoidable to be endangered by the aftermath of the battle, resulting in casualties. Even though the age and his Pokemon, Old Man Long, have passed the best fighting age, Mr. Dong Haoli is still on the front line. Everyone. The present when the governor of Shengguan is not here is the time when we wait for the trainers to dedicate to the country and the homeland. Don't be afraid to kill the enemy with the old man. Dongli rode on the old man dragon, like a tornado, pushing Kulasho into the tide of beasts. The old man dragon is usually a very docile and kind Pokemon, but when the master appoints it, he will transform from a leisurely appearance to a warrior of the dragon clan. Its Dragon Fury, Dragon Breath, skills continue to roar past, marking the banner of the pioneers for the trainers on the battlefield. With Dongli as the pioneer, the pressure on the other 4-star trainers has been greatly reduced. For a time, CDB, the battle situation was in a state of stalemate. Although there were many dangers near the city wall, there was no aftermath to hurt the city. However, as time moved, or in other words, the beasts were also starving and dizzy, and they adopted the kamikaze, suicide fighting method. Countless 4-star beasts actually blew up the crystal cores in their bodies. Abruptly on the city wall, blasting holes one by one. Trainers looked at it, and the ordinary residents in the city walls fled in fear. Quickly send a shield engineer over to fix it. Dong Haoli ordered loudly. This, Master Dong. The city wall on the east and south side of Jinling was also damaged 3 years ago. The engineers have already started to act, but it was too late to rush over. Dong Haoli's face turned black when he heard the words. Now the protective cover has passed through the gray tide, leaving a lot of dark wounds that have not been repaired in time. These beasts really picked the time. But since things have happened, it's too late to regret. The troops of the first class and the second class will go to the east to defend, protect the third class of engineers, and the fourth class will go to the south to defend. Dongli Da Mao Yiwei ordered. Yes, Master Dong, the troops have been transferred away. Who is here to defend? A team asked with concern. Don't underestimate the old guy. Here, there is an old man. While speaking, Dong Shili summoned another Pokemon. It's a dumb hippo. And the star is also high enough to have a 4-star high level. Seeing Dong Shili's awe-inspiring aura, the team leader was also awe-inspiring, and then hurried to the other 2 directions. However, when he brought the team to the east, he was dumbfounded. Ah, what about the beast? I saw that there were only a group of engineers repairing the protective cover here, but none of the beasts outside the city wall were seen. And the only thing I saw was that not far from the city wall, only the size of a young man was seen. Dinosaur. A bipedal Pokemon. This elf seems to be the elf of the students of Galaxy Academy, the champion of the last 100-court elf conference. Some people's memory has emerged information about Paluchia. What? The elves of the students of Galaxy College. The team leader was stunned. In his opinion, the champion among the Ivory Tower students at the 100 Courts Conference, although the elf star level will be quite high, but it will only be around the 4-star high rank. What use can this elf be in a war? Isn't this nonsense? During the war, he made his elf so frontline. He thought his elf was a 5-star. In case the tide of 4-star beasts attacked, where is the master? Hurry up and let him bring his elf back. That's squad. Chong is very upset that some students treat the war as such a child's play. Quote. The member of his team said embarrassedly, "Captain, this elf should be a 5-star, because at the beginning, the opponent of this elf master in the final was the direct son of the Ling family of Hushi Tianzhao, and his strength was quasi 5-star. Oh, the team leader was a little surprised when he heard that the elf was 5-star. Afterwards, his team members handed him a pair of binoculars with a strange expression. And, Captain, the beast has already attacked, but the distance is a little delicate. What? The beasts have already attacked? Although he was curious as to why his team members' expressions were strange, the team leader quickly took the binoculars. It looked startled at first. That ferocious beast tide is really terrifying, densely packed with 4-star beasts. There are hundreds of them, and in the center of the beast tide, there is another fierce beast that is supported to the center, looking at the gas. Hiss, is it a 5-star beast? The team leader's face turned pale, and he just wanted to order rescue, but in the next moment, he also felt something. The expressions of these beasts feel so unnatural. Every ferocious beast looks terrified. Can they look like they are about to attack? Instead, they feel scared. What are they afraid of? The captain couldn't help but be suspicious. Out of curiosity, I followed the fear of the beasts and looked at the light. As a result, my gaze fell on Paluchia. Are they afraid? Won't it? Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 216 _ The Skills of Deoxys, 3rd update. The squad leader looked at Paluchia and then at the terrifying tide of beasts, and was astonished. Naturally, it is surprising that there are 5-star beasts in this 4th-level fierce beast tide, and even with such a lineup, why does the beast tide dare not attack? Judging from the current situation, the team leader has only one hypothesis, which is still a very far-fetched hypothesis. Are these beasts afraid of this little Pokemon? Shaking his head, the team leader put this unrealistic idea out of his mind. No matter what, as long as these beasts don't attack, it's a good thing for them. Leave the troops of the 2nd class to continue to station, and the station team will be notified as soon as possible if the situation occurs one day. The others follow me to support the southern team. The team leader is also a decisive person. Since there is no danger here for the time being, he immediately thought of going to other directions for defense. Came to the south of the base, he found that the people in the 3rd and 4th classes were also standing on the city wall at this time, and their expressions were the same as that of him just now. What happened here again? Although the word, "you," said by the team leader of the 1st and 2nd classes was very intriguing, the team leaders of the 3rd and 4th classes didn't have time to care at this time, and just stared blankly at the former and pointed into the distance. Look in the direction of your fingertips. The 2nd class captain was stunned again. Although the scene in front of him was not as eerie as the atmosphere outside the East City Wall, the shock level was not weaker than the former. I saw an unheard of, strange humanoid life form, charging and slaughtering into the vast tide of beasts. In the terrifying moonlight of countless people, its body was as fast as a gust of wind, turned into a powerful blade, and immediately shuttled into the tide of beasts. As long as the countless fierce beasts touch this Pokemon, they will be cut into pieces in an instant, and even the screams are too late to make. Shish. The whole elf was like a killing machine. It entered and exited the tide of beasts. It was an enemy without a single unit. The remnants of the beasts covered the city wall outside the south. On, those training. Home is also trembling. What kind of monster is this unknown figure pour? Ellipsis. Swept away the fierce beasts outside the southern city wall was naturally the forest city incarnate as Deoxys. Qualified as a divine beast. Just like Paluchia, it is not difficult for them to fight with 2 stars. At this time, Deoxys, who is Lin Cheng's incarnation, has a 4-star rating. That is, in theory, is not impossible to compete with the 6-star beasts. At this time, Lin Cheng was bathed in the feast of the blood of the beasts. The more he killed, the more sour he became. The invasion could not only devour the energy of viruses such as gray tides, but the blood of the beasts was also his favorite. Perhaps, in a broad sense, the beast's blood is also a kind of dry virus. If the people who are paying attention are more careful, it is not difficult to find that every time Lin Cheng kills a beast, he will use his long. As the quantity increased, the taste of Lin Cheng also began to be picky. Every time he only sucked a few blood essences from the beast's heart, and plundered a few 4-star beast crystal nuclei in a targeted manner. At the same time, Lin Cheng also discovered that the way of leveling up Deoxys is different from that of his other Pokemon. Gengar and Paluchia rely on the experience of killing or defeating beasts to level up. Deoxys, on the other hand, relies on the blood of beasts to level up. The higher the star rating of the beast, or the special blood of the beast, can make it higher. In just a few dozen minutes, the level of Deoxys has been upgraded 2 levels in a row. Deoxys has been upgraded to level 33. Quote. Deoxys skill Spiritual Blade. This skill is the move Lin Cheng used to kill the beast just now. At that time, Lin Cheng was thinking of Deoxys in speed form. After accelerating, its shape is like a sharp sword. The 2 touches only need to be slightly deformed, and they should be able to do some damage. Then I realized that Spiritual Blade move. Spiritual Blade superpower physical damage skills. The power can be regarded as an extremely sharp move among the intermediate skills, and it is also one of the few physical strike skills among the superpower attributes. But these are not the key, according to reason. It is impossible for Deoxys to learn this skill. As an alien species and the particularity of eudemons, Deoxys cannot breed and lay eggs in the game, resulting in the scope of his skill learning. In addition to his own understanding, he can only learn and master it in the professor and the skill machine. The key point is that no matter what path, Deoxys can't touch the spiritual blade. At this time, Lin Cheng had mastered that. In this situation, Lin Cheng concluded that there were 3 reasons. This deity Deoxys is gifted and intelligent. 2. Different worlds cannot be inferred by common sense. Because Deoxys possessed himself and fucked himself, the main reason was his own. If it is the first 2 reasons, naturally, I will not worry too much. If it is the last reason, because of myself, then, it does not mean that if I understand to some extent, or think I can use the skills, can it be released with the help of Deoxys' body? If it is true, the real 9 of Deoxys will be raised to some terrible level. Skill. It is always the key to the most decisive strength in Pokemon. Its meaning is equivalent to various martial arts and tricks in fantasy novels. Powerful skills, but also have the ability to destroy the world. Z-move, super giant move, that set the power to explode on the table. As far as the most traditional exclusive skills of the various divine beasts are concerned, it is staggering. For example, the exclusive move of Deoxys, Spiritual Rush. Paluchia's exclusive move, Arch and Slash. There is also a well-known Cheomung exclusive skill, Spirit Break. The exclusive skill of the Split Seat, the Finishing Touch. Wait. If Deoxys can master more than 2 exclusive skills in the future, Lin Cheng thought about it, and his heart was shaking. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 217 Where is the sacred fourth more? That was soaked in the blood of the beasts on the battlefield. Jinling's trainers are blue and white. Where did this come from? There is also a 5-star beast to the south, which is a beast with the appearance of a land turtle. Its body is 100 zhang long, and from a distance, the high turtle back looks like a small mountain. An ordinary attack can't cause any damage at all. However, in the hands of the humanoid lifeform, it was like a child, without the slightest resistance, and within a few rounds, his limbs were controlled by powerful superpowers, and his huge body was directly turned upside down. In its shrill screams, the tortoise shell made an overwhelmed cracking sound. In the end, it was completely smashed, organs and blood spurted. Deokixis stepped on the head of the dead 5-star beast with one foot, enjoying the blood of the essence from the 5-star beast. Deoxys killed the eagle-billed dry land turtle. Open black lens bracket obtained the material dryland turtle shell 3, _mouth dryland turtle crystal core 1 close black lens bracket. Where the hell did this monster come from? The captain of class 3 and 4 asked with his mouth wide open and a dull expression on his face. I don't know, but the other party only killed the beasts and didn't have any covetousness on the base. Maybe it's a fortune in misfortune, the leader of the first and second classes replied with a cold sweat on his forehead. By the way, why did you come here? Don't you go to defend the east side? The captain of the third and fourth squads reacted and asked his colleague. The captain of class 1 and 2 scratched his head and sighed, there seems to be an incredible child guarding there. The captain of the third and fourth squads put on a puzzled look. The captain of the second class explained the matter in general. The captain of class 3 and 4 touched his chin and said after a while, you said. In our base, apart from Mr. Dongli, it seems that only the mysterious young man from Galaxy Academy is a 5-star powerhouse. You said that the one guarding in the east is his elf, so the one in the south. Will it also belong to him? How could it be possible? The captain of class 1 and 2 couldn't believe it at first, but after denying it, he couldn't be sure. That's right. Finally, he clapped his hands and said, let's just invite that young man over and we'll know. His Pokemon is to the east, so people shouldn't be too far away. The result is predictable. Even if the city guards turn over Jinling City, it is impossible to find Lin City's people. Just when the two captains were curious but couldn't find anyone, new news came from the front line. In the east, there are 5-star beasts in the northern front line guarded by the old gentleman. The east is because the old gentleman is physically weak, and the defense line is on the verge of collapse. Please all guard the units and go to support as soon as possible. When the two captains heard it, they quickly put down the job search and headed north. Ellipsis. And when they arrived, Chiyu fell into a brief silence. Said that the physical strength is exhausted and the defense line collapses. What is the situation? I saw the old Mr. Dongli at this time, although his face was gray and half of his beard was burned, but he was holding a teapot, sitting on the city wall, and squinting with a comfortable look after the war. The battlefield, again, has been cleaned up. Heard now, shouldn't it be all their imagination? Seeing the two squad leaders rushing over, Dong Haoli greeted with a smile, oh, you guys came over, it looks like that young man really didn't lie to old age. The two squad leaders feel like hell today, the battle will end wherever they arrive. Bewildered, he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Dong Lao, what exactly is this? Dongli smiled and said, it's over for the blessing of that boy. Two captains. So, what kind of sacredness is that young man? 3 5-star beasts appeared in this wave of fierce beasts. Originally, it was definitely a disaster for the entire Jiangnan province base. Yet very dramatic. The nature of zero injuries is extensive, and because the Jinling base, the first front, blocked all the ferocious beast hides, and even all the small bases under the jurisdiction of Qianjiangnan province were not affected much. Outside the nickname, it was an accident that the tide of beasts was safely repelled. The casualties are absolutely right, it's zero injuries. What's the situation? Didn't the governor Shengguan go out? As a result, I thought a lot of people would die. Who guards the base? Mr. Dongli. No, I heard, it's a juvenile 5-star trainer. Quote ? Wait, why don't you wait? Isn't it the same person who has such a talented young man in the base under its jurisdiction? I don't know, I heard that the protector of the city went to look for it later, but apart from his parents, the master didn't see it. What kind of parents are Tian, who can raise such excellent Tianzhao? If the invincible appearance is really the same boy as I said earlier, then if you put this record on one person, it is estimated that he can be included in the candidate list of the Federation's Heavenly King. Ellipsis. For a time, the people of Jinling base were talking about it. As for the master, at this time, he was called to the Jinling base governor's office. Shengguan Luan looked at the young man in front of him, although there was a look of surprise and incomprehension in his eyes, but his pretty face still showed an official stance. I didn't expect that not long after I went out this time, you gave me another surprise. Shengguan Luan said softly. Lin Cheng touched his chin, and said indifferently, as soon as I do it, my parents are here too. Shengguan Luan pressed her lower cherry lips. In fact, she wanted to ask Lin Cheng how he killed 2 5-star beasts and scare away one in such a short period of time. Or, how did he get there? This 09 year. To rival the 5-star beasts and still have the strength of 3. But in the end, she still didn't ask because she knew that Lin Cheng, who had achieved so much at this age, was by no means as simple as he appeared to be, a counterattack trainer who just came out of the Shaoxiang base. Graduated genius. Maybe these two names can explain a part of Lin Cheng, but it is definitely not the whole of him. This young man has only been out of society for half a year, and he has such achievements. If there is no adventure, then talent. It's booing, and adventures are often the key to the rise of a trainer. No one will reveal the secret of their success. To be honest, you really made me feel more and more interesting. Shengguan Luan suddenly lost his momentum and smiled at Lin Cheng, her beautiful eyes flashing with strange brilliance. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 218_Can't See Through, first update. When I first met Lin Cheng, this little guy was still very immature. Although he had great courage, he was already devastated when he faced one of the 10 veteran stars. Later, he broke through and advanced to the top of the list. Trick. Form. Pulled into Galaxy Academy. Shengguan Luan is still relatively clear about what happened before this. But after coming out of Galaxy College, Lin Cheng's achievements are incredible. After arriving at the Jinling base, if Lin Cheng's deeds were spread out one by one, he would be shocked. First of all, he fought with Tianzhao Lingzhou of Hu City, and won the victory easily. Then, in the middle of the night, the city guards were alerted. The reason was that the house had turned into a monster. According to Shengguan Luan's observation, the monster after the rampage was no weaker than the 5-star. Then, in order to make up for his mistakes in name, he was actually testing Lin Cheng's strength and asked him to go to the advance team to search for resources. The result was also gratifying. The advance team he led directly discovered an unknown Shui 26 mountain. Su Lan and others did not say anything about the Titan spider, and no one believed it. After her personal investigation, Shengguan Luan found that this place is very suitable for immigrants to live in. It can be said that it is a great achievement. Little interlude, it is said that the Hushi Tianzhao, who is competing with him for the championship, seems to have an accident in the wild recently, but because of the gray tide, although the Ling family, who has few clues, gritted his teeth with hatred, he could only let it go. Intuition. Tell Guan Luan, this matter has something to do with Lin Cheng. But Shengguan Luan didn't mean to blame at all. Someone who doesn't provoke hatred is young. In the light of Lin Cheng's doubts, Shengguan Luan said with a smile, I mean, you have a lot of credit for this time. If you don't mind, I can make a province-wide announcement soon. Everyone in the Jiangnan base will be you as a hero, and at the same time, of course, you can also enjoy the corresponding glory and wealth. Interrupted after listening to half of it. Sorry, I'm not interested in these things. Governor Shengguan, if you only want to say these things, then I'll go first. After that, Lin Cheng got up. Shengguan Luan said calmly, if you are not satisfied with this reward, there is another one. You go to the Federal Central Base and the Capital Base to participate in the Heavenly King candidate competition. Hearing this, Lin Cheng stopped. The corner of Shengguan Luan's mouth revealed an unexpected expression. There are no two kinds of motivation for people to do things in this life. One is for fame and the other is for profit. You are young. Being able to be anonymous is really surprising to me, but the interests of the Tianwang candidate list should be able to make you see eyes. Although the possibility is very small, as long as you become a heavenly king, you will truly exist under one person and over tens of thousands of people in the Federation. At that time, the power of elves will naturally be able to advance by leaps and bounds, which can be said to be both fame and fortune. Receive. Lin Cheng turned his head slowly, with a surprised expression on his face. That governor, you repeat what you said before. Shengguan Luan frowned. Fame and fortune. No. What motivates people to do things in life? Neither. Participate in the Federal Heavenly King candidate competition. Also ahead. Shengguan Luan didn't know what Lin Cheng wanted to do, so he repeated the whole sentence he just said. You go to the Federal Central Base, the Capital Base, and... Just halfway through the words, Lin Cheng suddenly interrupted. That's right, Governor Shengguan, do you have a way to send me to the Capital Base? Ah, Shengguan Luan was dumbfounded, not knowing what Lin Cheng was thinking. What I just said, did you listen carefully? I told you to participate in the Heavenly King candidate contest. Lin Cheng waved his hand and said with an indifferent expression, I heard it, it's the God Horse King competition, right? I'm not interested. My request is only one, can you send me to the Capital Base, Governor? The map plate of this world is very large, several times the size of the original world. In addition to the great changes in the apocalypse, between many regions and regions, even if there are no beasts and natural disasters, it takes half a lifetime to reach them. And in March 143, even if there is no identity registration, the city guards will not be able to let people of unknown origin enter the city. The apocalyptic environment has undergone drastic changes and people of unknown origin came from the wilderness. Who knows if there is a mutated virus zombie frenzy or something. In this era, they have all experienced it. In the early stage of beasts, humans with weak constitutions were exposed to radiation disasters. Became infected, ran rampant in the human city, and set off a frenzy of loss. At that time, the federal agency took great efforts to distinguish these mutant, fierce beasts, from the remnants of human beings. That's right, later on, these zombie species and mutant species were collectively referred to as beasts. Lin Cheng's 5-star trainer title, although he can walk sideways in the Jiangnan province base, but if he leaves the province without the customs clearance documents, he will still be unable to move an inch, or even be directly expelled from the country. Therefore, when Lin Cheng heard that Shengguan Luan asked him to go to the capital base, he would have such a surprised expression, but he still remembered Luo Qingya's affairs. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder. If the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click Refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click Exit Free Reading Mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 219_Igloo, second update. Are you sure, you just want me to send you to the capital base? Shengguan Luan looked strange. Lin Cheng blinked his eyes and nodded, indicating that Shengguan Luan heard it wrong. Shengguan Governor, what you just said is for fame and fortune. It is indeed the motive of most people, but I do things just because. Lord, send me high. After speaking, Lin Cheng bowed slightly to Shengguan Luan and left. Leave Shengguan Luan silently in a daze. In the next period of time, the Jinling base was in a very lively state. Many insiders leaked the news, which led to many people knowing the news in advance. The members of the advance team found a relatively safe immigration place. If there is no problem, then they will try to emigrate. Although everyone is happy about Gingson's homeland, most people are full of expectations. Only when there is a land can there be resources, and when there are resources, people can develop people, and when there is a population, there is a chance to rise. As for Lin Cheng, this time, he was sent to do an inexplicable errand as the first batch of living experiencers. Shengguan Luan's beautiful name is a small reward for Lin Cheng, making him take it as a vacation here, and at the same time, it also gives Lin Cheng the right to choose a piece of land to be a mansion on the hillside. Although it sounds like a beautiful job, Lin Cheng always felt that Shengguan Lu had some resentment when he said this. Lin Cheng took advantage of the situation and asked himself how he was going to prepare for the Beijing base. Shengguan Luan's answer was that it would take some time before the results, and during this period, he let Lin Cheng relax and take a vacation here. The end, Shengguan Luan also added a request, hoping that Lin Cheng would protect the group of people who were traveling with them, and would not let them have an accident. After all, the living experience of this group of pioneers can directly affect the favorability of the people behind them towards the new immigrant place. Lin Cheng sighed and guessed that if he had an accident this time, Shengguan Luming would still be polite to him, but when he went to the capital base, it was estimated that he would be secretly on the schedule. Delay. No matter what, Lin Cheng still accepted the task. Next, we went to the snow mountain with these new residents. Shengguan Luan has set up corresponding guards along the way. Some of these stations also have teleporters, which can greatly reduce the distance. Less than half a day, Lin Cheng and his group arrived at their destination. After the end of the world, although the climate is changeable, most of them are acid rain and the like, which are harmful to the body. The weather with pure snowflakes like this snow-capped mountain is rare. Spot. Many experience users were excited. Some of the children brought by the experience households played snowball fights on the spot. Their knowledge of snow was just above the basic textbooks, and this was the first time they actually had contact with them. Of course, this is also the case with many adults, but there are children present, pretending to be mature adults. When the initial momentum passed, people thought about the problem of living. However, it soon came to a conclusion that when the above people considered this place as a place of immigration, they thought of a way to deal with it. Here, the most important thing is snow, so it is reasonable to do igloo. Originally, in human society, igloo is a unique building of the Eskimos living in the Arctic region. The whole is made of snow bricks of various specifications. Dig deep and move into the ground. As long as the temperature is low enough, the igloo will basically not collapse, and the lifespan can last for 2 or so times, which is enough to experience whether it is suitable for survival here. If there are residents moving in the future, special engineers will naturally be sent to design formal housing. And don't think this igloo is the real house. If carefully arranged, this will still be a warm home. Although Lin Cheng had handy props such as house hats, he still had a little understanding of how to make igloos before he set off. To be honest, he was quite interested in building an igloo by himself. At the same time, he also has a good hand in production, the electric shock beast. At the beginning, he also let the electric shock beast learn the secret power and other convenience skills. An igloo, the first process is to choose a slightly open ground, and then the ground should be slightly flat. Then, determine the specific foundation, and then use a sharp tool to quickly freeze the snow. Solid, cut into various specifications of snow bricks. At this point, Lin Cheng can also use his own young novice, the flying mantis. Speaking of the flying mantis, it is quite related to the ice attribute, and there is a skill called Frozen Blade among the mutation characteristics. With it to help cut the ice cubes, and then let the electric shock beast take charge of the fortress, and soon, the prototype of the snow barrier was built. The next step is to build it up with snow bricks in circles. With each circle, the range of snow leakage is smaller, and finally, a closed hemispherical dome is formed. With Lin Cheng at the top, he specially asked the flying mantis to cut the transparent, snow window that can refract light, so that to a certain extent, the house can be illuminated by sunlight during the day. Next, is to build the door. The door is a thing, according to the tradition of the snow people, they only need a small pit, Li Qinhao, and then they can slip in and out of the house easily, but Lin Cheng feels that it is troublesome to enter the door, so when there is a capable. Under this circumstance, Lin Cheng directly asked Electric Shock Beast to build a door shaft. Getting in and out is also much easier. The shelter is piled up, but it's not enough to sleep. If you sleep directly on the snow, and ordinary people come down overnight, they will catch a cold. So, you have to build a school bed first, and then put a large leather bag on it. Almost all of the residents who came to experience the living in this big bag used a ferocious beast skin material, which was collected from a ferocious beast called a fur beast. Although this fur beast is only a 1-star beast, its defensive power is extremely high, comparable to that of a 2-star beast. Although it has no initial defensive effect after pulling the fur from its body, it is the best choice for keeping warm. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 220_Night. It happened. Open black lens bracket, third update, close black lens bracket. Of the snow bed is also very particular. Usually, a deep pit is dug in the house, and the underground place is warmer than the ground. The work of digging the hole, Lin Cheng handed over to the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, and with a little bit of a drill bit, he could dig a pit more than 1 meter deep. Next, let the flying mantis cut out a snow bed. Lay a layer of soft branches on the snow bed, and then cover the skin of the fur beast on it and burrow directly into the skin when sleeping. Lin Cheng also dug a passage and built a stone stove. Along the passage, the smoke can be discharged smoothly. This stone stove can be used to cook things, and it can be used as a hot stove. Because it is close to the ground, there is no need to worry. High temperature will melt. Snow house. Settling down where he lived, Lin Cheng went out to see the residents. With their families and elves, and they are very enthusiastic. Lin Cheng also smiled knowingly. Lin Cheng is here just to prevent special accidents from happening, guarding the work, and naturally there are other people. And these guards happen to be the few people that Lin Cheng recognized in 460. Hey, you guys were also sent here. Lin Cheng greeted with a smile. Hearing the familiar voice, the guards who were originally on alert immediately showed a smile, and said in unison, "Captain." Lin Cheng smiled and nodded at them. These people were Su Lan, Li Lang, Zhang Ko, and Song Qingqing, who discovered this place together with Lin Cheng. Of course, there are other teams, but, unexpectedly, these 4 are still in a team. "Captain, are you here to experience life?" Song Qingqing teased Lin Cheng with a smile. "Hey, this is true in name, but the actual task is similar to yours. Lin Cheng patted his forehead and said in a very embarrassed way. If Captain Lin Cheng is here, do we all have to stand aside? Song Ching stuck out his tongue playfully. Lin Cheng pretended to be angry and nodded the little girl's head. This little girl was at least half a year older than Lin Cheng, but she acted like a little sister. Lin Cheng still had a good impression of her, of course, not referring to the love between men and women. Captain, if there is a need, please order us at any time. Su Lan, who was older, was more prudent and greedy, and seemed more respectful. After a few words with the four of them, Lin Cheng left first. He wanted to go first to see if there were any beasts around to hunt that are safe to eat and keep them in captivity. Then it will be of decisive help for the future development of bases on the snow-capped mountains. The harvest was good. Lin Cheng hunted down a few beasts that looked like robes. He also copied the nests of snow mice. Each of these snow mice is the size of an adult pig. As for meat, Lin Cheng used the Eye of Information to check that it is edible for humans. Let Paluchia use space skills to collect all the living snow mice and bring them to the guards. The way of captivity, there are experts among them, so Lin Cheng is not worried. The dead beast and Lin Cheng separated the fur and meat and shared it with the migrating residents. Of course, Lin Cheng did these things for free. The first batch of migrants who came here were people who were either rich or expensive. These people were like real estate developers in real life. Lin Cheng CGAF gave them some star beasts, and they could give the price of 3 or 4 star beasts. Thanks to these arrogant parties, Lin Cheng has made a fortune. Not too much money. He is not too much money. At this moment he still owes a loan for the house in Jinling. Nothing happened during the day, and everyone was very tired after building a house for a day. After the sun went down, they got into the snow house early and went to sleep. The family slept in a group in the snow house. The outside was icy and snowy, and the house was warm. Logically, this situation should have been a good sleep, but there was an accident. Evening, only a scream was heard. Lin Cheng immediately opened his eyes with a swoosh. In the wild, even if he slept, he would keep one eye open. The guards also heard the sound and rushed to the people who made the screams. What happened? The guards asked the parties. Living in this snow house was a pair of young ex-women, and the one who had just screamed was the woman, but it was the man who had an accident. The woman looked very frightened and said incoherently, "Save my husband, please save my husband." According to the parties, it was normal for the woman and her husband to go to bed before going to bed, but the accident happened after they fell asleep. It was the first time for a woman to go to the toilet at night because she lived in a place like this, so she didn't know what to do to get her husband to get up and think for herself, but when she called her husband, she found that she couldn't wake up. At first, he thought that the husband was exhausted during the day, so he slept to death, but gradually he discovered that even if he slept to death, he should have woken up under such shaking. After a while of shaking, the woman completely panicked. Because, although her husband's breath is normal, there is no sign of waking up. Woo! The woman put her head on the shoulders of a female guard and tugged at her. At this time, her image was in a mess, and there was a faint smell of ice on her trousers. Obviously, the scene just now shocked her. Take it easy. Guards left some people to continue patrolling the vicinity of the camp, and some people walked into the woman's igloo. He turned on the light. He found a figure on the bed. He took a closer look and determined that it was the woman's husband. Then, he shook it himself. Hey, wake up. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 221 _ The Person Who Can't Wake Up, 4th more. Clap clap. Seeing that the other party was not awake, the guard slapped the man twice, but there was still no sign of awakening. Put it under his breath, He is no different from ordinary people, he is still breathing well, and when he observes his demeanor, it is no different from falling asleep. Could it be pretending? Some guards couldn't help thinking. There's no benefit to pretending to sleep. Just as the inspectors had nothing to do, a voice suddenly came from behind. It seems that he must have encountered something in a dream. The two inspectors were startled and looked back and saw that it was actually a young man. He was about to get angry, but was stopped by another guard, Jong Ko-yin. "Captain Lin, why are you here? It's been hard work for you tonight." "I heard the movement, so I came to have a look." Lin Cheng replied calmly. The rest of the guards heard Jong Ko call Lin Cheng the captain. Their tone was still so respectful, their expressions changed instantly, and they secretly asked, "Is this young man a big man sent from above?" Thinking like this, I naturally relaxed my guard against Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng took a step forward, and there was an imperceptible streamer data flashing in his eyes. Fang Johnline. Status. _nightmare. Reason. Nightmare taper. Close black lens bracket. Eat dreams. Lin Cheng was stunned in his previous life. A tapir is a real creature. It is shaped like a pig and has a short nose that can be retracted like an elephant. It is good at swimming and diving, and is herbivorous. According to rumors, Bai Jui, a famous poet in the Middle Ages, had headaches, sleep, and dreams, and most of them were nightmares, so he asked a craftsman to paint the pattern on the screen, because he sleeps the plague, and draws its shape to ward off evil spirits. Sure enough, after that, all the problems with the head and nightmares have disappeared, so the rumors here have spread. Even modern alliances have records. However, in the legend, it is a kind of divine beast that cannibalize nightmares, but in this era of beasts rampant, the image of this membrane is not so bright. At least, judging from the current situation, this dream-eating tapir is not a good thing. Lin Cheng then glanced around with the eye of information. He originally thought that if this dream-eating tapir was in reality, he should be able to find it, but unfortunately, there is no trace of the dream-eating tapir within a radius of 20 miles. So, what Lin Cheng can do now is to treat the man's illness for the time being. Now the medical staff have arrived, but no matter how much they check, they can't tell why. Heartbeat index is normal, brain waves are normal. No matter how you look at it, there is nothing unusual. A group of medical staff was also caught blind. Lin Cheng stepped forward again and snapped his fingers when everyone was puzzled. Gengar suddenly appeared in the shadow behind him. He. Zhang Guishi grinned strangely, and everyone around was startled by the sudden appearance of the Pokemon. Lin Cheng ordered indifferently, "Zhang Ghost, eat dream, control your strength." 371. Zhang Ga tilde. Zhang Gui nodded when he heard the words, and turned into a black shadow, skipping the person lying on the bed. "What are you doing?" The medical staff are all stunned. No one has ever seen such a reckless person who uses skills directly on the patient. Isn't he afraid of dying? It is true that Pokemon's dream-eating skills are accompanied by a large amount of life, but as long as you control it well, you can still do it, just simply, eat dreams, without hurting life. Of course, this kind of memory requires a high level of manipulation ability, which is much more difficult than simply learning the dream-eating skill. It is necessary to lure the dream-eating skill to make this effect. If ordinary people took such a risk, Junko and the others, who were the guards, would naturally have already arrested them. But the person in front of him was Lin Cheng, and Junko's trust in Lin Cheng was at the ceiling level, so not only did he not take action, but he also signaled that others were not allowed to take action. And Lin Cheng is also very confident in his Gengar. The two skills, Hypnosis and Dream Eater, are the skills that Lin Cheng asked Zhengui to focus on to understand thoroughly. In the original version of Sleeping Art, the hit rate is very low. This is because the release method must be eye to eye. The requirement of Lin Cheng is that Gengar must learn to release invisible energy from the mouth to the ears. Hypnotic Light. The dream-eating skill, Lin Cheng's requirements are even more stringent. Not only does he strictly control his strength, but he also requires Gengar to be able to control his opponent's dreams to some extent. Under the tense moonlight, Fang Jianlin finally had a reaction. A slight babble-like voice, and then slowly opened his eyes. After Fang Jianlin woke up, he was a little ignorant at first, then his pupils shrank suddenly, and he screamed in fright. Anyone who woke up in the middle of the night and found that there were so many people standing in his new home would be startled. "Husband, you finally woke up and scared me to death." The man's wife hurried to Zi's arms. While choking, he explained what happened to the man. Fang Jianlin was dumbfounded. According to him, wasn't he sleeping? However, about sleeping, I don't remember anything, and I feel like I haven't had a dream. In the end, the matter was settled for fear of immigration. The guards also gave the ex-wives a pacification fee, hoping that they would not talk nonsense. Because of Lin Cheng's appearance this time, the matter was quickly resolved, and there was not much trouble. The ex-wives were relatively easy to talk to, and they even thought that it was their own trivial matter that troubled the guards. For this reason, the guards all had a good impression of Lin Cheng, and at the same time, the guards became more vigilant. However, Lin Cheng knew that even if the guards raised their vigilance, they still couldn't prevent it, because the other party didn't rely on physical attacks at all, but attacked the dreamer directly in the dream. To be honest, it's really a troublesome thing, because there is no preventive measure at all. Lin Cheng observed for another day. Fortunately, no one slept during the day, so nothing happened. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 222 _ Enter the Dream. Open black lens bracket first update close black lens bracket. Late at night, when the incident happened, but this time it wasn't civilians, it was guards. The accident happened to someone Lin Cheng knew. Su Lan. Under the leadership of Zhang Ko and Li Lang, Lin Cheng came to the guard team. Because it was about relocating people's peace of mind, the guards did not spread the matter. At this time, Song Qingqing and other female guards were in the camp, surrounded by Su Lan. Song Qingqing's little face was crying, and there was still ice balls. After seeing Lin Cheng's arrival, he immediately asked for help with a crying voice. "Captain, please save Sister Lanlin." Lin Cheng patted the little girl's head, signaling to reassure her. At the same time, his brows were slightly furrowed. Unexpectedly, it was only the next night that the victim appeared. This 260 inches dream-eating tapir is simply unscrupulous with its own special abilities. Who was asleep on the bed? Su Lan's symptoms were more serious than Fang Jianlin's before. "Are you having a nightmare? Captain, is there anything you can do?" Song Qingqing held Lin Cheng's hands with tears in his eyes and looked at him with pity. From Song Qingqing's point of view, Lin Cheng is a nearly omnipotent existence, and I ask the latter, there should be a result soon. But she really overestimated Lin Cheng this time. If it is a simple confrontation of power, Lin Cheng can indeed kill the opponent in an instant, but the key is that now the opponent is hiding in the dark. Well, Lin Cheng pondered for a while, and seriously, in this situation, unless the culprit is directly identified, at this moment, even if he asks Zheng Gui to cure Su Lan, there will still be another victim. So, he was thinking of a way to cut weeds. Suddenly a light bulb flashed over his head. This method was only in theory. Lin Cheng couldn't say that it was 100% feasible, but he could try it. There is a way to try. What? Everyone looked at Lin Cheng with curiosity in their eyes. Lin Cheng nodded and said, "But for some reason, you need to avoid it." Quote. Everyone's expressions suddenly became a little strange. "Anyway, no matter what you hear later, you won't be allowed in without my permission." The guards were driven out by Lin Cheng in a daze. Although they finally chose to cooperate based on their trust in Lin Cheng, it would be a lie to say they were not curious. The beautiful figure on the bed was ups and downs, and was wearing a decent nightdress. Although the nightdress was quite thick due to the weather, it was worn for sleeping after all. The long legs are even more hazy with a seductive atmosphere. After all, Lin Cheng was also of a vigorous age, so he stared at it for 2 seconds inadvertently, but after swiping the slightly painful expression on Su Lan's delicate cheeks, his expression suddenly became serious. He's not here to take advantage. Concentrating, Lin Cheng touched the unknown chest with one hand, and suddenly, a group of purple-green baoli appeared on his chest. An instant, the rays of light were so bright that they could see through the snow room, and there was also a burst of bright light. Everyone exclaimed in unison and became even more curious about what Lin Cheng was doing in it. At this moment, he turned into the forest city of Deoxys, and his feet were vacated in the void. Ghost, help! A sound like a synthetic electronic sound came out of Deoxys' mouth. Originally, the way Deoxys delivered the message was an unexplained, humming, sound in the glow of the gemstones on his chest. Lin Cheng developed vocal cords after he melted his body. After all, it is a superpower-type Pokemon. Even if there is no vocal organ in the body, it uses superpowers to simulate the vibration of the vocal cords. The principle of breath movement is still very simple. Gah! Gengar model worker suddenly emerged from the shadow, waiting to be dispatched. Gengar used hypnosis on me. Quote? Zhang Gui looked bewildered. Lin Cheng briefly explained, he intends to try to synchronize with Su Lan's spirit with Ochus's spiritual power, and then when Gengar uses hypnotism on Lin Cheng, there is a high chance that Lin Cheng and Su Lan will be separated. Lan, do the same. A dream. Dream is the same, there are many things that can be done. As a cosmic virus, it is still a very simple operation to search the spiritual trajectory of human beings. A while, Lin Cheng mastered the trick and entered a mysterious situation. Gengar seized the opportunity with great force, and instantly cast the sleep technique on Lin Cheng. When Lin Cheng came back to his senses, he found that he was already in a coliseum where people were full of voices, and various cheers and roars of beasts were constantly heard. In the middle of the Colosseum, is a young man, and his opponent is a bull-shaped beast. This seems to be the ferocious beast arena that was popular for a while. After Lin Cheng found out that he was in a dream, he changed back to his original appearance and was not in the state of Deoxys. And at this moment, he is also a member of the audience at the ferocious beast arena. Come on, Dad, you will definitely win. Suddenly, in the crowd, a girl's voice came out. Even among the many rough roars, the girl's voice was unexpectedly clear and loud. Lin Cheng followed the voice, and soon found the deity of the voice, and recognized at a glance that the other party was Su Lan from the Lolita era. At this time, Su Lan, who is exquisite like a 42-person doll, is not as rigid as she is now, and her gestures are full of innocence and romance unique to a little girl. There was also a beautiful woman with a genial appearance and a charming charm beside her. Like Su Lan, she looked at the man in the field with hope and pride in her eyes. The early stage of the dream, the young man used his vigorous hands to play with the beasts he would face. However, the dream scene soon darkened as time passed. The audience present gradually changed from applause to abuse. And the young man's physical strength gradually became exhausted, and the bull-shaped beast on the opposite side showed a ferocious sneer, and then he slammed into the young man with his hooves. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 223_not over yet. Open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. Not surprisingly, the young man was severely injured and was smashed and flew out. The little girl version of Su Lan held her tender face in her hands, and cried out in despair, "No." Unfortunately, her screams not only did not help the young man, on the contrary, the bull-shaped beast on the field became stronger and stronger. Originally, according to Lin Cheng's judgment, this fierce beast was only about the strength of a high-ranking star, but as the girl's despair sounded, this newborn Shiju suddenly surged, and his aura was close to that of a middle-ranking star. Gradually become larger and rounder from the original state, and the body is covered with a layer of flames. Roar. The roar was so loud that its original bull nose actually stretched out and became like an elephant. Has it finally shown its original shape? Lin Cheng saw that this bull-nosed pig's body thing, it was the dream of eating, and he was preparing for 26 punishments. But, I soon discovered an embarrassing thing. What do I rely on to fight with my current self? In the dream, the elf bag that he carried with him has long since disappeared, and even the natal elves, space beasts, and Paluchia can't help. Is it possible? I finally got into this dream, and I can only use a spectator's point of view. Can't help anything. Just when Lin Cheng was a little depressed, another situation happened. I saw that the crowd, who were just swearing, actually surrounded Su Lan's mother and daughter, pulling and beating at the two of them, roughly meaning that they spent a lot of money on this game, but that stage young people on the go lose. Now, as family members, their mother and daughter must shoulder joint and several responsibilities. Mother Su kept Su Lan in her arms and let those people beat and kick. And little lowly Su Lan, although she was not injured, but seeing her mother being beaten and scolded, the fear in her heart also continued to expand. And as the little lowly became more and more afraid of the beast on the stage, it became more and more powerful. Lin Cheng immediately saw the clue. The source of the dream-eating taper's power seemed to be derived from the fear of the dreamer. As long as the Lolita version of Su Lan is more afraid, the strength of this dream-eating taper and its control over the dream state will also be relatively stronger. These guesses were filtered in his mind in an instant. Lin Cheng doesn't have any Pokemon by his side. It's not a dream eater, but ordinary people are afraid of wool. Rushed forward, he punched the person who shouted the hardest. Immediately, the person flew out backwards. Lin Cheng is like Yi when playing Seven Scenes. The autumn wind sweeping the leaves seems to have solved all the tricks of the onlookers. 4. Physical fitness. Should it not be too simple to deal with ordinary people? Thank you for saving our mother and daughter. Mother Su thanked Lin Cheng in fear. Little Su Lan also slowly got out of her mother's arms, looked at Lin Cheng with curious eyes, and said softly, "Who are you, brother?" Lin Cheng smiled and said, I'm just a passing masked rider." When Xiao Sulan heard the words, her eyes were sparkling, and she wanted to look at Lin Cheng with an idol-like gaze, but the next moment, she pouted her cheeks again. "Big brother, you lied to common rider and you will transform into a man." Lin Cheng took his head in embarrassment, and the child was also on the hook. But at least the mission was accomplished. Because of Lin Cheng's early appearance, Xiao Sulan's fear had indeed subsided a lot. Therefore, the aura of the Dream Eater film also greatly decreased. From the 3-star state, it fell back to the strength of the 2-star. Seeing that it would continue to drop, the Dream Eater taper went wild. Wu Xiao jumped out of the arena, and when he opened his mouth, he wanted to tear at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng grinned. He was only 2-star strength. He was really not afraid. His right hand suddenly turned purple. After walking nimbly, he slapped Shimeng's long nose with a palm. Hiss. Spreads to the entire body of the dream-eating membrane along the nose of the dream-eating taper. Roar. The dream-eating taper kept roaring in pain, ramming and destroying everything within sight. "Be quiet, please." In Lin Cheng's palm, a thick purple venom erupted at this moment. The venom ran along the ground and instantly covered the entire arena, and then narrowed the area and wrapped the entire Dream Eater into it. The flames around the Dream Eater taper went out instantly, the skin was filled with the power of purple erosion, and even purple smoke began to emerge from the dry head. Bang! And, I couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground. Everything seems to be calm. Big brother Tilda, little Sulan trotted and hugged Lin Cheng, who caught her with a smile. Although you can't transform, it's really powerful Tilda, you killed the spirit monster that Dad couldn't beat. On the other side, Mother Sue assisted her husband to go, and went to Lin Cheng to thank him repeatedly. Lin Cheng 397 smiled and indicated that it was okay. Everything is developing in a good direction, and logically speaking, this should be regarded as the completion of the task. However, Lin Cheng always felt doubts in his heart. I felt that things went too smoothly. Really, is this the end? When Lin Cheng was about to leave, he couldn't help but think so. Zhang Ga. Zhang Ga. A faint yet familiar voice came from his ears. This voice is Zhang Ghost. Lin Cheng was shocked, but he didn't expect that his own Zhang Ghost could still transmit his voice into his dream. Zhang Ga tilde Zhang Ga. The professional ghost knew that Lin Cheng heard his voice. He seemed very happy and then started to do business. It sent a video with his mental power. This is. In the picture, I saw that Su Lan was still sweating profusely, and from time to time she made a painful moan. Lin Cheng was shocked when he saw this, and hurriedly asked if this is the current situation. Gengar nodded again and again. Oops. Lin Cheng understood instantly. The nightmare continued. So it means that Su Lan is not out of danger yet. Lin Cheng quickly forced his consciousness to return to the dream state. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 224 A Scene of Horror, Third More. Words were divided. After Su Lan and Lin Cheng separated, they held hands with their mother and headed home. But on the way home, Su Lan felt that something was wrong. Her parents seemed to talk a lot less than usual, and they were angry and a little bit wrong. Dad, Mom, what's the matter? Little Su Lan raised her head in heart and looked at her parents. At this moment, the hair ends of Lin's father and Lin's mother cover his eyes, making Xiao Sulan unable to see the expressions of his parents clearly. It's okay. Let's go home quickly. The father spoke slowly in a strange voice. Hearing this voice, Xiao Sulan also had an ominous premonition in her heart, struggling to pull her little hand out of her father's big hand. Shaking his mother beside him, he said in a panicked voice, "Mom, Dad looks a little strange, look at it." Squeak. Mother Su's strength in grasping Su Lan's palm suddenly increased a lot. It hurts. Xiao Sulan cried out in pain, and spoke to her mother with the courage she couldn't believe, but she managed to hold on again. That mother, you are hurting me. Really? That's because Xiao Su Lan is not good. If you don't do anything and go home with us, there won't be so many things. When she spoke, Su mother slowly lowered her head. When Xiao Sulan saw her mother's face, she suddenly screamed in horror. Ah, ah, ah. Sus face. It's clearly a monster face with black face, short hair, long beak, big ears and the shape of a dry pig's head. How could Su Lan not be afraid after seeing it? Who are you? You are not my mother. Give my mother back to me, Su Lan said while struggling, trying to escape from the monster mother's hands. Okay, little Sulan, how can you talk to your mother like this? Obediently apologize to your mother, and then go home happily together. Father Su said in a normal tone in front of the peacemaker. But the moment he bent down, Su Lan screamed even more. Her father turned into a pig face. Monsters. You are all monsters, don't come here. You girl, how did you talk to your parents? The two pig heads looked like parents and said to Su Lan, but their expressions were full of playfulness. Hee hee. Originally, we didn't want to scare you so directly, but because of the sudden appearance of that kid just now, we had to change our plan, but fortunately now that guy has been deceived by us. Next, let's have a good communication, Xiao Sulan. The man with a pig-headed face approached Su Lan and said with a foolish look that she screamed and struggled indiscriminately. You stinky bastard. The man's pig-headed face turned into anger. He raised his fist and wanted to hit the little girl. Okay, don't be in a hurry, take this kid home first, otherwise, when the guy just reacts, he has trouble working. The woman's pig-headed face is still relatively rational. From the voice, it can be heard that the so-called home seems to have a special meaning to the two pig-headed people, and as long as they enter the home, it seems that even if Lin Cheng comes, they will no longer be afraid. Use brute force to force Xiao Sulan up. The two pig-faced people are ready to go to their destination. But at this moment, a figure that should not have appeared in this fruit, but Lu Ran appeared. Is that guy you mentioned just now? Lin Cheng said with a light smile. Big brother. Su Lan heard Lin Cheng's voice, and suddenly became energetic, but the expressions of the two pig-headed men and women changed. I didn't expect you to leave yet. The female pig-headed man said with a gloomy face. However, boy, you'd better be more acquainted. Last time you destroyed our dream of eating, we don't have to pursue it. If you are aggressive, blame us. Words were finished, the woman's pig-headed face saw a fist expand rapidly in her eyes. Boom. In the shocking light of the man-pig-headed man, Lin Cheng smashed the sub-pig-headed man in the face without hesitation. After that, the female pig-headed man shot out like garbage. Versus this kid. Brute force is too terrifying. Is he a beast, or are we a beast? The man-pig-headed man gasped. After solving the woman's pig-headed face, Lin Cheng slowly moved his indifferent black eyes away, and turned to look at the pig-headed man. Just fight, how can there be so much nonsense? Boy, even if you kill us both, this little girl's nightmare will still be unsolvable, because this dream has long been occupied by leaders such as me, and even if you are a human being, you will not be able to compete. Boom. Another low voice sounded, and the pig-headed man was also thrown out by a punch. The whole process only counts 7 seconds. According to Lin Cheng's estimation, these two humanoid dream eaters, although they look special, their strength is only about 2 stars, so it doesn't take much trouble. Big brother. After the battle ended, the good king's Xiao Su Lan threw herself into Lin Cheng's arms, and then pulled up with choked throats. Lin Cheng patted little Su Lan on the back, and comforted him softly, thinking that this little girl was the contrasting side of Su Lan's icy strong woman. It really surprised him. Big brother, what should we do now? In this Menguo, even her most trusted parents are monsters. This is undoubtedly a major blow to Xiao Sulan. If she is divided, her backbone is only Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng touched his chin, thinking of what the two pig-headed people just said. Now, the strongest eating dream is obviously in Su Lan's dream. If he can defeat it, he can not only wake up Su Lan's dream, but also eliminate a major hidden danger. But the key is, can you really defeat the leader of the dream-eating tapir with your bare hands? Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 225 _ not so good. Open black lens bracket fourth more close black lens bracket. Lin Cheng's worry was seen by Su Lan, and the little girl thought that Lin Cheng had nothing to do, so she couldn't help but whispered sadly. Lin Cheng quickly comforted when he heard the sound. Big brother, you say, can we be saved? Of course it's me. With Lin Cheng's encouragement, Xiao Sulan finally regained her confidence. But then again, this dream is also the first time that Lin Cheng has done something he is not sure about since he came to this world. In reality, he has Paluchia, and he can easily deal with most situations. Lin Cheng didn't think too much. Since he couldn't avoid it, let's fight head to head. Little Sulan, tell me where your house is going. The two humanoid dream-eating tapers just wanted to send Su Lan home, and they were so confident that their boss should be in Su Lan's dream home. When Su Lan heard that Lin Cheng wanted to go to her home, she seemed to be conflicted, as if she knew something bad would happen. Brother 937, let's not go to my house. I think there should be bad people in my house right now, and if we go there, it will be bad if we get caught. Lin Cheng smiled bitterly. Then Xiao Sulan has thought, is there any place to go? We'll go to Big Brother's house with us. Little Sulan's eyes were shining brightly. It's really innocence. Lin Cheng couldn't help sighing. The idea of a child is simple. Why does Xiao Sulan want to go to my house? Because Su Lan likes eldest brother. In the future, I will be a bride for eldest brother Tilda, little Su Lan said with a serious face. So I'm going to get to know eldest brother's house first. Cough cough cough. Lin Cheng couldn't help being frightened by this sturdy speech. He coughed repeatedly and then wiped his sweat. Well, let's talk about this after Xiao Sulan grows up. However, Xiao Sulan, do you think that even if you know my family, you can't just live there forever? And I think there should be real parents in Xiao Sulan's house, right? Isn't Xiao Sulan worried about her parents, CGDI? Xiao Sulan was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said, well, big brother, come with me. Along the way, Xiao Sulan jumped around and chatted a lot with Lin Cheng, such as the games she often played, her dreams in the future, and stories with her parents. Lin Cheng listens and says a few words from time to time. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse pirated. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. Xiao Sulan's topic seems to be endless, and this road will never end. Lin Cheng vaguely sensed something, smiled, and said to Xiao Sulan, Hey Lan, don't you want to go home? Hearing this, Xiao Sulan paused, and her eyes began to avoid Lin Cheng's gaze. Because Su Lan already knows, this is a dream. Once the big brother comes to my house, no matter what the result is, this dream will end in some form, and then the big brother will no longer be me. Personal big brother. When the little girl said this, her expression gradually became mature, and she felt similar to Su Lan in reality. Lin Cheng was stunned for a moment, then. Hey, ha 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 ha, he couldn't help laughing. Ooh Tilda, what's so funny? Xiao Sulan felt that Lin Cheng was teasing and looked down on her blushing little face, and beat Lin Cheng with Xiao Fen's fist. Sorry. Lin Cheng held back his laughter while defending Xiao Fanquan. I thought it was something, so it's just that. Lin Cheng held Xiao Sulan's tender little hair, showing a charming smile, and said, as long as there is a future, who can guarantee that we will not get together like today again in the future? Hit Xiao Sulan's little face with a swoosh, and she was so crimson that she didn't know what to think of, and she was speechless. As the conversation ended, in front of Lin Cheng, the final destination of the trip, Su Lan's home finally appeared. Lin Cheng did not let Su Lan go with him, but walked into Su Lan's house alone and on a horse. Su Lan's home is a landed household, and the decoration is not bad. The door is not locked. The entrance is a hallway, and you can find the living room along the way. At this time, Lin Cheng pushed aside the living room, and what he saw was a simple and honest old man who seemed to be very kind. The old man smiled calmly and said, Are you here? Lin Cheng too was interested in his hypocrisy, and said bluntly, You are the head and foot of the dream-eating taper. Old man didn't answer, but he didn't deny it either. He picked up the water glass in front of him and sipped lightly. How about making a deal? Lin Cheng looked at the old man suspiciously. I know, young man, you are very capable in actual combat, and even the Titan spider is not your opponent. So, if possible, I don't want to be your enemy when I wait for the Dream Eater clan, the old man said in a tone. It seemed quite sincere, but Lin Cheng knew that this was just a courtesy, and the closing point was still behind, so he didn't interrupt. Quote, This area, from ancient times to the present, has been replaced by countless beasts, but in the dream world, it has always been our dream world. According to your attitude towards this dreaming woman just now, this woman should be someone you value more, right? Lin Cheng squinted his eyes and nodded. Hee. For your face, young man, we can let go of this woman, the dream-eating tapers. But Bai Yi, we also have to survive, so let's come to the 3 chapters of the law. The rule is very simple: every 3 heaven, you humans will take the initiative to offer one person as a sacrifice, and at other times, when you get old, you will restrain your tribe from moving a single hair of your human race. What do you think of this requirement? After the old man finished talking about his conditions, he thought that Lin Cheng would think about it a little bit, so he picked up the teacup in front of him again and wanted to pretend to take a sip, but he didn't expect. Bang! What came towards him was Lin Cheng's unhesitating fist. Not so much. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 226_Nightmare Taper Nightmare, First Update. Indeed, the current situation of human beings can be said to be rootless duckweed, extremely unstable. Whether it is a beast or a natural disaster, it can easily cause serious damage, but even so, human beings still grit their teeth. What did you rely on until now? It relies on belief, perseverance and unity. It is not a compromise, let alone selling teammates. If today human beings promise to sell their own clan like livestock, then the entire clan of Asahi will be sent to the slaughterhouse. Bottom line: never break. Lin Cheng asked himself that he was not a saint, but he also had the pride of being a human being. Bang! An angry fist smashed out, carrying the sound of breaking wind and the power of viscous erosion. Tick-tock. Little erosive liquid dripped onto the ground, making a slight erosion sound. Looking at the old man, his expression was no longer calm at the moment, and replaced with a hint of yin. Lin Cheng's punch was not as expected, hitting the old man directly, but was caught by a strange group of air behind the old man. A punch feels like it's on cotton. Young man, you are still too vigorous. The old man will ask you one last question: do you agree or disagree? Agree with your grandpa. Lin Cheng's face was indifferent and he didn't pay any attention to the psychological pressure from the old man. His arm was grabbed, and he did a volley and smashed his heels towards the top of the old man's head. Boom. The result was still the same. The old man seemed to have eyes all over his body, and took Lin Cheng's move with ease. HMPH, I don't know how to lift up. Car. Boom. When the words fell, Lin Cheng was blown away by the sudden burst of momentum of the old man. Rolling and unloading again and again, at the same time, the light turned around, looking for a lifeline for himself. Although he has no Pokemon, he can still use his own abilities, whether it is erosion or Eye of Information. Originally, Lin Cheng wanted to use the Eye of Information to check the weakness of this old ghost, but watching it is the same as not seeing it. Dream-eating tapir. The dream-eating tapir eats dream-eating beasts. Born in the dream, shuttles in the dream, eats in the dream, is the master of the dream, and has a certain control over all dreams. Level 46, 5-star intermediate. Weakness 1. All dream-eating tapirs have no real body in reality and can only survive in dreams. 2. Because of its strong mental power, the dream-eating tapir cannot act recklessly in the dreamer's dream, and can only appear in a specific place. 3. Fear of people with strong spiritual power. The master of the dream is forced to wake up, and all dream-eating tapirs will disappear in the Brahma realm. How can I pull out the dream-eating tapir without a body? It's useless. Limited. How can you defeat if you don't get close to your opponent? How can you wake up if you don't defeat it? Arabian Nights. The last weakness, if Xiao Sulan can wake up halfway, wake up early, this one is not reliable. The weak point was not found, but Lin Cheng saw a bunch of annoying things. When the old ghost had exhausted his patience and stood up, countless smoke filled his back, and in the smoke and dust, a large group of ordinary dream-eating membranes danced wildly. Came out of the smoke. Gia Gia Gia, Led, can we really kill this kid? Tisk tisk, this kid is very full of mental energy, much stronger than the 3-star beast. Now, you can eat a lot. Hey boy, you have worn out your last patience. Do you really think that you have a few powerful elves in reality, and you can do whatever you want in your dreams? After all, you are just a weak human being. Since you don't know how to lift up, then. I get old, this time with the clan, let's start a killing ring. First set up a small moon mark, and eat all the humans who come to the snowy mountains. The old man's body suddenly swelled, 3 feet 5 feet 20 feet 30 feet. The entire house collapsed, revealing a monster with a fat head, big ears, broken arms, and sharp fangs, red skin, scarlet eyes. Ha ha ha, you don't need to keep your hands anymore. Devour as much as you like. Numerous dream-eating tapirs rushed out of the house after the giant dream-eating tapir gave an order. The place that was swallowed up by them instantly turned into an empty darkness. If all this dream was swallowed up, Sulan could indeed end this nightmare, but she would never wake up because of the memories of her life up to now. Will be eaten all together. The remaining dream-eating tapirs chased and killed Lin Cheng all the way. Lin Cheng ran away desperately. From time to time he returned to the carbine to beat a few, and then continued to run. Lin Cheng was gradually eaten away by these dream-eating tapirs. He could only play the last trump card, even though he didn't know if he could use this trump card. Can you hear Xiao Sulan? Lin Cheng shouted as he ran. A moment of silence, a girl's voice sounded not far away. Big brother, I can hear you. I told you at first that I am Kamen Rider. So as long as you still believe in me, I can pay you back the miracle. Who was also avoiding the pursuit of the Dream Eater group, stopped in her footsteps, and a bright and moving smile appeared on her tender cheeks and muttered, Captain, no matter what time, I believe that you are my miracle Tilda. Shish. The entire dream world trembled violently. Feeling this sudden change, the nightmare tapir Nightmare's face twitched, a random burst of surprise, and the light turned sharply, only to see the kid who was originally chased by his own clan in the middle of the city street. A dazzling bright light. What the hell did this kid do? As the light became stronger and stronger, faintly, the seeds of unease in the heart of the dream-eating tapir also sprouted quietly. At this moment, Lin Cheng seemed to be protected by a light cocoon. No matter how the chasing dream eaters launched their attacks, they couldn't shake it. The light cocoon suddenly made a screeching sound. Dream Food Film thought that their attack was effective, and immediately his subordinates attacked more vigorously. The light cocoon was gradually covered with tiny cracks, and finally, it burst open in countless curious eyes. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh. Find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 227_Transform, Second. Originally, those dream-eating tapirs thought that this was just Lin Cheng's last defense. However, when the light cocoon exploded, they suddenly woke up. Am helping the shards back now, can I start a little lighter later? The light cocoon shattered, and a slender figure suddenly appeared. However, this figure is obviously very different from the previous Lin Cheng. Standing with 2 feet floating in the air, one arm is an ordinary human-shaped 5-fingered arm, while the other arm is a bizarre arm made of red and green tentacles, intertwined, with a mask on the face and sharp eyes most conspicuous. Pour powder. On its chest, there is a dark purple energy crystal nucleus. Lin Cheng's last trump card is, to change to Deoxys. 6 Earth. Dreamland is really a wonderful place. It can make people invincible, and it can make people weak. In other words, your strength is only between the thoughts of the Dream Master. Apart from the uncontrollable dream-eating tapir clan, to put it bluntly, Lin Cheng's strength is entirely determined by Xiao Sulan. When she was convinced that Lin Cheng could save her in the dream world, Lin Cheng was the invincible incarnation. Right now, just by looking at the situation, the Dream-Eater tapirs know that the guy in front of them should not provoke Chi-Chi and shivered. The most daring one of them, the humanoid Dream-Eater, stepped forward and said, "You bastard. Who is it?" "Om." The answer to it is the Spirit Blade. With a slip in the air, the Dream-Eater was already dead. Fix your people. Wow. Vibrant like a rainbow. At this time, incarnating as Deoxys, Lin Cheng will naturally not have any scruples. Between the shots, there were several splendid pressure mental powers, and when they waved, they were thrown at the group of dream-eating tapirs. This group of dream-eaters probably only had 2-3-star strength, and only a few reached 4-star strength. Even Lin Cheng's subordinates couldn't last a few rounds, and they were bombed to the point of scum. "Big brother, are you a big brother?" A timid voice sounded from the corner of the street after Lin Cheng got rid of the dream-eating tapirs around him. Lin Cheng could easily see Su Lan's uneasy expression in the shadows. Lin Cheng or Deokizi nodded expressionlessly. I originally thought that Su Lan would be frightened by this. After all, the star-like expression of Deokixis is really not acceptable to ordinary girls. Lin Chunji was done, he regained his original consciousness, but the actual situation surprised him. Okay, so cool. Lin Cheng is stunned. I saw Xiao Sulan throwing very hot moonlight at Lin Cheng, and her eyes did not hide the incomparable admiration. Big brother, did you become like this because of Su Lan? Su Lan is so happy. 147. Su Lan didn't mind Lin Cheng's current appearance, rushed forward, hugged him in his arms, and said with a smile. Lin Cheng was speechless for a while, and then shook his head with a helpless smile. He gently stroked the little girl's head with his tentacle-turned palm, and said as softly as possible, "Wait for me here, I'll be there soon. We'll end it all." Returning to the battlefield, Lin Cheng first used the special ability of Deoxys to differentiate his own energy, creating countless clones, leaving a group to protect Xiao Sulan, and letting them hunt and destroy recklessly the dream-eating tapirs of the street. His deity went directly to Su Lan's house to face the origin of this nightmare. "Who are you ___________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Isn't it arrogant just now? Order a small moon sign, and all the immigrants on the snow-capped mountains will be harvested. It's a big breath." Lin Cheng Senran sneered at the energy around him, constantly surging and whistling like the rays of the sun. Boiling. Hearing what the creature in front of him said, the dream-eating tapir is basically certain. The other party is not Lin Cheng, and it is also some kind of method that Lin Cheng has changed. Although I don't know how Lin Cheng, who is a human, does this, since it is. At this point, there is no need to say more. Boom. The aura around the Nightmare tapir Nightmare also burst out suddenly. Nightmare's strongest attack method is the white smoke around its body. This is the smoke that each Nightmare tapir will bring with it when it is born, and this smoke becomes the Nightmare Eater's life trick. It can be used for defense and it can also be used for attack. As the dream-eating tapir roared, the white smoke mold was like a spirit snake, shooting straight towards Lin Cheng like lightning. Lin Cheng snorted coldly, electric carving skills. Shadows appear all around. Night shadow. The momentary power appeared behind the nightmare-eating tapir Nightmare, and then, it directly attacked the nightmare-eating Nightmare's spirit. Nightmare-eating tapir cried out in pain, letting the white fog around him wait for an opportunity to quickly wrap around Lin Cheng, shrouding Lin Cheng in white smoke. After Lin Cheng drowned in it, Nightmare Eater 16 laughed, "Haha. Boy, although you have the original intention of strength, but when you meet the old Baoyun, you will have nowhere to use your strength, and you will not be able to use your strength. Of Nightmare Eater can not only use itself as flexible as hands and feet, but also has a special ability. As long as it is filled with this smoke and attracts people, it will fall asleep. Trapped in dream in a dream. And if you fall into a dream in a dream, the current dream owner will not be able to choose. Similarly, the person who falls into the dream will not be the owner of the dream. The control of the dream will completely fall into the hands of the Nightmare Taper. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 228_Nightmare Taper Nightmare Eyeball 3rd. Now that you have fallen into the hands of the old man, no matter how much you struggle, it will be useless. In the dream created by the old man, you will use up your last strength, and then you will fall ugly, ha ha ha. Is it awkward? An unexpected voice rang out in the ears of the Nightmare Taper Nightmare. What? The Nightmare-eating Taper Nightmare had no time to be surprised. I can see that Lin Cheng has changed his attack form at this time. Its head has changed into a triangular spike shape, its body has become a bit stronger, the knees of both feet are spiked, and the hands are back to tentacles. Before the 4 tentacles overlapped, suddenly, the void in front of him shrank rapidly. Immediately, a group of colorful energy fluctuations condensed into a spherical shape, and then swept away in the direction of Dream Eater. The Nightmare Taper Nightmare had no time to react in the face of such lightning strikes. Air instantly and exploded when it approached the 26 radius of the Nightmare-eating Taper Nightmare. Boom! Nightmare Eater hurriedly used the smoke of his life to block the Spirit Devour again and again, and resisted several attacks in a row. Damn you! How did you escape the smokescreen I just had? Dream in a dream. Nightmare Membrane was covered in sores, and with great difficulty, he couldn't hold back from the blasting of his strong mental thoughts. He looked at Lin Cheng with an ugly and horrified expression, and asked inexplicably. Lin Cheng looked at the dream-eating taper indifferently, and replied lightly, teleportation. Bang! After explaining, Lin Cheng didn't hesitate, and then he harvested the head with another move, spiritual strength. If it weren't for the location, the actual fighting ability of this Nightmare-eating Taper Nightmare might not even be as good as that of an ordinary 5-star beast taking 2 shots from Lin Cheng's strong spiritual mind, naturally reaching its limit. Open black lens bracket Deoxys kills the Nightmare Taper Nightmare close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Dreamland smoke screen 10 kilograms. Dream Eater eyeball 2 close black lens bracket. Dream smoke screen. After use, you can freely travel through other people's dream world, and the number of dream smoke screens will be consumed according to the length of stay. Lin Cheng checked. These 10 kilograms of Dreamland smoke screen, even if Lin Cheng did not sleep for 12 hours every night, he would get into other people's dreams, and after 10 years, he would have consumed about half of the 10 kilograms. Dream smokescreen. It is no exaggeration to say that ordinary people are enough to play until they are old and dead. The other is nightmare-eating eyeballs. The eyeballs of this dream-eating taper are 2 all-white objects that look like suet and jade. According to the introduction of Information I, it is said that this dream-eating taper eyeball, when carried on the body, can ward off evil spirits and reduce disasters, and at the same time induce the eyeballs to look at the sleeping person, and be able to see clearly the face of the other party's dream, which is not too big or too small. One of baby. With the death of the leading dream-eating taper, the other dream-eating tapers fled and died. As long as they swallowed Su Lan's dream, Lin Cheng intercepted them all. Pink smoke floated out, and then dissipated in the dream, making Su Lan's dream brighter. And those dream-eating tapers who survived this catastrophe, I believe that in the future, will not dare to shoot at humans casually. As the Dream Eaters all evacuated this dreamland adventure, it was considered to be over. It's amazing, it's amazing. Brother, you won. Xiao Su Lan danced and rushed towards Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng returned to her original appearance and took over Xiao Su Lan, who was rushing towards him with a smile. Big brother, you are Su Lan's hero. Ellipsis. With the rising sun rising from the sky in the dream, the whole dream came to an end in a peaceful atmosphere. Ellipsis. Gigi. Occasionally I heard a bird chirping above the snow-capped mountains. Su Lan, who had been sleeping beauty for a while, slowly opened her eyes and looked at the morning sun slanting in from the gap in the igloo, with a beautiful smile on the corner of her mouth. Seems. I had a very pleasant dream although I can't remember the content of this dream at all. Just as Su Lan was reminiscing, there was a sudden sound of a man stretching and relaxing at the head of the bed. Suddenly Su Lan's expression tightened, and Guang hurriedly swept over, ready to recite the spell to summon the elf at any time. But when she saw the people around her, Su Lan panicked on the spot. Captain. Why are you in my house? No, I mean, Captain, you are such a person. And that's not right. Su Lan blushed, as if she was hit with the chaos skill, and said a bunch of nonsense that she didn't even know. Other hand, Lin Cheng was much calmer. He loosened his bones. Seeing that Su Lan was also awake, he said hello with a warm smile. Morning, Su Lan, did you sleep well last night? What exactly happened yesterday? Obviously, Su Lan has gone further and further on the road of misunderstanding. Su Lan seldom squeezed her own blanket like a little woman, and asked embarrassedly, Captain 047, how far did we get for yesterday? Lin Cheng, what is this and what? Fortunately, because Su Lan woke up too loudly, other people came in soon, but Lin Cheng did not get rid of the embarrassment, because the eyes of some guys looking at Lin Cheng were a bit intriguing. After solving the dream-eating tapir incident, the construction of the sub-base on the snowy mountain went smoothly. The protective cover of the outer base has been constructed. As long as it is unfolded, the entire snow-capped mountain is instantly solid, and Lin Cheng can be regarded as the development of this snow-capped mountain. The reason why Shangguan Luan is now asked Lin Cheng to name this sub-base. Because this snow-capped mountain will continue to fall under the snow forest city all year round, I randomly and simply named this snow-capped mountain, Wan Shifeng. Wan Shifeng was successfully established, and Lin Cheng's mission finally came to an end. According to the agreement, Shangguan Luan also prepared a letter of recommendation for Lin Cheng to go to the capital as scheduled. Just when Lin Cheng felt that his trip to the capital base could finally be put on the agenda, Shangguan Luan is looking for mobs for Lin Cheng again. This time to the capital base. I want you to bring someone with you. Who? Lin Cheng's eyes were filled with disgust. My sister. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder. If the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 229_Galar Steel Armor Crow, First Update. Hello Shangguan Luyu came out from the mouth behind Jungle City, and greeted Lin City playfully. Facing this former acquaintance Lin Cheng couldn't help being stunned. This. What? Brother Lin doesn't welcome me to go with you. Woohoo tilde we still lived under the same roof back then. Upon seeing this, Shangguan Luyu showed a pitiful expression on her nose. It's not. Lin Cheng sighed. Then, please give me more advice along the way. Shangguan Luyu smiled again in an instant. Stupid Lin Cheng was. He could see that Shangguan Luyu's grievance expression just now was obviously faked. I have to say, the current Shangguan Luyu has changed too much. The original tomboy, in the blink of an eye, has become a tomboy. Poor. The country is alluring, no less beautiful than Shangguan Luan. Lin Cheng still had half a sentence to finish. It's not that it's inconvenient to walk with her, or that he's used to you in the past. How do you tell me to adapt to you now? Shangguan Luan was also a little embarrassed to her sister. At this time, she said with a weak forehead, Luyu. How many times have I told you that in front of men, you have to be dignified, don't act like a spoiled child, you will be looked down upon. After listening to Lu Yu, He Guang looked at Lin Cheng again, blinked his big eyes and said, Lin, do you think you look down on me? Lin Cheng, no. That's it, brother Lin, he won't look down on me, sister, don't worry. Lu Yu, basically, it was Shangguan Luyu who was talking, Lin Cheng. Listen. Finally let this ant perfunctory go away. Lin Cheng sighed and looked at Shangguan Luan with the moonlight of the interrogation. I did things for this man myself, but I didn't slack at all. But what is this? A punishment game. Shangguan Luan rarely dared to look directly at Lin Cheng, and coughed lightly, it was also an accident. But in the end, it's because you don't want to go to the Heavenly King candidate competition, so you will give that girl Lu Yu a chance. Empty. Sub. Quote. Shangguan Luan sighed and then explained, that girl Lu Yu is going to participate in the Heavenly King candidate competition on your behalf. Ah, you asked her to participate in the Heavenly King competition. Lin Cheng was not surprised. Although he didn't know the level of the Heavenly Kings in this world, based on the knowledge of his previous life, he judged that this Heavenly King should be the Federation. Domestic. Presence second to none. Shangguan Luan shrugged, seeing Lin Cheng's surprised expression, she felt more or less happy. Plus I heard that you are going to the capital base, she will be even more motivated. Shangguan Luan gloated. Lin Cheng shook his head and didn't think too much. Since he couldn't pull it back, he should learn to enjoy it. Ellipsis. Facts have proved that going out for a long trip with a beautiful woman is not too bad. At least, the smile and style of the girl have made Lin Cheng happy. On this day, Lin Cheng and Shangguan Luyu sat on the Pokemon flying ride to the next city base. The fixed-point teleportation system on this part of the road failed. Although Lin Cheng could let Paluchia take a shot, he could easily jump over this part of the road. But there was Shangguan Luyu beside him, so Lin Cheng didn't specialize it either, and an Angson went with him to sit on the flying pet. The last time he went to the Jinling base, he had been a flying pet, knowing that this flying pet is not too bad, and even more popular than the fixed-point teleportation system that would make you nauseous. The flying pets around this town are a very rare type of remote flying Pokemon. Named Steel Armor Crow. It was also the first time that Lin Cheng saw this kind of Pokemon. In the previous life, the Pokemon in the Galar region had just been discovered. According to Lin Cheng's memory, this Steel Armor Crow is an invincible bully in the air of the Galar region. It is the second Pokemon with Flying plus Steel attribute after the Armored Bird. Its mature body can grow to 2.2 meters. Because of its armor, it is also stable when sitting up in Galar. Because of its excellent flying ability and high intelligence, the Steel Armored Crow is widely used in daily life. Rely on the flying house door bird. At the same time, Lin Cheng also knows that this Steel Armor Crow is one of the few Pokemon that can change its shape after gorgeous transformation. I didn't expect that in such a remote city-level base, I would be able to see Pokemon such as the Steel Armor Crow. This flight trip can be considered a profit. Lin Cheng commented with a smile. 2. Lin Cheng, do you know the name of this flying Pokemon? Shangguan Luyu was a little surprised. Because of the origin, this steel-armored crow was rarely summoned or recovered in the southern part of the Federation. There are not many people who wait for the elves to know. Lin Cheng simply and Shangguan Luyu introduced the information of Steel Armor Crow. Attracts Shangguan Luyu's look of admiration. Ha, you are really knowledgeable. The driver of this team of steel-armored crows is a middle-aged male foreigner in his 40s with dark skin and a very friendly look, but his accent is down to earth. Federal South. Square accent. These steel-armored crows were brought over from my overseas hometown by Li Jiao. I didn't expect that there are people here who know so much about them. The man sincerely praised Lin Cheng's knowledge. Quote, "Uncle, where are you from?" Shengguan Luyu suddenly became interested when she heard that the man was from Kong from abroad. I am from Examang. The Western Alliance is another relatively large state system in addition to the federal states on the Penghu continent. It is said that before the end of the world, the predecessor of this alliance was two developed countries. The development of it has also become comical, because no matter how powerful the technology is, it is a cloud to the beast. Due to the fact that Wangyang was separated, the connection between the two alliances and the Federation gradually became weaker and weaker. I didn't expect to meet the residents of the former Examang here, which was rare. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 230_C Tornado Open Black Lens Bracket Second Update Close Black Lens Bracket. The middle-aged man and Lin Cheng talked a lot about the vulgarity and Pokemon of their Examang. Naturally, Lin Cheng didn't know the customs of Examang, but Lin Cheng knew a lot about the Pokemon over there, even more than the middle-aged aborigines. Every time Lin Cheng revealed some little-known information about Western elves, the middle-aged man would be amazed. "Oh little brother, you are really a genius. Are you a student of the elf Boshi? You know so much." Lin Cheng smiled and only said that he learned some essays because of his interest. Although he spoke in a low-key manner, he still attracted tourists from all walks of life, including Shengguan Luyu. There were about a dozen people present, with different expressions. To briefly classify them, they were roughly shocked, sluggish, stunned, admiring, and holding grass. Shengguan Luyu's eyes looking at Lin Cheng were filled with shining stars. Facts have proved that even if people are average-looking, as long as they can speak well and learn to be rich, they still rely on their charm to make the legs of the 633 onlookers tremble. This is why people who are ugly should read more. What's more, Lin Cheng is not ugly, and under the premise of being a handsome young man, the effect is even more doubled. After appearing in front of people for a while, Lin Cheng felt that this was too low-key, so he quickly changed back to that poker indifferent face. And at this moment, they happened to pass by a small sea area. The middle-aged driver said that this sea area didn't exist half a year ago, but it suddenly appeared one day. There is no reasonable explanation as to why it suddenly appeared. After all, when there are beasts and Pokemon in this world, it can no longer be explained perfectly by science. Fortunately, this sea area is a bit strange except for the way it appears, but it does not hinder the travel. If you use the flying spirit, you can fly over it smoothly in less than half a day. Hearing what the driver said, Lin Cheng didn't care much at first, and just casually looked at the scenery at sea. On the sea, one or two strange creatures appear from time to time. These creatures are classified as beasts. The original world is very similar to this world. It is like a reduced version of Lin Cheng's current world, so many places are similar. For example, this world is also. The sea is wider than the land. And the beasts in the sea are also much more terrifying than the ones on land. Some scholars believe that in the seas, there are likely to be beasts that surpass 6 stars or more. Therefore, the exploration of the sea, even the current 6-star trainers, is prohibitive. At which Lin Cheng and the others were flying was still some distance from the sea, so they were not afraid of the sudden attack of sea monsters and beasts. Was too late to say, but it was fast, and suddenly the originally clear sky was instantly filled with dark clouds. Crash! Raindrops are like bullets, falling on everyone. Boom! Thunder bursts, and even the sea below, also roared wildly, setting off 100 feet of madness. Ah, what a heavy rain! On the flying elves, although there are simple rain protection measures such as ponchos, when the wind and rain are heavy to a certain extent, they cannot be stopped at all. Strange, The weather forecast clearly said that there will be no rain today. The middle-aged driver was also complaining. One of the passengers, CGBB, Yi Shou said, "In this world, how many times has the weather forecast come true? It is true that in the current era, the stars launched by humans have long been abandoned. Weather forecasts rely entirely on observing the weather, humidity and wind direction, and there are many beasts and Pokemon that can change the weather of one party. So, the weather forecast is really not very reliable. Since there is a sea here, our weather forecast is based on the floating bubbles from the Federation. The accuracy rate is currently 100%. The heavy rain this time is obviously due to external forces. Don't let your guard down, you should pay more attention, and don't get lost." The driver explained the situation and his expression became extraordinarily serious. "Brother Lin, we'll be fine," Shengguan Luyu said timidly. To be said that since this girl changed back to women's clothes, the woman's strength is really overwhelming. Every move can arouse the desire to protect the man. If Yuan Haosheng saw such a delicate expression, he would blushed and patted his chest with a thick neck, a big Lizzie-style guarantee that Shengguan Luyu would not be hurt. And although Lin Cheng's heart was also throbbing, but it was only for a moment, and soon his heart was still like water, and he replied with a smile, "Who knows?" Hearing Lin Cheng's answer, Shengguan Luyu was a little dissatisfied with this brother Lin. He was so obvious, why didn't he take the bait? As soon as Lin Cheng finished speaking, the middle-aged driver in front shouted loudly, "Everyone, run back on the same road. The tornado sea waterspout is coming quote. As soon as these words came out, the pan was instantly fried. Everyone quickly controlled the steel-armored crow under him to turn around. Fast, it can't be faster than a sea tornado. Sea surface was like boiling, violently shaking, a violent pounding aura, coming from behind everyone. The surrounding air suddenly dropped, and even the air in everyone's lungs was squeezed out a bit at this moment. Under everyone's heart-wrenching gaze, the sea tornado appeared. "Run! Don't run away! Throw the iron hook on the steel-armored crow." The driver is still relatively experienced. While taking the lead in escaping, he also instructed everyone to take precautionary measures. "Ah, Brother Lin." Suddenly, an accident happened. I saw Shengguan Luyu's steel-armored crow, somehow, was entangled by the overflowing wind and could only cry out to Lin Cheng for help. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 231 _ The Two People Who Died, Third More. Little brother, the person who was entangled by the sea tornado can't be rescued. The driver was afraid that Lin Cheng would rush to save the person, so he immediately dissuaded him. They don't know the identity of Shengguan Luyu, and even if they do, they will weigh whether or not to rescue them when they encounter such a situation. Encountering such a disaster at sea, being entangled in one day is absolutely fatal. Although it's pitiful, let's give up. The old driver was just halfway through his words, but he saw Lin Cheng volleyed directly into the air, and even the steel-armored crow jumped in the direction of Shengguan Luyu without sitting down. This scene is simply a leap of faith. Everyone present was shocked. Typical to be beautiful but not dead. "Little brother, are you crazy?" the old driver shouted loudly. He was very fond of this young man who was knowledgeable and could accompany him to talk about the Pokemon in his hometown, but he didn't do anything after the jump. "What's there? What is the possibility of surviving?" Lin Chengdu still shouted at the middle-aged old driver in a free-fall posture like a normal person. "It's okay, you can go first, don't worry about us, we'll catch up later." Up? What kind of chasing? The old driver had a lot of thoughts in his heart. But before he could open his mouth, he saw an updraft tornado, which also entangled Lin Cheng and pulled him towards the center of the storm. Who were getting away, and he could only grit his teeth. For the safety of more passengers, he couldn't be impulsive. Facing the steel-armored crow troop who had already been chained with him, he shouted, "All members take refuge and head south." At this time, it is impossible to continue heading towards the capital. One can only go back first and avoid the limelight for a while. After all, the old driver is an old driver. With his superb experience and personal feeling of the weather, he finally got rid of the pressure of the seawater tornado temporarily. All the passengers were afraid that they didn't expect it after a while. Today, there will be such unfortunate incidents, and some people have some regrets about Lin Cheng's incident, and said to the old driver, "Those two young people, can there be any help?" The old driver sighed, "I can only pray for a miracle to happen. That little brother is very knowledgeable at a young age. It doesn't look like an ordinary person might have any special means to save his life." Of course, the old driver just said this. It is used to comfort people. Say it, even if you don't believe it yourself. In the face of nature, is your personal strength worthless? On the other side, it was said that Lin Cheng resolutely jumped off the steel-armored crow and flew towards Shengguan Luyu. In the hearts of everyone, he instantly became an infatuated and affectionate image, but at the same time, he was also linked to the identity of the dead. Shengguan Luyu saw that Lin Cheng sacrificed his life for himself, although he thought that they had no future, but at this moment, he was still moved beyond words. Lin Cheng involuntarily hugged Lin Cheng, who was leaping towards her, and the two embraced each other and kept shaking with the wind in the storm. "Hey, Lin Cheng, in the next life, I want to meet you again, and live in a dormitory with you at the same school you went to. Then I'll be happy." At this moment, Shengguan Luyu naturally had something to say, but Lin Cheng interrupted at the most crucial moment. Shengguan Luyu was troubled by Lin Cheng's incomprehensible taste, and now that they are in this situation, why can't they wait for something? Seemingly seeing Shengguan Luyu's unease, Lin Cheng smiled and said, "Relax on me." For others, this kind of love is indeed no different from a desperate situation, but for Lin Cheng, whether it is relying on Paluchia or transforming into Deoxys, he can easily get out of trouble. For Pokemon with Divine Beast aptitude, a mere waterspout can't hurt your life. Because Shengguan Luyu was by his side, it was impossible for Lin Cheng to turn into Deoxys, so he could only rely on Paluchia. "Please, Paluchia," Lin Cheng said in his heart. This is the benefit of the natal elves, and the master can communicate with each other, and there is no obstacle to communication. Paluchia immediately took command and shot from the void. An invisible force of space surrounded Lin Cheng and the two of them, just as they were preparing for a space transfer. Suddenly, Paluchia's hand moved. "What's wrong?" Lin Cheng keenly noticed that Paluchia was different. "Quack." Paluchia told Lin Cheng that there seems to be some special force field affecting its spatial power. A place that can affect the power of Paluchia's space. Lin Cheng was startled at first, and then, there was a sense of déjà vu. Could it be that this is Secret Realm? When Lin Cheng and others were preparing for the exam, they encountered that Secret Realm. At that time, Paluchia's situation was the same as it is now, and it was also unable to use its spatial power smoothly. Quack. Paluchia soon told Lin Cheng that if its power increased a little, it would not be able to perform a perfect space transfer, but it could still be done to get Lin Cheng and the others out of the waterspout. "Well, let's do this first." Lin Cheng quickly made a decision. If they continue to be entangled by the waterspout, they will soon be sucked into the abyss of the seabed. At that time, even if they are not attacked by the powerful and unknown seabed beasts, the water pressure alone can easily harvest their small lives. Roar. With a decision, Paluchia roared loudly. Then, he used the power of limited space to get Lin Cheng and others out of trouble. Clap clap. White sand, pounding waves, clear skies. Lin Cheng and Shengguan Luyu slowly propped up and looked around. "Where is this?" Shengguan Luyu asked vaguely, "Are we dead?" "Fool," Lin Cheng said with a chuckle, "for the time being, it can be regarded as being saved." Shengguan Luyu came back to her senses, but she hasn't recovered from the disaster scene, but when she saw the scene in front of her, her ignorant pupils suddenly shrank. Where is it? The scene in front of you is a piece of prehistoric primitive island-like soil. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 232 _ The Lost World, 4th more. Here, there are plants I have never seen before. Shengguan Luyu was born into a wealthy family and received a first-class elite education. The elite education of this era is not just a lady's style, a meal ceremony. Instrument of Pokemon, the cognition of beasts, the herbs in the wild, and the observation of terrain are the things that real social elites should learn. However, even if she collected all the knowledge stock in her little head, she couldn't name one or two of the plants in this place. At this moment, in Lin Cheng's eyes, there is also an obscure stream of data. After observing the surrounding situation, Lin Cheng was also slightly wrong, and it is no wonder that Shengguan Luyu didn't know him. These vegetations should all belong to the Jurassic period of the Mesozoic, with the unique 033 plant species. Shengguan Luyu's beautiful big eyes were full of disbelief. Brother Lin, are you kidding me? Lin Cheng's expression was flat. Do you think I'm watching a joke? According to my inference, this place should be the waterspout just now in the secret realm, and it should be the entrance to this secret realm. If my inference is correct, this place should have been taken by the storm water dragon since the Mesozoic era. Volume is surrounded by partitions from all sides, and then miraculously preserved the original appearance of the former Laughing Road in the long river of history, and it remains to this day. Of course, this may also be a special phenomenon of the secret realm. I heard the uncle driver say that there was no sea area half a year ago. If you say that, this place itself is full of incredible. Let's go straight in. That is to say, we are now, perhaps in a lost world. The lost world. Shengguan Luyu murmured these words for a moment, and she suddenly became elated. Then, there are no beasts here. There is no world before the end. Shengguan Luyu suddenly became happy after thinking about it. Lin Cheng pondered for a moment, then said calmly, what I said before was just a guess, and I don't dare to buy a ticket. Besides, it's more like a secret realm. Whether there are beasts in the secret realm, it's hard to say. Shengguan Luyu giggled and said, then what are you waiting for? Let's go exploring together. If we really find a place where the beasts have not reached, then we are the first witnesses, just like Adam and Eve. While speaking, Shengguan Luyu trotted happily around the beach. I walked a few steps. I stumbled under my feet. Be careful. If it wasn't for Lin Cheng who supported her and embraced her waist, she would have to be on the ground. Shengguan Luyu looked at the man's arm between her slender waist. Her face was a little hot, and she thanked Lin Cheng in a soft voice. How can there be a hole here? Then he looked at the pothole where he almost fell. It doesn't matter if you look at it, you are shocked when you see it. What kind of pothole is this? Looking at it, it is a huge footprint. With 3 toes, the size of the foot is close to 1.56 meters. Lin Cheng, Shengguan Luyu felt a little uneasy in her heart. Although it is said that it will be strong if it is not determined, but if it is too large, the destructive power cannot be imagined. Just like the owner of the footprint in front of him, even the beast. Middle Earth is uncommon, 3-star. No, it might be comparable to a 4-star beast. Shengguan Luyu thought to himself, he didn't take 2 steps before he could meet a creature comparable to a 4-star beast. Quote. After a moment of silence, Lin Cheng sighed and said, the thing that worries me the most is what I said just now. This is probably the Mesozoic, Jurassic world, then we meet the Jurassic Lord of the world. Not impossible to slaughter creatures, dinosaurs. Dinosaurs. Shangguan Luyu frowned, with some doubts in her tone. For people in this world, it takes a lot of energy and time to understand the pattern and knowledge of the pre-human world. There are really few people in the discipline of archaeology and paleontology, maybe some famous students today. Biologists will study the ancient creatures in the past, but there are very few ordinary people who will study this stuff when they are idle. Therefore, it is normal for Shangguan Luyu not to know. Quote. You can understand it is a beast with a huge body and dragon DNA. Lin Cheng didn't bother to explain to Shangguan Luyu from the beginning, so he simply translated it into a form that the other party could understand. Shangguan Luyu is unaware. Half a day later. Suddenly, there were bursts of crisp and lovely sounds of guru in Lin Cheng's ears. Lin Chengguang looked curiously at Shangguan Luyu. Shangguan Luyu blushed to the earlobe. I'm a little hungry. The waterspout just now rolled up Shangguan Luyu's Kong Chiwu pendant and then walked on foot for a long time. Shangguan Luyu said that she was not hungry. That was a lie. Lin Cheng smiled helplessly. He would be in the empty stone, and he didn't prepare anything to eat. Wei Wei pondered for a moment, and then said, since you have come to this Mesozoic era, let's look for food from this era. It is not a trip. Shangguan Luyu immediately raised her eyebrows and smiled. Yeah. Because Shangguan Luyu is too hungry to walk right now, so Lin Cheng found a piece of Yujing, an open place, the same as above 48 Guan Luyu preached, waiting for him here, while he was looking around. Is there anything to wrap the belly? Shangguan Luyu nodded like a good girl. Lin Cheng first spotted a fruit tree that looked like a banana. Of the Cretaceous canopies are very long, and there are not many branches and branches. Only the canopy is unknown and has fresh leaves and fruit. This is why there are so many herbivorous dinosaurs with long necks. If you can't climb a tree well enough, it is estimated that you will not only fall with a bruised face, but also return empty-handed. Fortunately, Lin Cheng was physically able to survive. While picking the fruit, Lin Cheng also broke off a few branches that seemed to be useful for photography. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 233_Ancient Dragon Species Quajo Dragon, First Update. This branch can be made into a natural fish as long as it is turned upside down a little later. When Lin Cheng first came here, he discovered that there were many swimming fish on the coast. After a while, Lin Cheng was bare, holding a handful of fruit food in one hand, and with the other, stabbed 2 fatty fish, and returned with a full reward. For this meal, Lin Cheng didn't even rely on Pokemon to handle it all by himself. Lin Cheng felt a sense of achievement. But when I was walking halfway, I suddenly heard a scream coming from a place not far from Shangguan Luyu. Yeah. Lin Cheng immediately retracted the harvest into the empty stone, and then summoned the burning without a word, applied electromagnetic levitation to himself, and rushed in the direction of Shangguan Luyu. Get there, and soon see a top carnivore beast. Oh no, it's a dinosaur. Kui Zhoulong. The body is very tall, very similar to the Tyrannosaurus rex in people's impressions, and the back has thorns and thorns, the front is short, and the 2 hind legs are very strong and powerful. First, most of the prey will be bled quickly, and ultimately cannot escape the end of the injury and blood loss. What surprised Lin Cheng the most was this gigantic dragon. In the eyes of information, it turned out to be an existence that was judged to be a vicious beast. Ancient dragon species, Kui Zhou dragon. Level 38, 4-star advanced. I saw that Shangguan Luan had summoned her natal elf, Polygon Eye, and a Pokemon named Cerulean. Both of these 2 elves have a 4-star high-level level. In terms of strength, Shangguan Luyu should not lose to this Kui Zhoulong, but the former may be frightened by the opponent's huge body and the unique aura of the ancient savage predator. Some can't let go, but for a while, the Kui Jolong actually suppressed the Polygon Beast too and the head of Cerulean. Ga-o-o. A condensed wind blade from the huge bloody mouth of the Kui Jo dragon whistling. While Lin Cheng was stunned, he felt that it was a matter of course. Since the latter was identified by the Eye of Information as a beast category, and it was still a 4-star level, then it was not unacceptable to have the ability to attack with attributes. Lu Yu, step back. Lin Cheng had already appeared behind Shengguan Lu Yu at some point, and when he saw Lin Cheng coming back, Shengguan Lu Yu was relieved, but soon became a little worried and said, "Brother, although I know that you have strength comparable to 5 stars. However, the strength of this dragon species beast is really extraordinary. Not only is it powerful in attack, but it also has a very fast speed under its huge size. Why don't we deal with it together?" There was no direct answer to Shengguan Lu Yu's Shinlincheng, but a smile on her face. Then, a behemoth was also summoned in the wave of the hand. Tyrannosaurus crushed it. For the training method of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, Lin Cheng has always cultivated the root of tanks and chariots. Required that the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus not only has a defense that is as immobile as a mountain, but also has a one-shot attack power. Under this harsh training method, unconsciously, the shape of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus is somewhat different from its kind. Originally, under normal circumstances, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex is about 19 meters tall, but Lin Cheng's iron-armored Tyrannosaurus is different. Under the condition of sufficient nutrition, it grows to 3 meters 6 at once. Twice the size of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex. In front of this Kui Jo dragon, although the body length is 13 or 4 meters, it does not have much advantage in the height of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Shengguan Lu Yu saw that Lin Cheng turned around and summoned such a behemoth, and the small mouth opened inadvertently into a shape, and the group couldn't gather together. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex is even more shocking to her than this Kui Jolong. After all, the latter is rare but unfamiliar, so she is so big. Shengguan Lu Yu may at most have some repercussions at the first moment of meeting, while iron armor is unfamiliar. Violent dragon, this is a Pokemon that is closely related to their lives. There are clear information in the textbook Tilda. In a familiar situation, the scope of her cognition is super flat, and this shocking force is indeed much greater than that of the completely unfamiliar Kui Jolong. Lin Cheng. How did you grow up to be such a big iron-armored Tyrannosaurus? Lin Cheng still smiled calmly. I'll be chatting later. Now, let me solve it first. In Lin Cheng's mouth, it naturally refers to Kui Jolong. Seeing a monster with a physique similar to his own appeared out of thin air, Kui Jolong said that he was not surprised. However, as one of the top carnivorous dinosaurs, it naturally has its pride. Ga-o-o. The stroke ball is not only fading, but has a tendency to expand further. Quote. 380 whoosh. When the energy gathered to a certain level, the wind ball suddenly burst out of the mouth. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus is not afraid at all. The light of fine iron emerges from the arm. Carrying the strength of Lishan Mountain, it collides with the wind ball. Open black lens bracket arm hammer close black lens bracket. The unpretentious blow has the power of the best in fighting skills. It is one of the skills that is close to the top power. Quote exclamation mark quote. Wind pressure spread all around, and the shocking force burst out, causing the ground beneath the center of the two to burst into cracks. And, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus took the lead in rushing out of the smoke screen with its proud defense, not to mention the proud horns above its head shaking its ripples visible to the naked eye. Slamming plus drilling, the power of the two is a perfect combination and one hit. Puff. That Kuilong was interrupted by this blow on the spot. Ow, screamed. While struggling, I still want to make a trick. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus took the tail strike without retreating, and then wrapped the thick tail with both hands and slammed it on the ground. Boom. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder. If the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click Refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click Exit Free Reading Mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 234_Hazonyuenko open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. Finally, it is a dragon god swooping to make up the knife. The half of the hegemon, Kui Jolong was helpless and collapsed in a pool of dry blood. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus killed the ancient dragon species. Kui Jolong gained 80,200 experience points. Obtain Kuejo Dragon Inverse Scale 1 and obtain Kuejo Dragon Crystal Core 1. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus level 43. Open black lens bracket Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus comprehension skill super corner strike close black lens bracket. That's not bad. I can add a meal now. Lin Cheng proudly patted the thigh of his Iron Tyrannosaurus. Not only did he learn new moves, but he also killed the dinosaur. Ever since Xiao Lincheng felt like a dinosaur tail. Some are like ham, which should be chewy. This time, I finally got a chance to try it. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus instantly turned into a naive little expression. It's so strong. Shengguan Luyu's expression was, my friends and I are stunned, throughout the whole process. Okay, Luyu, don't be dumb, it's time to have dinner. Lin Cheng turned his head and reminded Shengguan Luyu with a smile. Oh, Shengguan Luyu walked over stupidly. The process of making a big meal is very simple, just bake. This is the most original way of cooking. Lin Cheng first simply set up a fire, and then set up the fish and dinosaur thigh meat. Suddenly, smoke curled up. Afraid that the taste is too simple, Lin Cheng also asked Fatian Mantis to cut a relatively flat stone and then let it burn through and make a serving of the same iron plate. I didn't put too much seasoning, just pure salt, but that alone, the smell of the squeak was enough to entice roundworms. Even Shengguan Luyu, who looks like a flat lady, couldn't help but take a few more bites. Lin Cheng and the elves, naturally, they ate their mouths full of oil without any image. Eating Lin Cheng and tasting it. This dinosaur has more muscles and tendons in the thighs, and it is more chewy. If you drink it, it is not bad, but if you eat too much, you will inevitably have a sour jaw. The dinosaur's tail meat is a new way to open up Lin Cheng's taste. The world. Door. This meat is less tendon and tender, and it is really no different from ham meat. Lin Cheng and the Pokemon ate most of the food in one go, and packed the rest into an empty stone ring as a reserve. After filling their stomachs, Lin Cheng and others started to do business. First of all, they must observe the whole picture of the island as soon as possible. Lin Cheng asked the burning insect to add the electromagnetic float buff to people. Originally, he thought that this would allow the dogs to easily see the whole island, but when they flew no more than 10 meters off the ground, trouble immediately found them. But see, a large swarm of toothless pterosaurs suddenly flew from the sky. It is said to be toothless, but it is also a carnivorous monster without teeth in its mouth but with strong jaw muscles, which can instantly bite its prey tightly, and then tear, peck or swallow it raw. A single toothless pterosaur, that is, the strength of 2 stars and 1 3 stars, is not terrible, but after a group, even Lin Cheng will have some headaches. The aerial survey failed, and the two of Lin Cheng had to return to the ground and continue to walk on foot. Soon it was night. Shengguan Luyu suggested that they should go to the seaside where they first came to stay. Lin Cheng thought for a moment and agreed to the proposal. Compared with the dense forest, the number of dinosaurs and beasts on the seaside will be less, and the beasts in the water should not be able to reach the shore. The evening, Lin Cheng took out the house cap, and the two stayed in it for one night. Although there were a lot of modern gadgets in the house cap, Shengguan Luyu didn't sleep well that night because he was worried about the unknown world. Early morning, I woke up early. Shu Dongsheng, looking at the endless seaside, and the end of the sea, the wind wall that spreads the sky, Shengguan Luyu wants to try it. She summoned Polygon E and made Polygon E fly towards the end of the sea and the wind wall. Although I know that it is very likely that I will not be able to break through the wind wall, it is worth trying as long as there is a slight possibility. Under the command of the master, Polygon 2 naturally has no hesitation. Polygon E looks like a duck. It can't swim, but it can float in the air. The speed is neither fast nor slow. After floating for about a quarter of an hour, it is about to touch the wind wall. Shangguan Luochao had a nervous look on her face, just as she was about to order Polygon I to touch the wind wall. Lin Cheng's exclamation suddenly came from his ears. Luyu, let the polygonal beast run back and leave the place. Shangguan Luyu hasn't responded yet. But at this moment, a huge black shadow quickly appeared in the underwater area where Polygon I was floating. Then, there is a big mouth. Ow! That looks like a crocodile, but is dozens of times larger than a crocodile, emerges from the bottom of the sea, revealing its shocking appearance. Just looking at it roughly, this mouth is nearly 3 or 4 meters long. Enough to swallow the Kui Zhoulong that Lin Cheng and the others saw yesterday, whole. Puff! That underwater monster opened its mouth, closed its mouth, and dived into the water. The movement was done in one go, and after a moment of shock, it disappeared again. Except for leaving a lot of splashes, at this moment, the sea was still calm. How could the Shangguan Luyu suddenly lost her soul? Own polygonal beast I, the natal elf that I have cultivated for so long, was just swallowed by that big monster. If it hadn't hit it by itself, it wouldn't have encountered this kind of thing. Thinking of this, Shangguan Luyu couldn't help the sour nose, and the crystal water droplets kept sliding down her cheeks. It's really a close call. But at this moment, I heard Lin Cheng say something in relief. Gah! Accompanied by the confused and familiar cry of polygon beasts. Shangguan Luyu suddenly turned around and saw Lin Cheng standing behind him holding the polygonal beast. Polygon Beast 2 Lin Cheng. You are. No matter what miracle happened, Shangguan Luyu didn't want to worry anymore. At this moment, she just wanted to hold her own elf or Tongda. After crying, Shangguan Luyu sobbed softly, Dao Lincheng, brother Lin Lin. This time, I'll cause you trouble again. Lin Cheng waved his hand, indicating that he was used to it. And, can I ask how you did it? Don't ask, if you know, it won't work, Lin Cheng said perfunctorily. Then will you continue to protect me in the future? Please let me know when you die next time. This time, it's really dangerous. Shanglincheng originally wanted Paluchia to try to break through this secret barrier in one breath, but it was all spent saving it. Polygon 2_. It looks like I have to think of other ways to leave. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 235_ Contact with the Dragon Beast 3rd update. But to be honest, Lin Cheng didn't expect that in the sea area of the Lost Island surrounded by the wind wall, there is a sea overlord hidden in the sea. To talk about the marine carnivorous overlord in the Cretaceous period, it is naturally Mosasaurus. In actual historical records, this Mosasaurus can grow up to more than 10 meters in size, with 4 fins and a long tail. Skin surface. Face covered with scales. Mosasaurus, strictly speaking, Zipping is not a dinosaur, but in this world, it is a terrible beast. Just now, Lin Cheng roughly estimated that the moss-toothed dragon in this world is at least 30 meters long. This concept is equivalent to the height of a 9-story building in reality. Open black lens bracket Ichthyosaurus Mosasaurus. Level 49, 5-star peak. Just one step away from the quasi 6-star. This monster is a nightmare for all sea adventurers. To be honest, Lin Cheng doesn't really want to confront it head-on. If it does, he's not afraid, but he's still looking forward to it. In a word, on the wind wall, Shengguan Luyu didn't think about contacting it for a while, and Lin Cheng was not so arrogant as to want to make a hole in the wind wall. The wall disappears, leaning against a human power is too mysterious. And through the eye of information, Lin Cheng also faintly discovered during yesterday's observation that there seems to be a huge amount of volcanic nuclear energy hidden in the core mountain range of this small island, but this volcanic nuclear energy center has a blocks are hollow. Isn't that obviously telling him that there are ghosts in this place? Lin Cheng can't tell if he doesn't take a look. What happened to Yi just now? Shengguan Luyu now looks like Lin Cheng as the backbone. Wherever Lin Cheng says, she naturally won't have any opinion. On the way to the core mountains, Lin Cheng and the two saw a lot of dragon beasts, the spines of which were densely covered with bone spurs, forest dragon beasts. The levels were from 3-star high level to 4-star elementary level. The giant hoof can easily crush a car into a cake. South Giant Dragon, CGED. This giant dragon is exactly the same as the huge and famous Mamenchi dragon, with a slender tail and neck, although it is herbivorous, complete. Meaning is fierce beasts, and they have a sense of rejection from the depths of their genes. As long as Lin Cheng and the two get close, they will run away immediately. There are also some small carnivorous dragon species, such as egg-stealing dragon beast, and dinosaur melon dragon beast. The former followed Lin Cheng and the two of them all the way. Once the two of them made a move, they would be eager to try and snatch away the two of them. What, of course, greeted them with the burning flames and the swift knife waiting of the flying mantis. The level of egg-stealing dragon beast is generally only 1 star to 2 stars. The fighting is not strong, but it is a little more sensitive. It is better to train the flying mantis and the burning insect. The flying mantis double knives are transformed into frozen doubles, which doubles the damage to dragon beasts and kills several egg-stealing dragon beasts in a row. The level has also loosened, directly rising to level 10 and facing a breakthrough of 2 stars 159. Acquired skill, Shadow Clone. As for the Deinonychus, it was much more ferocious, and Lin Cheng didn't even dare to let the flying mantis, who was still growing up, fight against it. Although these little dragons are only the same height as adult humans, the hordes of melon dragon beasts are definitely not a small Genkui Jolong as a threat to human beings. The average level of the dinosaurs is 3-star intermediate, but there is a big gap between the strengths and the weak. Some weak ones are only 2-star first level, while the stronger ones are 4-star intermediate level, extremely agile, and the two front melons are also very fast. Flexible, attack. Hit the enemy, use the mouth and melon together, and if you fight with it, a lot of heart will leave wounds that cannot be healed. Even if the burning insect is currently level 28, 3-star high level, and the combat power of God, fighting with it will cause a lot of injuries. But in the end, victory with great firepower. The injury was also quickly controlled by the skills, Morning Light, and Drain. Along the way, the Elves of Lincheng have gained rich experience in fighting dragon-type beasts. At the same time, Lin Cheng will occasionally let Shengguan Luyu's elves take action. The level of Shengguan Luyu's elves is actually much higher than that of ordinary peers, but his combat experience is too lacking, even compared to the ivory tower of Galaxy College. Ordinary students need to be lacking. After all, their identity is there, even a hand training coach can control his strength, and he must pay attention not to go too far. Shengguan Luyu is naturally a blow to a weak enemy. Killing, but with the strong, the same level as yourself, or even weaker, the combat experience is inferior. However, under Lin Cheng's conscious training, this weakness was quickly made up for, and the progress was rapid. First, it was related to Shengguan Luyu's talent, and secondly, it was the target of this sparring of dragon-bred beasts. This type of fierce beast is rarely seen, and it can be regarded as the best among the beasts. After getting used to fighting against such powerful beasts, facing ordinary beasts, thinking about it, it will be easier. The two walked all the way, exercised and harvested all the way. However, the secret master, but at this time, also acted. The shadows of Kongolan, a black figure looked at Lin Cheng and the two of them laughed. I think, this kid has all fallen into this place, and this leisurely heart. Since you want to find training, then I just satisfy you. ... Go, my pets. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 236 _ Rushes In. Triangular Broken Mouth Dragon, 4th more. With the mysterious man's order, there were strange paths in the dark, and the huge figure was about to move. Lin Cheng, look, now my polygonal beast can win against 5 dinosaur melon dragon beasts. Shangguan Luyu showed her victory to Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng shrugged, chuckled, and analyzed rationally. Although polygon beasts are general-type Pokemon, they are very good at superpower-type skills in group battles, and naturally there is no pressure. Moreover, these dinosaur melon dragon beasts are ferocious. But after all, the strength is generally only about Samsung, and the victory of the multilateral beastie is also a matter of course. Shangguan Luyu pursed her lips when she heard the words, and whispered, I just want you to praise me honestly. Boom. Two exchanged a word. Suddenly, from a distance, there was an earthquake echo of a giant beast galloping away. The few melon dragon beasts who were clamoring for hands with polygon beastie just now seemed to sense something, and immediately turned their heads and ran away. Is something coming? Shangguan Luyu immediately called Polygon Eye back and asked. Well, he should be quite a heavy guy. Lin Cheng's expression was also a little serious. The surrounding vibrations became more and more severe, and finally, the bushes in front of them were knocked away. The beast finally revealed its true face. It is covered in thick armor and has a beak-shaped mouth. Its most notable features are its well-known large head and 3 giant long-pointed fish. Wrong vote. This dragon beast is the Triceratops, the most aggressive herbivorous dinosaur in the Cretaceous period. Rotten dragon species. Triangular broken mouth dragon. Level, 40 quasi 5-star beast. Don't know why it turned into a vicious beast. The appearance of this Triceratops shatter-mouthed dragon is completely different from the popular image of the Triceratops. It's original. That should be majestic is more like the skull exposed after being corroded, and the crown of the 2-pointed fish like a spear is extremely defensive. Originally, Triceratops was a powerful herbivorous dinosaur comparable to Tyrannosaurus rex, but now the Triceratops in front of Lin Cheng and the two of them was even more powerful than Tyrannosaurus rex. Moo. After the triangular shatter-mouthed dragon appeared, it rushed towards Lin Cheng and the two of them involuntarily. And during this period, Lin Cheng vaguely heard a strange sound of chin-chin. It's not like the wind. Lin Cheng was puzzled for a moment, and he keenly discovered that the attack frequency of the triangular broken-mouth dragon had a clear correlation with the sound of chin-chin. Who is operating behind the scenes? Thinking of this, Lin Cheng was not only not afraid, but cheered up when someone did something, which means there is a plan, and if there is a plan, as long as the plan is defeated, then things will soon be resolved. Can end. Brother Lin, what should we do now? Shangguan Luyu ran with Lin Cheng and asked what to do next. Since someone sent us an experience package, then naturally we will accept it. Although he didn't understand the meaning of the experience pack, Shangguan Luyu heard that Lin Cheng wanted to fight with his face. If that's the case, then let my children do it first. Cerulean, use elephant light. Shangguan Luyu patted the elf bag and released Cerulean. Cerulean also immediately entered a state of battle, and there were waves of streamer fluctuations in his eyes. Buzz. Super power attack, silent launch. The action of the triangular broken-mouth dragon was stopped for a moment, but it was out of control in an instant. Then, the skin of the Triceratops shattered dragon, cherry blossoms at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a low thunderous sound resounded between the surface of its skin and the bones in an instant. Crash! Thunder and brute force, the strong wind alone made Cerulean fly backwards. But this time, Cerulean's stubbornness also appeared. Her body as light as a girl flipped and landed perfectly in midair. Then, under the command of Shengguan Luyu, he threw a piece of open black lens bracket magic leaf closed black lens bracket. Clang clang. However, the opponent's defense is too strong, and Cerulean's attack is of no use at all. Who seized the opportunity exploded with thunder, and the wanton thunder was pouring out. Although Cerulean used teleportation to dodge repeatedly, it was still affected by some, and the wolf and fox fell from the air. Cerulean, Shengguan Luyu called out in worry. PFF'd. Lin Cheng, who was already prepared, easily took Cerulean down. Okay, leave it to me next, you've worked hard too. As he spoke, he stroked Fuji Lulian's head. Cerulean glanced at Lin Cheng curiously, and on her head, the red tentacles like hairpins glowed faintly. In Lin Cheng's body, Cerulean felt a very comfortable superpower energy, which slowly flowed into the body along Cerulean's red tentacles. Cerulean's whole body was injured. Not only was she half-healed, but she felt very comfortable and could not help but murmured. Cerulean, are you alright? Shengguan Luyu Jungle City took Cerulean in his arms and asked with great concern. Cerulean had not walked out of the thrill of energy installation just now, and Qiaguang, who was looking at Lin Cheng at this moment, was a little silly. Lin Cheng returned with a faint smile, and Cerulean immediately blushed and got into Sheng Yiliyuyu's arms, reacting like a human girl lost. Shengguan Luyu. Ha. The triangular broken-mouth dragon defeated Cerulean, and it was even more imposing. It rushed towards the two of Lin Cheng again with a clamor. But when it stepped on the ground, it found that the soles of its own feet could not be lifted. Ghost stepping on the shadow. Shadow stepping is not Gengar's skill, but a feature which has or is a special ability. Simply put, it is the same special ability as Paluchia's ability to control space. This is the exclusive ability of being a shadow Pokemon. Gengar, before evolution, whether it is Ghost or Ghost Stone, it is the only one classified as shadow Pokemon among all Pokemon. Exist 1. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 237_Shinado, First Update. Before evolution, although it was possible to hide in the shadow to do some mischief, it was unable to expand the damage method. After evolution, attacking in the shadow became a basic operation. No matter how powerful the triangular broken-mouth dragon is, he cannot get rid of his shadow. Boom boom boom. The soles of the feet kept stepping on the ground, leaving deep traces, but they couldn't move forward for half a minute. Lin Cheng pretended to be surprised. Oh, it's really amazing, you can even kick your legs. But if you lose your limbs, can you still move? As soon as Lin Cheng finished speaking, the ghost immediately knew what to do, and in the shadows, a lot of freezing air kept coming out. This is the result of Gengar's constant use of Freezing Fist, in the shadow, 660. The triangular broken-mouth Longan watched as the ice froze its limbs and spread to the body, as well as its proudest triangle. The triangular shatter-mouthed dragon's whole body was completely sculpted into ice. Zheng Gui slowly emerged from the shadows and then a powerful wave of evil penetrated the head of the triangular shatter-mouthed dragon. Because it was completely frozen, not a drop of blood flowed, and the hole in the head slowly spread to the whole body, and the whole body shattered to the ground. Ghost kills rotten dragon species. Triangular broken-mouth dragon gains experience value of 9,880. Ghost upgrade level 43. Because it was smashed into pieces of ice, I couldn't get any material from the triangular shatter-mouthed dragon, but there is no regret. This triangular shatter-mouthed dragon has already died and is no different from a zombie. Food. Use. The hard bone material on the body may contain a large amount of viruses. If you touch it at will in this environment, if you are infected, it will not pay off. The only pity is that 5-star beast crystal core. Let's go. After finishing the matter, Lin Cheng waved to Shengguan Luyu, indicating to continue on his way. Amazing. Chiruru. No matter what time it was so powerful, Shengguan Luyu was curious and Lu Lian exclaimed and whispered in surprise, her beautiful eyes full of shock and surprise. The figure in front of him has a breathtaking aura, and it is difficult for people to transfer the moonlight, and it seems to have its own unique charm. Wow! Chilean's body exuded a burst of brilliance, and her body quickly grew larger, turning into a height of nearly 1 meter 6. Perhaps it was because of the energy that Lin Cheng had just instilled, which prompted the advance to evolve. At this moment, Chirulian evolved as a young girl and became a queen. Open black lens bracket Shinado. Level 39, 4, Star Peak. Qualification. Rare. Attributes. Superpower, fine. Ability, telepathy. Wow Qilulian, how did you get in? Shuangxilan only repelled the enemy, and his magical Zongbei also evolved at this moment. No, now, I should call you Shinado. The evolved Shinado, in terms of fighting ability, even far surpassed the upper-class natal elf 2-polygon beast C, and it was really unexpected to think that Shinado could come to the fore. Lin Cheng was also attracted to the attention at this moment, and when he looked at the evolved Shinade Duo more, Shinade Duo was shy for a while. Reason, Shinado has been paying attention to Lin Cheng's eyes from the very beginning. This human is obviously not the master, but why should I care about him so much? Other hand, Sombra's plan failed, and at this time, he was naturally very upset. I underestimate him, this boy is quite a bit. I imagine that the quasi-5-star beast can't solve him. Seeing that the two of Lin Cheng were still heading towards his base camp, the shadow pondered for a while, and then smiled again. I'm going to see how long you can last. At this time, Lin Cheng and the two found a cave, but following the cave, they soon discovered that this was just a dead end. Shengguan Luyu couldn't help but wonder why Lin Cheng brought her here. Brother Lin, tonight, are we going to spend the night here? Shengguan Luyu asked tentatively. Lin Cheng smiled mysteriously, but did not answer. His hands were groping back and forth on a stone wall in the cave. After a while, Lin Cheng's expression became a little strange. Sure enough, everything in the novels and TV series is fake. Who would deliberately leave a door for the enemy? After muttering to himself, Lin Cheng simply summoned the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Then, under the stunned moonlight of Shengguan Luyu, he directly sent the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus towards a rock wall. Bump. Boom. The wall collapsed and the smoke filled the air for a while. Cough, cough. Shengguan Luyu accidentally choked on the smoke and coughed several times. Then, before she could question her, a modern alloy tunnel appeared in the cave at the original end. What exactly is Lin here? Go in and see. Lin Cheng still smiled calmly. Duo walked all the way and soon discovered that this was a place similar to research. In the deepest part of the tunnel, you can also see glassware. The fruit surface is filled with nutrient solution, and in the nutrient solution, pieces of stuff similar to the material of beasts are soaked. Lin Cheng glanced over with the eye of information. His expression became a little weird in an instant. The materials soaked in these nutrient solutions are actually parts of some real dinosaurs. After contacting the beasts that look like dinosaurs outside, then the secret of this island is about to come out. He he he. At this moment, from the darkness, an old man's sinister laughter sounded. How is it? Are you still satisfied with my collection hobby? Who? Shengguan Luyu frowned and asked immediately. On the island full of dragons and beasts, a research laboratory has been established, and there is also a subtle tendency to control it. Who is this poor person? Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 238_7 Old Stars Xie Yuan Open Black Lens Bracket Second Update Close Black Lens Bracket. Hey, sorry, my introduction is late. The figure in the dark slowly stepped forward, exposed to the light. Judging from the appearance, the 7 points are harmless to humans and animals, with bright tops, and there are still some white-haired people on both sides of the head with monocular lenses, 2 white beards, wearing scientist clothes, and leaning on a cane in their hands. The old name is Xie Yuan, and he is one of the 7 old stars. I want to come, little girl, you. And the young man beside you should not be unfamiliar. The old man smiled and shifted his gaze from Shengguan Luyu to Lin Cheng. Ah, naturally I understand that Shen Kang is still in our hands. Lin Cheng's tone was very indifferent. When I heard that the other party was one of the 7 stars, Shengguan Luyu's expression immediately became serious. Rumored that each of the 7 old stars has the strength of a 5-star trainer, but they are cold in nature and enjoy 26 blessings from the Federation. The evil deeds of many people and gods. According to the National Archives and Information Bureau, in order to study the origin of the secret realm, the 7 old stars once took the lives of all people and elves in a city-level basis sacrifices. Although I don't know what the results are, this move naturally attracted the extreme attention of the federal government and directly set people as a federal-level criminal organization. Hearing Lin Cheng's straightforward admission, Xie Yuan's expression was a little unnatural, but he quickly adjusted back. The young man is really confident in his own strength. Even if it falls into the hands of the old man, he can still show such a skillful expression. At this point, Xie Yuan's expression suddenly turned sideways, and his face instantly became hideous. You really think you didn't lose, old man? Old age is not the arrogant idiot of Shen Kang. I have been in this secret realm for nearly 10 years. I can control 7 or 8 of the powerful organisms on this island. Isn't that the solution to a quasi-5-star herbivorous rot dragon? Now, I'll show you the real despair. Xie Yuan suddenly raised the crutches in his hand when he spoke. This thing that originally looked like a cane was actually a strange recorder. With a special chirping sound, 3 huge cages rose up on the ground of the research room. In each cage there is a scarlet-eyed hungry carnivore dragon. Rotten dragon species. Shark-toothed dragon. Level 39, 4-star peak beast. Rhodosaurus species Tyrannosaurus. Level 40, quasi 5-star beast. Rotten dragon species Carnivorous Bullosaurus. Level 41, 5-star beginner. Carcharodontosaurus has a long head, a very long mouth, and long teeth. Each one is like the head above, and its eye sockets are sunken like a skeleton. Tyrannosaurus, a dragon species named after Tyrannosaurus, is very ferocious in nature. Whether it is the sharp teeth in the mouth or the sharp melons that are separated and flexible, it shows that it is a qualified hunter. Flesh-eating dragon. It has scarlet skin and 2 protruding horns on the top of its head, which is the origin of its name. In addition, its shape is no different from Tyrannosaurus rex. It is one of the top carnivorous dragon species in the Cretaceous period, even if it is incarnated as. The level of the rotten dragon species is also the highest among the 3 carnivorous dragon species, and it has truly reached the 5-star level. You 3 treat the guests well and don't leave them out. 14. Roar. Ga-oh. Most. The 3 carnivorous dragons rushed towards Lin Cheng together. Each one is in the attitude of fighting for life. Shengguan Luyu didn't dare to be careless at all, and summoned Polygon Eye and Shinado together, but even if the 2 shot together, they would at most entangle one of the tyrannosaurs. Brother Lin, I'm sorry, the remaining 2 are going to be handed over to you. Shengguan Luyu really felt sorry for fighting the Tyrannosaurus for a few moments, and she immediately realized how powerful this dragon species was. Dragging one is already her limit. Lin Cheng smiled indifferently. It's okay, leave it to me. Come out, Iron Tyrannosaurus Denjmon. The huge body of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus instantly appeared in front of people. First saw it, even Xie Yuan was shocked. Oh. Being able to capsize Shen King's gutter, you really have some strength. You iron-armored Tyrannosaurus should have 5-star strength, right? But, it will be me. Norosaurus. Opponent. Talking Gongo Carnotaurus has already been entangled with the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. The rotten dragon's roots make it very bloody and tyrannical to fight the Carnotaurus. The natal move of the Carnotaurus is about blood, specifically. The blood in its body can be arbitrarily controlled and used to attack the opponent. A drop of blood can turn into a blood blade. Sweep sweep. The two melons swayed. Hundreds of blood blades shrouded the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus 973. Although the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus did not move like a mountain, it was still slightly injured. The flesh-eating dragon sees the gap and instantly deceived its body close to Baolong, whose mouth was full of fangs like a blood blade. The penetrating effect of this blood blade was very powerful. Flat imagination. For ordinary 5-star Pokemon, I don't know how many times I have already died. Ga-oh-oh. The carnivore dragon is like a berserker mode, although every time it attacks, it will consume a lot of blood, but as the blood is less, its attack power will become more and more fierce, because the flesh body has already been in a certain sense. Fall from the sky. Extinguishing, therefore, can easily make movements that exceed the limits of the flat body. Tail, all the body parts that point to the horns, exert extraordinary power in the hands of the carnivorous dragon. It's a monster who doesn't know what to do with pain. Lin Cheng commented in a calm tone. Jia. Xie Yuan, who had been sitting on the mountain watching the tiger fight, squinted his eyes and said proudly, I know fear now. Is it too late, Tilda? No, I'm just sad for these ancient dragons. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder. If the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 239_Rotten Dragon Species, Failure Product. Open black lens bracket third update close black lens bracket. You mean you pity them? Xie Yuan thought it was very funny. Ha ha ha, as a prey, you actually pity the great life form I created. I originally thought you were a different kid, but I didn't expect you to be just an arrogant person. It's almost time for the show to end, but you feel pity for them, then, obediently become their ration. Xie Yuan looked hideous, as if thinking of something. What an interesting thing, he laughed. Lin Cheng's expression didn't change, and he said lightly as he did his own thing, is it funny? Originally possessed of consciousness, how could their potential as a real living body be now? The Walking Dead comparable. But as you said, it's really time to end the show. In the form of my Pokemon's victory. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, double return. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was ordered to change its defensive stance and burst out the energy in its body. Boom. Destruction. Carnivorous dragons' attacks are mostly physical attacks, and the effect of double repayment is to double the physical attacks suffered. Also gives the skills to Mao, as the move literally means. The carnivorous dragon was knocked to the ground with a single blow, and the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus clasped its arm tightly on the neck of the carnivorous dragon. Although the carnivore dragon's body was greatly injured, and the blood in its mouth vomited, it still did not stop resisting, constantly tearing and biting the iron armor with blood blade fangs. Dragon arm. Crack. Kick. A sound of iron clattering. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus did not change its expression, and continued to hit the flesh-eating dragon on the neck with a move, double return. Stupid. Why continue to use physical attacks? Use long-range blood blade attacks well. Seeing his proud experimental results, Carnotaurus suddenly being suppressed, Xie Yuan naturally became angry and scolded repeatedly. But, can the transformed Carnotaurus understand? Flesh-eating dragons, follow Xie Yuan's battle instructions, and still want minions to melee. Xie Yuan immediately realized the problem. This is the result of your experiment. It's just a walking corpse, with no rules, just a bite attack according to instinct. Lin Cheng explained the biggest flaws of these rotten dragon species in one sentence. They may be able to understand simple instructions, but their superb skills and fighting style have all been forgotten and lost after they incarnated into rotten dragons. Such a ghost. How could it be my Pokemon's opponent? With Lin Cheng's voice, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus's last move, Dragon Dive. The carnivorous dragon was crushed into slag, unable to move. Open black lens bracket iron-armored Tyrannosaurus killed the 5-star rot dragon. Carnivorous Bullosaurus. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get 100,000 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 5-star dragon seed crystal nucleus 1 close black lens bracket. Looking at the dead carnivore dragon, Lin Cheng silently said in his heart, rest in peace. At this time, Xie Yuan's eyes were red and his face was very ugly. Resentful stared at Lin Cheng for a moment, then snorted coldly, don't you just win one? The old man has 2 carnivorous dragons. Quote. Lin Cheng sneered. Boom. Boom. The next moment, there were suddenly 2 loud noises, and 2 huge heads fell on the ground. Xie Yuan's pupils shrank suddenly, and these 2 huge heads were the other 2 carnivorous rotten dragons that he was proud of. Carcharodon and Tyrannosaurus. How is this possible? At this moment, Xie Yuan, like a gambler who lost a bet, had a look of disbelief on his face. I forgot to tell you, the magical Zongbai who can deal with your 2 dragon beasts is my electric shock beast. And my electric shock beast's overall strength is still higher than the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Lin Cheng is not talking nonsense. The electric shock beast is now level 40, a quasi 5-star magic treasure, and the reason is the quasi-god qualification, its combat effectiveness is comparable. Quasi 6-star beast. To deal with the mere 2 quasi 5-star dragon beasts, is it still not chopping melons and vegetables? Impossible. It's impossible. How could you have such strength? Xie Yuan was completely mad, in order to transform this secret realm into what it is now. How much time and effort did it take? Now, it was easily subverted by a little ghost in just a few hours. This made him almost doubt life. He frantically scratched his scalp, resentment and panic enveloped his heart. Finally, he smiled. Ha 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 ha. Well, very good, Boy Ri, you are very special. You can do this to such an extent that it is completely beyond the expectations of the old. But then you will meet. Yes, it's my trump card. Xie Yuan pressed a button on the crutches in his hand. A special cage rises up again under the feet. Bang Diaresis Kawuwu, _ And in this cage, is one of the most famous beasts in the history of dinosaurs. Tyrannosaurus rex, commonly known as Tyrannosaurus rex. Its skin is gray-brown, and each tooth is the size of a banana. The bite force reached an astonishing 100,000 to 200,000 newtons in prehistoric times. This hand alone is enough for him to say. Ancient Cretaceous period, and this Tyrannosaurus rex, after possessing the characteristics of a beast, became even more terrifying. Open black lens bracket Gulong. Tyrannosaurus rex. Level 47, 5-star high-level beast. A move with dual attributes of fire and soil. At the same time, Lin Cheng found that this Tyrannosaurus rex did not seem to have been directly transformed into a rotten dragon by Xie Yuan, that is to say. Its DNA gene, there is the true fighting will of Tyrannosaurus rex that has been passed down from ancient times to the present. Returning Qian Dezhao is really unexpected. It seems that you are not stupid enough to transform all ancient dragons into rotten dragons. Lin Cheng shrugged. Said piercingly. Hey, what you didn't expect is still behind. Xie Yuan didn't seem to care about Lin Cheng's sarcasm at all. With a staggering pace, he approached the Tyrannosaurus Rex cage step by step. Woo Lulu. Tyrannosaurus Rex was not transformed into a rotten dragon species, which means that, to a certain extent, Tyrannosaurus Rex was free and not affiliated. With Xie Yuan, and now Xie Yuan, as a human, is so close to a 5-star beast, the result is predictable. Crack. After Xie Yuan got close to its attack range, the Tyrannosaurus Rex unceremoniously broke the cage. It swallowed Xie Yuan whole. That's right, the master of this plan just swallowed it. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 240_mutant species. Open black lens bracket fourth more close black lens bracket. Quote exclamation mark quote. This scene, even Lin Cheng was unexpected. He was eaten. Quote. Lin Cheng silently observed the situation of the Tyrannosaurus Rex with the eye of information. He always felt that things should not be so simple. Ga-oh-oh. True, when the Tyrannosaurus Rex swallowed Xie Yuan, his mood changed violently, and black smoke began to rise from his body. Black veins spread all over the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then, listening to Tyrannosaurus Rex, there was a burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha. This voice is Xie Yuan. Shenghuan Luyu's pretty face suddenly turned pale, and anyone who heard a voice from a supposedly dead person would have this expression. Sure enough, this old ghost is really hard to deal with. Lin Cheng's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but say. In the eyes of Lin Cheng's message, the attributes of Tyrannosaurus Rex changed instantly. Variation. Abyss Eye Rex Dragon. Level, 50 quasi 6-star high-level beast. Close black lens bracket. At this time, there were countless black flames spreading around Kreslong's body. Chest of the body, under the countless black meridian clusters 733, a black pupil suddenly opened. While this pupil was extremely disgusting, it was also able to make Xie Yuan's voice finally dry. The old pet's test has been successful. The first human-made 6-star beast in history was born. Ha ha ha. Shenghuan Luyu. Lin Cheng. Thanks to you, I have the courage to break the boat when I get old. Now, I have transcended the human body. I have become the top living body. Now it is the actual payment to repay you. Speaking of Kung Fu, Xie Yuan slammed on the ground. Boom. The entire base shattered abruptly, and a piece of lava erupted from the ground. Ha ha ha, now that my plan has succeeded, then there is no need to continue to live on this island. Now, let's cut you first. Go to hell. He spoke, a large amount of black flame suddenly spewed out of that black pupil. The moment the black flame and the molten slurry came into contact, a more intense fire was formed. The fire was sprayed indiscriminately, melting everything it touched. Lin Cheng, what should we do now? Shenghuan Luyu's eyes were bleak. In this case, even if Xie Yuan didn't do anything, they would soon be hit by the erupting rock. Pulp to burn. Seeing that Shenghuan Luyu was so down, Lin Cheng subconsciously smiled and stroked her head. Quote exclamation mark quote. The moment Lin Cheng touched his big hand, Shenghuan Luyu only felt that he was electrocuted, and then, a warm and numb feeling extended from his head to the back, to the soles of the feet. Lin, brother Lin, how are you? Lin Cheng put down his hand with a smile and said, don't worry, it will be over soon. No matter what you do, you can't escape from my palm. Seeing that Lin Cheng was still stubborn at this time, Xie Yuan was immediately furious, and he controlled the Yuanian Rex Dragon, and immediately turned towards the Rex Dragon. People rushed away. Between the mouth, with endless wind pressure. Paluchia, let's go. Suddenly, an invisible space pressure enveloped everything here. Then, Abyss Rex Dragon's body was like a bird with broken wings, and it flew out in a parabolic flight. Chi-chi. At the moment of its fall, two invisible space air blades swept past, and immediately, a shrill and painful howl rang out from the Abyss Rex Dragon. Howl. Asia ACH empty crack new. Yuanian Rex Dragon's tail and one leg flew out. Bang. Then, he fell heavily to the ground dented in an instant, and a large swath of molten lava spurted out, and his body lay in it, blood flowing. What happened? Shangguan Luyu has not had time to experience the sense of crisis, and the crisis has been lifted. Brother Lin. He could only look at Lin Cheng with his pretty eyes blinking, expecting him to give him an explanation. I said it will be over soon. Lin Cheng still had that warm smile on his face. He. At this time, Xie Yuan's annoying voice came from the lava, but it was very weak. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. In the end, I still fell. Boy, I admit that your strength is far beyond my imagination. But you. They are also doomed to die. Lin Cheng frowned. What do you mean? Just now, I have smashed the central core of this base, and as soon as the base collapses, this place will soon erupt when the volcano erupts. Everything will be buried with me. Ha ha ha. None of you can escape. In the crust was erupting more and more powerfully. Xie Yuan was soon submerged in the magma. Lin Cheng and the two, although they took the opportunity to run out, but seeing that the volcano was about to erupt, they couldn't think of a way to stop it for a while. Ong woo woo. But at this moment, suddenly, a humming sound came from the ocean. Lin Cheng's brows twitched, but he saw that the water splashed into the sky, and there were countless water column eruptions around the island. The entire island moved violently as if it was about to be subverted. Then, a head several times bigger than the Mosasaurus poked its head out of the ocean. At this moment, Lin Cheng and Shangguan Luyu were stunned. They saw a scene they will never forget. The thing in front of it is covered with green scales, each piece has the size of an adult, and even looks like a lizard, like a dragon, with a beak as long as a bird's beak, but with sharp points on both sides. Teeth are double, vicissitudes and peaceful, and the nostrils breathe, forming a waterspout. This huge and terrifying prehistoric beast was actually a turtle. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 241-Turtle Island, first update. Lin Cheng and Shangguan Luyu exclaimed together. Although there is a saying that the tortoise is 80,000 years old, but such a big tortoise is really unheard of. And, seeing this trend, this island, it seems, is the tortoise on it. Lin Cheng didn't know if Xie Yuan had noticed the existence of this turtle. Even if he did, Lin Cheng felt that he had no ability to control the mullet. Because, just by Lin Cheng's sweep of this sea giant beast, he knows how terrifying its strength is. Open black lens bracket Longbow Island Giant Owl. Level, 68, 7-star high-level beasts. Can be regarded as a longevity race, and why people in this country can live for so long is because people in this country have become a race of dragons, and it is for the dragon symmetry. Ancient times, there was an island called Longbow Island, and the country was also named Longbow Country. People in this country were tall, and each of them could live for over 100 years. What the people of Longbow didn't know was that their country, their pride, their self-confidence, and their bloodlines were nothing but the blessings from the beasts under them. Of Longbow who discovered the truth refused to accept the fact that they were turtle sons, and opposed the foundation, that raised them, the giants were angry and turned around and made a big deal. Waves. The people on the island evaporated overnight, and the giant has nowhere to go since then. That is to say, the beast they are standing on is the giant claw provided by the Eye of Information, which is similar to the fairy tale. 7 stars. At this level, even the current Lin Cheng and Paluchia would find it extremely difficult. And just when Lin Cheng looked at Juao, Juao also discovered them at the same time. Dao's top priority now is to extinguish the volcano on the island. Juao suppressed the impulse in his heart and continued to push the clouds, rain and waves to calm the mountain. Shu Shiji. No matter what the legends say, Juao, who is a fierce beast, has a deep disgust in his heart for doing human beings. During the period, the two of Lin Cheng did not make any attempt to block the yin. When the clouds and the rain passed and the waves subsided, the volcano finally returned to subsidence. Longbow Island Juao stretched out his dragon snake-like head, turned his head around, and glanced at the two on his back. At this moment, Shengguan Luyu only felt that she was being pushed to the anus by an irresistible will. Unable to resist, Lin Cheng turned half of his body to block Shengguan Luyu. Juao of Longbow Island was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that there are still human beings able to act under his watch. It is to set his eyes on Lin Cheng. But looking at it this way, it made it look good. An invisible space ability completely shrouded Lin Cheng, making it impossible for the giant dragons of Longbow Island to see through. Just when the giant claw of Longbow Island was stunned, in the void, there was a sound of stalwart dragon roar. It seems to be a warning that if the giant dragon on Longbow Island is arrogant, he will not be polite. Longbow Island's Juao is silent. It has grown to its level of strength, and its wisdom is no less than that of human beings. No, it is even far superior to human beings. The precipitation of the month will make the shot more calm, and I will never do things that leave myself to worry about. The will in the void, its current strength, may be a little worse than himself, but the giant of Lombok Island still feels a wave from the domain of the human being. Of the alien body is also not to be underestimated. If these two forces are united to deal with it, it will be weighed against each other. And, Lombok Island giant chose to pacify the peace. Oh. In the surf, Longbow Daoju put his head back into the water, and soon, Lin Cheng felt that the island seemed to be moving slowly. Is that the giant tortoise? Is that giant tortoise swimming again? Shengguan Luyu murmured. Lin Cheng's eyes were bright. Looking at this small island, it seemed that he was getting closer and closer to the wind wall. In the end, the small island and the wind wall collided. Hurricane hit the entire island in an instant. Originally, Lin Cheng thought that the island would completely lose its vitality in the hurricane, but the next moment, he listened to his feet. The giant roared. 0 flowers. The wind wall suddenly cracked a hole. Then, after a million years, I went to Luo Xiaodao. Once again bathed in the sunshine of the present era. Have we come out? Shengguan Luyu only felt that this moment was like a dream, but she didn't expect this giant tortoise to help them get out of trouble. Brother Lin, it's great that we're out. Shengguan Luyu cheered like a child. Lin Cheng smiled and gently stroked her head. Then, he said, it's time for us to leave. Lin Cheng knew that Lombok Island was a huge obstacle to Paluchia and Deoxys, although he would tolerate him for a while, but let such an unstable bomb keep forever. It is absolutely impossible to stay on its back. Therefore, after coming out, Lin Cheng summoned the burning insect without saying a word, and applied a layer of electromagnetic float on himself and Shengguan Luyu. Sure enough, when they were floating in the air, there would be a large number of toothless pterosaurs around, but this time, although the toothless pterosaurs still surrounded them, they didn't. No hair. It seems that there is some supreme will, ordering them not to shoot. When the two of Lin Cheng completely left the island, and gradually, another super strong hurricane began to surround the island, completely covering the island. Crash. The sea rolled violently. Don't know if it was an illusion, Lin Cheng and Shengguan Luyu both felt that the sea was slowly moving along with the hurricane barrier. That appeared half a year ago. Shouldn't it be the ghost of Juao on Longbo Island? In other words, Lombok Island itself is a secret realm. As the waves gradually go away, Lin Cheng felt that his brain was not enough. There are still too many unsolved mysteries in this world, and there must be no obsessive-compulsive disorder. If you want to think through each and every one of them, you have to be forced to death. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 242_Hell. Open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. Counting the time, it only took 2 days for the two of Lin Cheng to enter the island and exit. Because of the weird sea area, during this time, it has been in a stormy state. The steel-armored crow flying team, led by the foreign black old driver, had not set sail for a long time. By the afternoon of the second day, the wind and rain had almost stopped. Then start again. When passing by, someone immediately exclaimed, "Hey, look, this sea, does the feeling subside a lot?" Really? Some people also said, "Hey, if this sea receded earlier, it wouldn't have happened last time." The one who said this was one of the passengers who were with Lin Cheng last time. Hearing that, the other passengers of the 550s group with Lin Cheng last time all sighed. "I also think it's a pity for that young man. He knows a lot and is easygoing. He is the person who chatted with me the most over the years." The old driver shook his head. Brain sighed. Huh. Suddenly, the old driver's eyes flickered, and suddenly he saw two shadows approaching them, so he fixed his eyes, and under this look, the old driver was shocked. Shouted, "Everyone, run. There are ghosts." Quote ? Everyone was stunned. This is a good afternoon, so what kind of ghost is coming? Master driver, talk well. Some passengers thought the driver was drunk. Ouch, what are you talking about? The little young couple we met last time. They're back. Just ahead. You say, this is not haunted or what? What? People are more confused. Hey, you said how much torture this young man suffered when he died. He was already cheating before he passed the first 10. The resentment must be extraordinary, and the beast turned into after cheating the corpse must also be outrageous. If we don't run, we will have no chance. Quote. The old driver said a lot. These passengers finally believed it. Listening to the old driver's words, let the steel-armored crow under him hurry up, but not yet. No matter how far you ran, the two figures behind him chased after him. While Lin Cheng floats with electromagnetism, he also makes Paluchia use some spatial dislocation ability. Oh, why can't I run away? The old driver was so worried that he had been honestly handed over all his life, but he didn't expect that this one would be entangled by a ghost. Brother, you have a debt and a debt. We wanted to save you at the time, but our ability is limited, so we can't save you. The old driver was extremely sincere to Lin. The direction of the two people in the city, kneeling while talking. I know, so I don't mean to blame, but what are you running? I have seen the ticket clearly, and the promise is valid within 3 days. It's only the second day, you can't deny it. Lin Cheng seriously reprimanded the old driver for his fair evasion. Old driver, still thinking about the ticket after death. There is naturally a place. But brother, can you still sit now? In the old driver's impression, isn't the ghost a soul body? The soul body can still be touched and alive. Thing. Why can't we sit? Lin Cheng looked strange. The end, Shenghuan Luyu was attentive, saw what the boss was worrying about, and explained with a smile, Boss, you misunderstood. Ordinary people, naturally they can't tell what happened to them in the lost world, but they can briefly talk about how they were saved. Although there are twists and turns, as long as they understand that the two of them are not dead. Although those onlookers who were watching the sulfur melons heard the clouds and mists, they always felt a sense of ignorance. In short, after this incident, Lin Cheng and the others finally arrived at the next base city smoothly. This is a municipal level base. Although it is only a municipal level base, it has a very important status value in the provincial base and the federal state because of its historical value. It is also a national comprehensive transportation hub. Its name is Linyu Base. Here, it should be the last stop on the way to the capital base. Lin Cheng enjoyed the sea breeze blowing from the surrounding area and looked at the quaint old buildings not far away. I can't help but feel refreshed. In the last days, there are very few local buildings that can maintain the original architectural style after experiencing the baptism of the last days. Maybe it's because it's close to the imperial city. Brother Lin, come quickly, the seawater here is really good. Shengguan Luyu's light laughter echoed in my ears. Lin Cheng followed the voice and saw that the girl showed a pair of jade feet, lightly stepping on the waves on the beach, playing alone. Lin Cheng couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. Lu Yu, the time is running out, let's find a foothold first. The two walked in the city, and there are historical stories everywhere in this place. The Qin Emperor in the spring and autumn period was here to send people into the sea to seek immortality. The products on the website are also somewhat related to these illusory elixir. Of course, some are just a commercial booby-trapped head, but some are just a slap in the face. Like a shop that Lin Cheng and the two of them see now. Come here, don't miss the real elixir when you pass by, eat it to prolong your life, it is comparable to the 51 physique of a 3-star trainer. Usually 3-star trainers live about 50 years longer than normal people, which is quite half a lifetime for ordinary people. If this drug, if it really has such effects, it can't be described as not powerful. Naturally, Lin Cheng didn't believe that this was true, so he didn't even have the interest of onlookers. But Shengguan Luyu is very interested. Of course, she didn't really believe that this was the real medicine, but came to dismantle it. Hey, you say your medicine is so amazing, but what evidence do you have? It increases your life expectancy by 50 years. If it really had such an effect, you would have made a fortune long ago, and you will be prosperous. Yun, you have become a lord, why do you need to set up a street stall here? Shengguan Luyu raised her white neck arrogantly and looked at the hawker who set up a street stall. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 243_Carrion Seeds, third update. The hawker doesn't look very old, and when he speaks, his eyes are wandering quickly. Right. Hey, miss, you don't know, I'm a small business, it's not that I can't get on the table, but because the profit is too big, if I carry it on it, it will inevitably break. The politics of the federal system, on the surface, are naturally impossible to identify with. You see it, you will have a share. These life-prolonging pills are mine. Free gift. What are you waiting for? If you don't believe me, it doesn't matter, I originally planned to benefit the society, and I didn't think about how much profit I would make. Take advantage of free. This kind of good thing can't be missed. Just now, the peddler bragged about his own pills. If he said that the price is high, most people will hinder their economic problems. Maybe they will comfort O2 himself. This medicine is fake. Just leave, but now it says it's free. It immediately feels like a bargain. Even if you don't need it, it's good to have a free one. Thinking of this, everyone present went crazy. Everyone rushed forward, and in an instant, all the pills were snatched away. Shengguan Luyu gritted her teeth. The girl felt that the drug peddler was uneasy and kind. Everyone, you must not take this medicine, in case you have any illness. The hawker answered immediately before the upper class could finish her words. If you eat it, you will earn money from the villagers and elders. I will open a shop here tomorrow. If someone eats it tonight and gets sick, you can pull me out. Go see the city guard. Hearing this, Shengguan was half dead, but he had nothing to do. I'm so pissed off. It's so obvious selling fake medicines. Why are there so many people being fooled? Shengguan Luyu was still struggling with this issue during dinner at night. Lin Cheng smiled the whole time, and did not participate in any comments. This marketing method, he had seen too much in his previous life, and in this world, because of the fate of beasts rampant. Therefore, general education and management are not high, and in this case, as long as they can't kill people, they won't be taken seriously. And this pill, Lin Cheng had just looked at. It was all made of flour, and there were 1 or 2 trace elements that Lin Cheng had never seen before. According to the description of the Eye of Information, I know that there will be no problem with eating this thing. That's enough. In today's era, flour is an extremely desirable thing for some people. If someone gives it for free, let him give it. As long as the quality of life improves and the beasts dissipate, this phenomenon will naturally disappear. Now our just and kind-hearted sister of the governor will first dissipate his anger. Let us have dinner. Lin Cheng comforted Shengguan Luyu with a smile. Night, Linyu Base, a dim street corner. The drug so-and-so, who sells medicine during the day, is talking to a man in black. Brother, I have done all the things you asked me to do, so I will send them out. Do you want to continue tomorrow? To become. Let it be done by me. But eldest brother, you know that here. I'm a little tight on my hands. See if you can do it. Yao Mumu made a shrewd gesture of rubbing his hands. Do. Black didn't say a word, and threw it directly to Yao Mu's leather bag. Open it up, and there's a knife of money in it. Looking at Yao Mumu's eyes directly. Quote. Brother, please let me handle this matter, and I promise to do it properly for you. After that, wait for the medicine to leave. The man in black showed a grinning mouth. Sure enough, inferior humans are stupid. They are about to die, and they are still thinking about their petty profits, ha ha ha. The next day, according to the plan, Lin Cheng and the others should continue on their way to the capital base. However, Shengguan Luyu is very concerned about those who take fake medicines, so she begged Lin Cheng to take a look before leaving. If someone had an accident, she could first. For a while, he captured the bastard who sold fake medicine and brought it to the city guard. Lin Cheng reluctantly agreed. When the two got there, they found that the hawker business was still very hot today. Although the man in black behind the scenes asked Yao Mo to send the medicine out, but according to the hot situation at the scene, even if Yao Mo added some money, the person who bought it would still pay. It was quite a lot, and after a while, all the pills were sold out, and, as Shengguan Luyu imagined, the people who reported bad stomachs did not appear. Shengguan Luyu sighed helplessly, and in tears, he and Lin Cheng walked back to the capital base. But just as they were walking halfway, Lin Cheng suddenly smelled a strange smell. Whose meat has gone bad? Shengguan Luyu also smelled it, and the smell was exactly the same as the rotten meat. This concentration, unless the meat of the entire base is rotten at the same time. The situation feels a little wrong. Lin Cheng's expression suddenly became a little serious. At this moment, 1 or 2 people suddenly came running not far away. They were covered in blood, and they immediately attracted the attention of the people around them. He shouted, "Run, over there. Someone is biting over there." Looking at the appearance, it should be a carrion. What? Carrion? This era, almost no one is unfamiliar with this pronoun. In historical records, when the end of the world just came, the first thing that human beings experienced was carrion. Frenzy, countless human beings turned into walking corpses, madly biting the human beings around them who were their companions. Ren, you have to guard against the people around you at all times. Maybe someone who was a teammate a moment ago, because the injury is hidden, the next moment will become a carrion species and rush towards you. This is so good, how can there be a carrion species? I don't know. In short, run. Was a lot of noise around, and Shangguan Luochao's face was a little panic at the moment. Lin Cheng, can we still go to the capital base? Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 244_Linyu Base Crisis, 4th Update. Obviously it can't be done. Lin Cheng's expression at the moment was also somewhat serious. Because of the appearance of the carrion species in the city, the traffic channels of the base will soon be blocked. This was a plan formulated to prevent the spread of the carrion species after the establishment of the federal state. No matter which base, once there is news of the presence of carrion species, it must be blocked as soon as possible. For no reason, it is impossible for carrion species to appear in the city. In short, let's go to the city lord's mansion now. Lin Cheng made a decision. Although Lin Cheng is usually very low-key, as a 5-star trainer, in fact, his rights are extremely rich. For example, at a base below the district level, his of mouth is even more effective than the city lord's order, and a 5-star high-level trainer, even in a city-level base, can be on an equal footing with the city lord. Now, as long as they reveal their identities, a mere city lord's mansion is naturally unimpeded. And soon, the city owner of Linyu Base came out to meet them in person. The city lord near the base is a middle-aged man in his 40s, his name is Fang Wanian. He originally heard that a 5-star trainer came to visit, but he was still vaguely looking forward to it. Now there is news of the open black lens bracket carrion species close black lens bracket from Linyu Base. Any veteran 5-star trainer who comes over will have the effect of cheering up Chi-Chi. But how did he know that the trainer who came here was actually such a young guy? Hey, from this look, it is the capital base, or the direct descendants of the big family in the base. When they came to play, they encountered the matter of the carrion species, and then went to the city master. Evacuated from the government. This kind of 5-star trainer not only does not help morale a lot, but also suffers from the illness of the young master or the princess. Fang Wanian feels that his head is a bit too big. It's the old Zhonghu. Naturally, I won't say much about this kind of thing. On the contrary, I took advantage of the situation and put on a welcome attitude, and gave Lin Cheng a flattery, saying that some young people have into etc. Lin Cheng's attitude towards Fang Wanian seems to be serious, but in fact it doesn't matter. The city lord, if he easily believed in a young man who was not weak, it would be a little strange. City Master Fang, I came here this time to understand how the carrion species disaster suddenly appeared in your base. Second, Lin Cheng asked humbly. Hey, little brother Lin Cheng, don't worry, this matter will soon subside, and then you and your little girlfriend can continue to enjoy the journey of love. During the period, you can live in the city lord's mansion first, and rest assured that I will order people to take care of everything. Of course, all consumption is counted on my head, which is what I do as the city lord. The friendship of the little landlord. Fang Wanian called out all the time, but did not reveal the slightest information to Lin Cheng. Although Lin Cheng knew that he would be despised, he didn't expect it to be so high, so he couldn't help laughing. As for Shangguan Luyu, her face was flushed at this time, and she never thought that she would be misunderstood about her relationship with Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng. The girl looked at Lin with her slanted head. The direction of the city, I found that the latter seems to be flat and does not mean to explain. Is this a forced established fact? Shaking her little head, Shangguan Luyu blushed and did not dare to think deeply. Nightfall, the carrion seed incident fermented, and the noise in the Linyu base became more and more noisy. Even the capital base not far away received news from here, and came to express condolences. Fang Wanian wanted to reduce the big things to small ones, but Linyu base is a major traffic area. This time there was a traffic jam. Don't dare to hide, just tell the truth. Situation is actually very serious. The carrion species at Linnu base has evolved into the third stage, which is also the 3-star carrion species. A 1-star carrion species is a walking corpse that is no different from ordinary people in terms of ability and only infects people. And when you reach the 2nd star, your physical fitness will skyrocket, and you will be able to fly over the eaves and walls, compared to ordinary 2-star beasts don't give in too much, and because of the human hands and feet, some mutants will also derive wisdom and learn to use tools. To Samsung, it is even more incredible. The special carrion species masters the attribute ability, and the destructive power is greatly increased. Some special abilities are even more demonic than the Pokemon skills. Evil, it is very difficult to defend. There must be no more than 4-star carrion species, otherwise, the social order of the inspection base will suffer a devastating blow. Fang Wanian was in the city master's office. Room scratching scalp distressed. Hey beeping. At this moment, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Fang Wanian answered the phone subconsciously. Hello. City Lord Fang, I'm Wei Zhang from Pingzhong base. Oh, it's the Lord of the Acropolis, it's been a long time. Also the city owner of a high-level city base, Fang Wanian is quite familiar with Wei Zhang, who has a very unique onion roaming soldier. Yeah, it's gone. After a cold and dark, Wei Zhang got to the point. Speaking of City Lord Fang, there is a corpse-like incident in your base now, which is serious. Hey, to be honest, it's really quite a headache. Wei Zhang didn't hide anything among his peers. Bitter water. Responded with sympathy, and comforted a few words by the way. By the way, speaking of Fang Chengju, today, I heard that there is a young 5-star trainer who will come to you. Here it comes. Fang Wanian was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, Lord of the Acropolis, what do you know about that young man? Ha ha ha. Wei Zhang laughed loudly and said, oh, since Brother Lin is really with you, the burden on the city lord who wants to come here can be greatly reduced. I wish here first. City Lord Fang, you can get rid of the disaster as soon as possible. This phone call was ended when Fang Wanian was in a state of mindlessness. Fang Wanian couldn't figure it out. I heard that Wei Zhang came to this position because he fought hard from the bottom. Is he not interested in rich teenagers? This time, why did he? Special mention of the young man. Listening to the tone, it seems to be very familiar. It is a relationship of brothers and sisters. City Lord Fang. Hello, I'm the Dean of Zhongnan Galaxy College, Ji Xingzu. Magnetic female voice rang on the other end of the phone. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 245 _ Pay attention to first update. Fang Wanian was taken aback for a moment, and then he immediately smiled. It turned out to be the ancient dean of Galaxy College, and I have long admired his name. Although Ji Xingzu was only the dean of the first college, its own strength is outstanding, and it is considered by the top officials of the Federation that it is currently one of the few super elites in the Federation who can become a 6-star national powerhouse in their lifetime. Important point is that this Ji Xingzu has a very far-reaching background. It is said that she is the granddaughter of an old man at the top of the Federation. The face of such people, Fang Wanian naturally pays more attention. Haha, I didn't hit City Lord Fang. I'll just say it straight here. Chat. After a while, Fang Wanian soon realized that the other party seemed to be ventilating himself because of the young man, and it seemed that the same situation as Wei Zhang was right. The young man is very important, and at the same time, in his tone, he thinks that the young man can bring him great help. Scared the bell. After a while, the phone rang again. Hey, I'm the governor of Zhongnan Base, Shengguang Luan. A cold and pleasant female voice rang on the other end of the phone. His 010, Fang Wanian breathed a sigh of relief. Although the other party is from the Jiangnan area, but the governor. This is the governor. The entire federation has a population of 10 million, the population will decrease after the apocalypse, and there are a total of 34 members, each of whom directly participates in political voting. Right. Such a person would actually call himself. The content of the phone call is the same as the previous two people seem to be talking to himself. The importance of young people. Shengguan Luan also mentioned one more thing. The girl beside the young man is her sister. Hold the grass. One of the governor's sisters is with him too. Quote. Fang Wanian was a little dumbfounded. By the way, Lu Yu is still going to participate in the Heavenly King candidate competition. I hope City Lord Fang can help take care of her. The King's candidate tournament. Fang Wanian's brain is not enough. The two young people he received today can't really be measured by common sense. In other words, the candidates for the Heavenly King competition still need their own. Aced. Next morning, Fang Wanian changed his indifference from the previous politeness, and re-hosted a banquet to invite Lin Cheng and the two of them to the scene to discuss the madness of Linyu carrion species. The distinguished guests are here, and this banquet should have been held yesterday, but the two of them are also watching the current situation of Linyu, so please don't take offense for the negligence. Fang Wanian waved his hand, filled his glass, and drank it as an example. To this extent, this apology is very obvious. Lin Cheng shook his head. Smile, he really didn't mean to put on airs. Only yesterday did he realize that a lot of messages of condolences from his friends had arrived in his communicator. They were all concerned about his troubles in Linyu, and like Wei Zhang and others, they even stated directly that they would lead Zheng Zihao and other city guards to come directly to help overcome the troubles. Of course, Lin Cheng naturally refused. For a city like Wei Zhang, if he left the base at will, if the time was a little longer, the base might have troubles. And the journey is not too close. If Jiyu Xingzu came from the town-level base in Zhang, it would take 8 days on the road. City Lord Fang's words are serious. These are not the key to the matter. The most important thing now is to quell the frenzy of carrion. By the way, the cause of the accident was found out. Yesterday, after the peddler of that drug certain sold out all the pills given by the man in black, he naturally wanted to take credit. But this time, what he faced was not the banknotes of the bus, but a red pill that seemed to have blood flowing, and it looked very bad. Brother, what are you? Why? Duan scared a younger brother. Yao Mumu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and Ji Yu Zuo said calmly. Hey, do you think I am joking with you? At the same time as the man in black smiled, he slowly lifted his black hood to reveal a highly corrupted image. Terrifying blood face. Yao Mumu immediately laughed and urinated, and shouted, Ghost. The man in black's expression did not change, and he said unhurriedly, It's okay. Soon, you will become like me too. Then, the man in black felt the wind under his feet, and involuntarily came to Yaomu's hawker and put the scarlet pill into Yaomu's mouth. At that moment, the medicine twitched violently. Then the body swelled, and finally turned into a huge sarcoid-like living dead. He, it's done, with your mother body, those daughters will be corrupted without knowing it. The man in black has a very high level of medicine. It is similar to a kind of child maternal body GU medicine. Taking the child medicine alone will not be harmful at all. Those strange elements can be cured in a few days. Fully digested by the body. And once someone takes the mother medicine, the daughter medicine will resonate with the mother, and then, once the mother mutates, the daughter medicine will also be implicated, and the medicine will rot. Once the city guard carrion species, as a child, naturally cannot escape bad luck. The man in black who was able to make these strange pills was naturally not an ordinary person. He was the one who harmed a city-level base back then and was rewarded for ranking second in the 7 old stars. Plague Man Motong. Before that guy Xie Yuan made a big talk, saying that he would solve the kid. As a result, he lost his voice, and he should have been killed too. Since that's the case. This kid, let me solve it. Bye ye. It's already very close to the capital base. Speaking of suppression, in fact, there is no particularly effective method. Humans who have transformed into carrion species cannot be cured at all, and can only be killed. As for Lin Chang, what he can do is to kill the fastest evolving quartz species as soon as possible. Little brother Lin Chang, don't be impulsive, you alone can really deal with these 3-star carrion beasts. They are city guards, so they have different physical qualities. Dry common carrion species, and also have weapons in their hands. There are so many people who are optimistic, although Fang Wannian believes that Lin Chang is not a generalist, and the other party did not let him look at the moment, he found it. I have 3-star carrion species, and I don't know what method is used. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 246 Young Master Lin, wait a minute, second update. But then, Lin Chang actually said that he wanted to deal with 3 special carrion species by himself. Humanoid carrion species are extremely difficult to deal with, especially those with 2 stars and above. I don't know if it's a joke of the thief. Advanced evolution spread, etc. The efficiency is much higher than other creatures. It takes half a month, 14 to 5 days for the same beast to advance from 2 stars to 3 stars. But what about human carrion species? As long as enough viruses accumulate in the body, in one night, it can mutate and turn into a higher level existence. At the same time, the strength is also extremely terrifying. The 3-star carrion species transformed from the city guard has the power to fight even against the 4-star beasts. In addition, its minions contain special. It's not unreasonable for Fang Wannian to worry about Lin Chang. Ordinary 5-star trainers have to deal with 3 beasts that are comparable to 4 stars, saying that there is no danger. That is unscientific. Fang Wannian's strength is too high to be the same as himself. One level, let him compare his heart to his heart and let him deal with 3 human-shaped beasts that are comparable to 4 stars. He really has some. Therefore, he naturally had to persuade Lin Chang. At first, Fang Wannian thought that Lin Chang said that as long as he was alone, it was entirely because of the issue of face, and he forced his way to the public. He showed it in front of people, but then gradually realized that this young man was not joking. It is really a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. Fang Wannian smiled bitterly and said, "Little brother Lin Chang, you are a 5-star trainer, there is no need to lead the way in everything. First let my city guards go to check the truth, and then it's up to you, little brother Lin Chang, to inflict the final heavy damage, you see." What about people? Fang Wannian was only halfway through his words when he realized that there was no one in front of him, and looking at the expressions of his subordinates, they were all petrified. What happened? The end. Fang Wannian turned his gaze to the 3-star carrion species in the distance, his pupils shrank suddenly. Star carrion, near the body. This young man has a huge background, and if something goes wrong, it will definitely lead to countless troubles. Thinking of this, Fang Wannian hurriedly ordered his subordinates to go to support, quick. Go and help. Yes. Those city guards are also limited and ignorant. This person was still beside their city lord a moment ago, laughing and laughing, but in a blink of an eye, why did he run to the front? Doesn't he know how to spell danger? When they just chanted a spell in their mouths and wanted to summon the elves, they found that Lin Chang slowly walked towards them like a normal person. Back in the face of difficulties. Everyone was disdainful, they were also relieved. Although the city guards didn't know Lin Chang's identity, they knew that he was so valued by the city master. Young people must be unaware of their origins, and it is naturally the best if nothing happens. Little brother Lin Cheng, the courage to go ahead alone to inquire about the situation is very admirable. Well, as for the next extermination action, I will leave it to Ben. The excellent city guards of the city owner will do. Fang Wanian gave Lin Cheng a cliché, giving the latter enough steps to step down. But Lin Cheng looked confused, then smiled faintly and said, I have finished destroying me, and then let the city guard brothers clean it up. Just go to the next venue. What? When everyone heard the words, their faces were stunned, and then there was a strong distrust, and they didn't make drafts when they talked big. Little brother Lin Cheng really likes to joke. Fang Nian naturally didn't believe it. Lin Cheng didn't say much, just shook his head with a smile and said, the next place with 3-star carrion species has been found out. I'll go to the city lord first and we can deal with it first. Okay, here, contact me. After that, an electromagnet floated under Lin Cheng's feet. Fly away. Little brother Lin Cheng, wait. Fang Wanian's expression was a little strange at the moment. Looking at Lin Cheng's appearance, it didn't seem like he was telling a lie, but if it wasn't a lie, who would believe it? 3 Samsung carrion species were found and resolved. 0 flowers. This is not chopping melons and vegetables. Subconsciously, I ordered the city guards to investigate. This inspection, on the spot, those city guards were stunned in place. The city owner, are all dead. Quote ? Speak clearly, everything is dead. Everyone is dead. Could there be other victims here? Fang Wanian just thought so, and listened to the city guards. The voice trembled and said, it's a beast. It's a carrion. Those 3-star carrion are dead. Quote ? 2 inches Fang Wanian suddenly had goosebumps all over his body, and then he quickly ran to the crime scene. Seeing this, it is natural to be stunned on the spot. The energy fluctuations of evil attribute and ghost attribute remained on the 3-star beasts. The attack is a one-shot smashing the head, and there is no chance for the Samsung carrion species to react. These 3-star carrion species are all mutants. One of them has 4 arms, like a strange force, the muscles on the body burst into clothes. There is another one, which is dry and slender, like firewood. According to the advanced inference, this is a speed-type mutant carrion species. The last one is a spirit-enhancing mutant carrion species with a huge head. This kind of lineup will be at a loss for anyone who changes it, unless it is a 5-star high level. The trainers on the top, only they can kill all the carrion seeds in an instant with lightning speed. The more Fang Wanian thought about it, the more shocked his heart became. City Lord, what should we do now? One of the city guards under his command asked stupidly, and Fang Wanian immediately slapped his head and said nonsense, and naturally went to talk to him. The steps of Brother Lin. If Fang Wanian still doesn't know how to hold his thighs, then he has really been a city lord for so many years in vain. Brother Lin, wait. Fang Wanian reacted quickly, and immediately stuck it on Lin Chengji, who was floating elsewhere. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 247 Carrion Mother Breed, 3rd. The next development was completely beyond Fang Wanian's imagination. Lin Cheng was like a drawing robot. Whenever Fang Wanian arrived at the site where the 3-star carrion species was located, all they saw was corroded one by one. And the most important Lin Cheng, every time he simply reported the next coordinate, and then he went to the next location in the eyes of everyone. There are also trainers with flying Pokemon who want to catch up, but all of them lose track of the target halfway, as if they had teleported. Is teleportation a fast metamorphosis? Less than half a day, the 3-star carrion species in the Linyu base were swept away. Fang Wanian and the others were exhausted. After finally keeping up with Lin Cheng's pace, 553 grabbed the corner of Lin Cheng's clothes and gasped, "Brother Lin. Young Master Lin. In this way, let's take a breath first. Even if we don't rest, those riding elves will have to drink water." Lin Cheng smiled, sympathetically, and said, "City Lord Fang and the others have worked hard on the road, so it is understandable to take a break. There are still several places here where there are 3-star carrion corpses. After I deal with it, I will join the ward city master and let the city guards take care of the aftermath, you can rest assured." Fang Wanian showed a smile that was even uglier than bitterness, and said, "Well, then I'll wait for young Master Lin to succeed." Lin Cheng nodded, no longer staying. His speed was a few points faster than before, and he quickly left the eyes of everyone. So embarrassing. Anyway, I'm a 5-star mid-level trainer, okay. Alliance elites. A city lord of a base city. Gangzi Mao Sha has become a handyman. But what can I do? The form is stronger than people, and people have strength, so they can be so arrogant. On the other side, Mo Tong, the plague man, was also stunned at this time, and then he was furious. What's the situation? An important transportation hub in the Federation, the population flows in hundreds of thousands every day, and he could not disperse nearly 1,000 pills at one time, and then the first batch of people who took the pills. People will also automatically find targets and reproduce their own kind. According to Mo Tong's estimation, in just 3 days, this former ancient city will become a paradise for zombies. Until the birth of a 4-star high-level high-intelligence carrion species. But what is the situation now? 2 days have passed, let alone the high-intelligence carrion species, even the 3-star carrion species. He just passed the maternal inspection, and he did not stay. How many counties, and this small number of 3-star carrion species, is still decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mo Tong had a carrion virus implanted in his body, and his body and mind were abnormally irritable. After learning about this, he was even more crazy. Who is it? Who did it? Dare to hinder me from multiplying the army of carrion? Is it Fang Wanian, or Zhun Zongyi? Both of them were 5-star powerhouses at Linyu base, and Mo Tong was naturally the first to suspect them both. However, soon, he shook his head to himself again. No, that's not right. These two people should not have the ability to exterminate such a large number of carrion within 2 days. Quote, "Deal with the human carrion species, even the 5-star powerhouse will be afraid, and only dare to fight the carrion species in a controllable number, because the number is more than 1, the respective Pokemon will naturally not be able to take care of them, and then, once bitten by a carrion species or a trainer, even if you have a 5-star trainer physique, you have to obediently become rotten corpse." Of course, the Federation has also invented special medicines, but even taking special medicines may not be 100% resistant to carrion. Therefore, just relying on 2 5-star trainers to eliminate carrion species is nothing but a drop in the bucket. Moreover, this corpse species also has the biological instinct to avoid the powerful breath, unless the precise location is known. Otherwise, in the big city of Nuo, you want to find a relatively small number of 3 stars. Carrion is even more difficult. Unless, they also have a mother. Mo Tong glanced at Yao Mo, who was transformed into a mother. The body of Yao Mo's incarnation rotted and expanded, like a balloon, except in the original. A daze, you can only scream from time to time, and you are completely a walking dead. This is an important opportunity for Mo Tong to control the corpse species in Linyu base, which no one else can have. So, this might also be ruled out. So, they have a lot of 5-star trainers gathered. Although this possibility is not high, it is indeed the only reason that can be explained at present. Linyu base is one of the transportation hubs in our country, and there are several 5-star trainers passing by within a day. It's not impossible, or it's the only way to understand it. My carrion species will be wiped out so quickly. Ha ha ha. In this way, I'm really unlucky. If that's the case, let's use my trump card as soon as possible. After Motong finished speaking, he glanced at the carrion mother beside him. Jia smiled. I didn't expect that you will be used so soon. As he spoke, Motong's pitch-black claws stretched out, and then he suddenly grabbed the carrion mother. Although Yao Mumu's consciousness had already died out when it turned into a carrion mother, at this moment, he still felt a strong aura of death. Hey! The carrion mother's sarcoma-like body suddenly shattered, blood gushing out. Ow! The rotten mother cried out in pain. Don't shout, thank me, soon, you will be free from this stinking mortal body, achieve the same miracle of life as me, and turn into a myth of carrion. The mother carrion naturally couldn't understand Motong's words. According to instinct, it still kept howling and howling. However, it couldn't stop Motong's actions in the slightest. Soon, Motong poured a whole purple potion into the body of the well carrion mother. Then, I heard a tattering sound coming from all directions. The sound of broken footsteps. Glanced around and found. The carrion species in the entire Linyu base are now all gathering towards the carrion mother. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 248 _ What happened? Open black lens bracket fourth more close black lens bracket. After Lin Cheng killed 2 more 3-star carrion species, he found that the high-energy carrion species seemed to be gone. Has it all been cleaned up? Not right. Soon, news came from Paluchia that there was an ultra-high energy reactor reaction in the northern area of Linyu base, and it seemed that many carrion species were gathering. Oh, after Lin Cheng got the news, his thoughts changed, and he quickly guessed that it should be his own action, which disturbed the mastermind behind the scenes, and then the other party felt a little bit. I can't stand it, I want to start early. Well, let's go and see who is the person who caused this carrion frenzy. The voice fell, Paluchia's space transfer opened. Lin Cheng instantly disappeared in place. Other side, Motong watched as the carrion species climbed onto the carrion species mother's body one by one in front of him. The mother of the rotten 2-foot species was already bloody, but it was still hanging for a while, and she couldn't swallow it. And those carrion species that devoured the mother carrion species soon became sluggish like the carrion species mother, and then other carrion species went to eat them. Flesh and blood. Then back and forth, the scene of these carrion species swallowing each other became more and more spectacular. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Motong also laughed wildly. Come on. Come on. Soon, a brand new 5-star special carrion will come to the world. Of these carrion species that devoured each other became more and more condensed together. Then, there was a burst of strong light source. In the light source, the countless carrion species kept shrinking and condensing, and then, a brand new humanoid appearance was about to be born. Rah! Motong's smile is also brighter. But at this moment, a burst of invisible space fluctuations enveloped the face. The brand new humanoid carrion species suddenly showed a painful expression, and then, one arm was broken. Motong's smile instantly condensed. What's the situation? I was stolen from my hometown, answered him. It was a young man's voice. Who? Motong looked around. Then, I saw a handsome, lazy young man with a confident temperament, slowly walking out of the darkness. Motong's eyes shrank instantly. Then, he squeezed out the opponent's name word by word. Lin Cheng 2 inches. Lin Cheng spread his hands. It looks like he's an acquaintance. Heaven has a way, you don't go. Hell has no door, you want to break through. I don't know how Shenkang and Xie Yuan were planted in your hands, but on my side. Speaking of this, Motong's confidence was suddenly a little off. Just now, his trump card, the reason for the failure of the 5-star mutant carrion seed production should be the combination of drugs. Where did Fang go wrong? Motong would never have thought that Lin Cheng did it. In his perception, Lin Cheng is just a fledgling, at most a small hand that can reach 5 stars. His own special 5-star carrion species is not at all. He can be hurt. There are also hidden among the old stars. Although Motong knew that Shen King and Xie Yuan were planted in Lin Cheng's hands, he didn't know how they planted them, and he didn't even know how they were defeated. When they are careless. Even if my special carrion species is defective, it's still easy to kill you. Said, Motong scattered the black ashes that did not know the pharmacology on the carrion. Immediately, the corpse with the broken arm stood up again. With a roar, he was about to obey Motong's order to attack Lin Cheng. However, Lin Cheng glanced at him. Then, hey! The invisible blade of air swept through. The special carrion species, the whole head, flew out, and then, it was crushed by space again, and the whole corpse turned into blood, leaving no trace. The atmosphere was awkward for a while. What happened? If the initial broken arm was an accident, what about this scene now? Motong looked at Lin Cheng in disbelief, and asked in surprise, what did you do? Lin Cheng shrugged noncommittally. It seems that compared to Xie Yuan, your 7 old shits cards are a little weaker. Don't tell me, just now, it's already your full strength. Didn't have time to answer because the scene in front of him was too unbelievable. When he was looking at Lin Cheng, he found that the other party was already standing in front of him. As a human being, you have made yourself so unhuman, ghostly and... If I guess right, you are the means of spreading the corpse species by selling medicines. Lin Cheng's interrogation carried a heavy aura of coercion. A dignified 7-star, a 4-star rotting corpse mutant, at this moment, I feel so insignificant in front of this young man. The words came to the mouth, but couldn't say a word. Shame on humanity. Lin Cheng's right arm, turned into a partial change of the red and green arms of Vouchsis. 637 bang. A punch hit Motong's face. Motong suddenly flew out like a missile. How is that possible? Motong finally came back to his senses at this moment. His physical quality is comparable to the strength of a 5-star beast, but he can't take a punch from Lin Cheng. The hell did this monster come from? Cough cough. It's not easy to get up again. Motong was looking in the direction of Lin Cheng, and a Pokemon with a purple halo all over his body stood in front of him. In front of this Pokemon, Motong, who is a 5-star mutant carrion, can't bear the slightest resistance. At this moment, he finally knew who killed the carrion maniac in his stomach, and how Xie Yuan and Shen King were defeated. Lin Cheng, who are you? Who are you? Motong asked when his breath was dying. It's just a trainer. Lin Cheng replied indifferently. Afterwards, I originally wanted to kill this ink, but in the end, I didn't do it, but let Zhen Gui completely hypnotize this guy. Then he dragged it and brought it to Fang Wanian. When Fang Wanian saw Motong, he immediately exclaimed, Plague Man Motong. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder, if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 249 _ Strengthening Root, First Update. This guy is the culprit. Now he has been subdued by my elf with hypnotism. How to deal with it next? The process master should be more familiar than me. Lin Cheng said. Finishing, he stretched his waist and prepared to go back to his room to rest. Whole process is understated, and it is quite a matter of brushing off the clothes, hiding the charm of merit and fame. The end, only Fang Wanian and others were left, staring at the spot. Is this resolved? Of course not. Although Lin Cheng killed the special 5-star carrion species of the combination in 1 second, and also brought Mo Tong to arrest, he still left the scene for Fang Wannian and others, and they still have him. Their lives. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up to check if anyone has been injured by the carrion seed. Before the carrion, the special medicine is still useful to disinfect the city and clean the battlefield. What? Fang Wannian shouted to the subordinates of the whole process of soy sauce below. Oh. The city guards responded again and again and hurried to go. As for Fang Wannian, he also has tasks. Although Lin Cheng didn't say anything, he did everything for him in 1 day, but Fang Wannian couldn't do nothing. After all the city guards left, Fang Wannian walked towards his small vault without saying a word. Seems that this time there is a lot of blood. During this time in Linyu base, Shengguan Luyu and Lin Cheng had to eat well, live well and sleep well. All kinds of elf training resources, as long as Linyu base has it, almost as long as you drink it, Fang Wannian will immediately send it over. Naturally, Lin Cheng knew Fang Wannian's intentions. The other party was somewhat friendly. Although his approach was vulgar, it was also the most realistic. Therefore, Lin Cheng did not refuse. Materials for the evolution of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus is still a little less, and it happens to be collected in Fang Wannian's small vault. At the same time, I also gathered some materials to make the power amplifier, but the most critical power core is missing some of the lightning obtained at the beginning. The wolf dragon crystal nucleus is used to fill the gap, but it is still insufficient. Although it is barely used, it can supply the electric shock beast to evolve into the electric shock beast, but it cannot achieve the perfect effect that Lin Cheng wants. This matter can't be rushed, so Lin Cheng is not in tears. After that, Shengguan Luyu was also asked to choose some. Shengguan Luyu's polygonal beastie also needs special materials, suspicious patch, to evolve into polygonal beastie. This thing is not purely polygonal before. A beast evolves like I, and it can evolve successfully by stacking a large amount of data. First of all, it needs a carrier that can accept huge data. Lin Cheng asked Shengguan Luyu to ask Fang Wannian for a crystal nucleus of a 5-star mechanical beast. Lin Cheng knew that Fang Wannian had this thing, and saw it when he entered his treasure house last time. It is the crystal nucleus of mechanical earth weasel. Mechanical ominous beasts, among ominous beasts, are usually not easy to see. They are inorganic objects, and in the evolution of ominous beasts, a large number of them have invaded into the body of ominous beasts. An alternative beast. It is said that in the north of the federal state, there is a huge country of mechanical beasts. All the ecology there has metal components, whether it is plants or the earth. Therefore, there are a large number of mechanical beasts living there. Mechanical beasts is one of the major problems in the northern land. This topic will not be discussed for the time being. Today, Polygon E wants to evolve and use the crystal nucleus of the mechanical beast again, which is a very necessary means. The crystal nucleus of mechanical beasts has the function of carrying data, and the 5-star mechanical beasts are also good props for the evolution of polygonal beasts. When Fang Wannian took out this 5-star mechanical beast crystal core, his heart was twitching with pain. Mechanical properties are not easy. Looking at the appearance of Lin Cheng and Shengguan Luyu, it seems that they are not simple friends. In case the two really have an affair. In addition to this Lin Cheng's future potential tisk. However, I think that the person who wants this crystal nucleus is the sister of the governor of a provincial base. As long as you have a good relationship, it will naturally be of great help to your future. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author, and the text is only for personal study and experimentation. Read, please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. Thinking of that, I looked away. Hands with smiles on their faces. The next step is to pour a large amount of data into the crystal core and use a special method to stain this data with some viruses. His power is the most direct. Lin Cheng was fiddling around with making suspicious patches, while Shengguan Luyu asked curiously, Brother Lin, can polygon beasts really evolve again? Bai Yi, S2 evolutions require elves with special props, which are extremely rare. At present, there are very few trainers in the Federation who have summoned Polygon, and those who have evolved into Polygon are even rarer. Most of them have summoned Polygon. Trainers will not directly participate in the battle, but do the work of sorting data behind the scenes. The ability of the polygonal beast is very efficient in processing data. After evolving into a polygonal beast, the combat effectiveness has obviously improved, but it is also considered by the former academic circle to be an elves with development potential and reaching the limit. But Lin Cheng said at this time, Polygon I can actually evolve again. How could Shengguan Luyu not be surprised? There is no need to doubt that, as the only virtual Pokemon, created by human beings, the potential of the polygonal beast is also immeasurable. Said. Trust in Lin Li Jiao Cheng can be said to be blind and in a state of blindness. Even if Lin Cheng said now that the sky is round and the earth is square, she will believe it, so at this moment, she is naturally full of expectations. Lin Cheng also lived up to her trust, using the crystal nucleus of the mechanical earth reel as a carrier, pouring a large amount of data into it, and cooperating with the cosmic virus of the previous generation Ochisis. Open black lens bracket suspicious makeup close black lens bracket successfully completed. However, after completing the suspicious patch, Lin Cheng suddenly found that there was a small prompt box in the lower right corner of the suspicious patch 1, observed by Eye of Breath. Remarks. Although the suspicious supplementary work can make the polygonal beast evolve smoothly into the polygonal beast Z, the expected goal cannot be achieved, due to the error of the program. The transformed polygonal beast Z, although its strength has become stronger, it will also add very strange actions. Close black lens bracket. Lin Cheng. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder. If the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. Chapter 250_test, second update. Lin Cheng suddenly remembered. Life, after Polygon evolved into 2, although the racial value was highly improved, it was still considered to be a Pokemon with imperfect evolution. Although the reason is a bit nitpicky, it was originally expected that the image designed by the polygonal beast would be similar to the shape of a hummingbird, but due to the researcher's sake. Polygonal beast Z has a big hand disease in appearance. First, the body and head are separated, and then the eyes become hypnotized and confused. The market behaves strangely, and even has. At times, even the master's command will not be able to be answered. It was once hailed as the failure of the wrong program in the picture book. So here comes the question. Do you want to just let Polygon Z evolve in such a wrong way according to the original book? You make the polygonal beast evolve into what it should have with a little processing. This question hardly needs to be considered. Shengguan Luyu saw that Lin Cheng's complexion was cloudy for a while and sunny for a while, and thought that he had encountered some difficulties. Brother Lin, is there any problem with that? Is there anything I can do to help? Oh, of course, if you feel that there is a lack of materials for 930 production, or troublesome. It doesn't matter if you don't evolve. Only halfway through the words, Lin Cheng lightly flicked his head. What are you thinking? Do ain't believe me anymore? No, Shengguan Luyu said while touching her delicate forehead and pouting. Lin Cheng smiled and put his eyes back on the polygonal beast. I'm thinking here. How can I help your polygonal beast evolve twice in one breath? Shengguan Luyu. With the help of the Eye of Information, Lin Cheng learned that the evolution of polygonal beasts is actually very easy. Change. Through the means of deoxys, it is easy to go to the next step, that is, to make a simple typesetting of the data. In simple terms, it is to help the original work. That rash researcher, make more patches. After Lin Cheng, he asked Fang Wanian for a few trainers with superpower Pokemon. Fang Wanian came to him without saying a word. As the city owner, finding someone is a piece of cake. And the few superpower Pokemon trainers who were recruited, when they saw Lin Cheng, most of them behaved very cautiously and respectfully. They learned from the city lord that this handsome young man was the biggest contributor to this catastrophe. Most of them have been born since birth. Trainers who stayed at the base had their family and friends here, and this carrion frenzy was mainly aimed at ordinary people. The trainer has Pokemon by his side, and the safety factor is much higher than that of ordinary people. But they can protect themselves, but they have little spare energy to protect their family and friends. The of Lin Cheng is equivalent to their family, the savior of their friends. 1. Lord Lin Cheng, what are your orders? Just say it bluntly. One of the enthusiastic trainers took the lead. Seeing that they were all serious, Lin Cheng said with a wry smile, it's not a very troublesome matter, I just want the superpowers in your hands to belong to you. Sex Pokemon, do me a favor, use superpowers to display the data in this crystal core for my layout. Although the trainers were at a loss, in Lin Cheng's description, the Pokemon under his command had a general idea. Under the master's instructions, Acad quickly entered the working state. Dozens of superpower Pokemon meditate around the mechanical crystal core, instilling superpowers into the crystal core together. Almost an hour or so passed. Lin Cheng announced that you're done. Afterwards, without any intention of concealing it, directly in front of everyone, he used the suspicious patch enhanced edition they made on Polygon Eye. Among these trainers, many of them can recognize the origin of the name Polygon Eye. So I can't help but be a little curious, what does this young man, known as the savior of Linyu Base, want to do to the multilateral animal workers? Among them, someone asked directly, Lord Lin Cheng, are you planning to use Polygon Eye for an experiment? Lin Cheng also said bluntly, it's just letting it evolve. Oh, evolution. The person who asked the question was stunned for a moment and then, His expression suddenly stiffened. They never heard of it. Polygony can evolve again. Have you heard of it? No. Joe's group of trainers shook their heads one after another. Is it possible? Lin Cheng people want to study the possibility of further evolution of polygonal beasts. Isn't it? Studying the evolution of Pokemon, isn't this work of the Federal Research Institute, the work of those expert doctors? Isn't he Lord Lin Cheng from the martial arts faction? Facing those curious, surprised, and somewhat questioning eyes, Lin Cheng also smiled and said nothing. Although Lin Cheng can be said to have saved countless lives in Linyu Base this time, it is also related to strength. Although Lin Cheng is young, if it is strange, it is not unacceptable that the strength will skyrocket. But if it is said that at this age, Lin Cheng has an inhuman understanding and achievements in Pokemon research, then most of the trainers present are skeptical. Of Pokemon is a long process. In the middle, it is necessary to be familiar with the characteristics of each Pokemon. Egg group, classification, attributes, skills, structure. Ellipsis is a great cause that takes a lifetime of energy and can't be too much. Usually, most famous people in Pokemon Academia are old men with a lot of beard and gray hair. An opinion of your own. That is to say, it makes people laugh. Remember to save the unique domain name in favorites and enjoy high-speed reading. Reminder: if the content of the chapter is not displayed in the browser reading mode, click refresh, find the bottom setting menu, enter the setting menu and click exit free reading mode to read at high speed for free. The free reading mode of all browsers will affect the display. Try to exit the free reading mode as much as possible, and the reading experience will be better. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy.